practically every one of the top 40 records being played on every radio station in the United States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. The psychedelic jackets on the record albums have their own hidden.
This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing. We want you to smoke the natural herb. Some call it marijuana, some call it sensimedia, some call it lamb's bread, and some people call it ganja.
There you go. Welcome to another edition of the Adam Dunn Show. Yes, we're late. We know. You don't have to remind us.
We've been reminded many times.
We've been reminded. You know what that means, though, people? It's just a fucking longer show, isn't it? I mean, it means we're stuck here. We dug ourselves in. There's no hot springs for us. There's no double dip. We're no double dipping tonight.
You know what? We will blame the fucking asshole drivers on 285.
It's just fucking that ridiculous traffic, guys.
Just what are they thinking?
Well, but it's okay. We're all here. We're all over it. We're over it, bro. We're over it.
What are they?
We're so over it. And you know what? It isn't even Mercury retrograde yet.
It's Dave retrograde.
It's Dave-a-grade. Dave degrade. Yes, Dave retro. What's going on? Is it not working? You broke it? Did you break it?
Easy does it there, coaches.
What, we're loud? TV speakers are blown, dude. What's up with that? Is that from the intro or from us? I hope it's not from us.
Wait, is it Dank? Is it us or was it the intro?
Dank,
the intro was a little
please.
Loud for us. But
we were
able to take our headphones off.
Listen, guys, if you only knew how on point you were with the description of him frantically plugging in plugs. I wasn't doing a dab. I was rolling a joint, and I wasn't even asking him because I knew.
No, Mark almost punched me tonight. He still might before the show is over.
It's over.
If anything breaks
he's getting
in
ready.
Here,
he's getting ready.
He threw something at me.
He's cocking back already over there. I can see.
I've never seen him this mad before. I don't even know. I'm not even looking that direction. I'm going to look this way.
It's all good. We're gonna
look at that green screen.
There's nothing better than cannabis to alleviate that problem. So hopefully, once everything's settled and all the levels are good and everybody's happy, Mark, you just take it easy, man. You just kick back.
Wait,
pretend we're not even here.
Let's talk about the fact that we both had similar conversations with different people, and when you sat down, you said the same thing that I was thinking. What's the focus word on dabs now?
Garlic.
Garlic.
It's all about garlic. Well, it's not even about garlic on dabs. It's about garlic on weed too. Because now we got garlic breath 2.0 from our brother Brainstrap. He was kind enough to return the favor. I gave him I gave him a little buzz last week. Give him a buzz this week.
There you go.
That's how it should be, people. You should always be trading out flavors because no matter how good your weed is, it's always nice to have something else around just to break it up a little bit.
It's like an 1850s economy. In your community, somebody has a lot of peaches. One day you take peaches, and then when you have a lot of herb, you pay back in herb,
So it seems like garlic is the flavor of the week.
And runts.
Which is good because, there ain't no garlic ice cream out there that I know of right now. So we've gotten completely 180'd. We 180'd the fucking dessert thing, finally.
Oh, you mean because we picked something you can't make ice cream out of, so yes. I got it.
Well, there is garlic ice cream. I should take that back. I have seen garlic ice cream. There's a garlic shop in Amsterdam that sells garlic everything. Garlic ice cream, garlic licorice, garlic.
You've seen it, but have you tasted the ice cream?
No, it was definitely not high on my list of must-do things. Oh, geez, I always wanted to have more garlic in my ice cream. It's pretty good, right?
I like this one better than this one.
Well, what I have to say is, if it's got the words breath or garlic,
or runts.
Well, runts is runts, but those two things tend to be sitting in a certain part of the profile that I like, which is that dirty zone. You know what I mean? Like those peanut butter, the Papa Select peanut butter cookies that we got. I didn't open that up until 2 nights ago.
Were you keeping it cold?
And I literally coldish.
Because
it did not change at all. It was perfect.
I will say it did. Probably because I let it warm up before it got to you.
What did it look like before? Was it clear?
It was a little sappier. It was much sappier.
Well, I didn't mind because it had that dry quality to it, which is it's easy to dab. You know what I mean? There's no work to be done.
I was picking it off the dab thing and just dropping it in.
Look at you, so convenient.
Well, I'm having issues with. I watch you. I have my little dab session learning tool is watching Adam dab. It's
how you going to break your machine?
No, how to cash a gram in 3 dabs or less. Another rope right here.
Oh, dude, it's ridiculous. Like okay. Back to last week and the whole 10th of I couldn't even wrap my head around it because it was like when we get a gram. It is 3 hits. 3 hits. That's what it is. A gram is 3 hits.
Did you see the news this morning?
That's what it is, right?
Not for Mark. For you, it's 3 hits.
It's 3 real good hits. The rest of it's all just stuck to the edge.
Wait. You get
that's why I'm always
hits a gram. You take a third of a gram dab.
If I'm doing a proper dab, yeah, about a third of a gram. Because it's funny because
it's good to be the king.
Well, no,
it's good to be. Come on, admit it. It's good to be the king.
You want to be slightly choked out. You don't want to be like, oh, that was great. You know what I mean? You gotta get a little bit of that going on, and so you need that little extra bit to.
I take back. I'm not going to study you to learn how to dab anymore.
You got to get choked out, Dave.
I can't get it off the dab.
Okay, look. Here's the second dab. Here's the second dab.
Oh,
we did. Oh no, we did it. So this is actually a 4 dabber.
No, but I took a fourth of that dab, right there. Oh gosh!
But it's all gone. It disappeared. So.
Okay, you.
As long as
it's good to be the king. What can I say? Mm-hmm. Not many people can afford. That's a $12.50 dab.
That's exactly what it was when I first moved. when I first moved here, and I went over to see Brad Melshanker at the fucking Greenest Green.
Whoa!
What?
You said Bradley Melshanker? You're going to say that name?
It's the guy's name.
Hi, Brad.
Hey, Brad.
Of course. Does he watch the show?
I doubt it. He's beyond our show, bro. He's just like way beyond, man.
Oh well.
I've invited him on a few times.
He was one of the first people I met in the industry. I'm pretty sure he was also with our Numbnuts guys. I'm pretty sure he was with the Greenest.
He's the Greenest Green. Is what he was.
But that's what.
Oh, Numbnuts came. See, the thing is, the Greenest Green. What I can say for sure that Brad did do is he cultivated a whole crew of people there that all went into the industry and did cool shit. Like everybody that worked there pretty much did good shit.
So Adam Weiss and Spencer they owned that too, and it was all right. I would say they knew how it. I was easily flattered when I walked in and they said, "Welcome, Mr. Charnick." I was like, "Wait a second, what's this Mr. Charnick shit?" But it kind of became a real running joke.
I like how you're half man, half fucking swing arm now.
Microphone.
Yeah, you're half microphone, half man.
I don't know how to. Listen,
trying to figure it out.
I'm getting. How's that one? Do I look white enough for everyone tonight?
No, you look red, dude.
That's white. I'm white.
No.
Come on.
Look, Dave, you are burnt, bro. Sunscreen, sun. That's pretty much. This is not what we look like to them. To us, we look like we're pale and dying and white, and
right.
But to them, you look burnt and dying and
well,
red.
I'll take that then.
It's almost the same.
I was out in the sun for 8 minutes today.
Yeah.
It might have happened. I might have been burnt.
Whole minutes.
There was I watched. I used to watch. I guess it's still on, right? But then not now. Survivor. And they asked that redheaded kid when the first day he was so sunburned, and Probst says to him, "So, when did you get that sunburn?" And his response was immediately. So that's me in the sun.
You're no survivor. That's
no.
Definitely not. Dave is no survivor. Let me tell you.
My buddy Pete that we had on the show, who's growing in Oklahoma right now, who used to be the road manager for DSO, he applied to Survivor every single year to get on that show. He would have been a fantastic contestant. He'd have been the Rob years before Rob ever played the game.
Is there a Rob? I didn't even know there was a Rob.
Yeah, that's the guy that wins all the time.
The guy. That's the Survivor guy.
Yeah, he's mastered the game. They even made an effigy out of him, like a totem.
They made that. Didn't they have like the return of all the?
Yeah, that was that.
Return of the survivors.
Douchebags was the focus word for that season, man. They were full of them.
Full of it. So,
yeah, I'm going to fiddle with this all night long. I'm just letting you know.
Look at you.
My OCD is totally triggered right now.
Swing it out this way.
Oh, now you're
fucked. And then you should go like this. Look.
No, but now they can't hear me.
Yeah, they can.
I can't hear me then.
I hear you fine.
All right. Nobody wants to hear me. Yes, they do. Maybe
Dave doesn't get it. He'd rather have it on the opposite side, doing the same thing.
Do you know how hard it is to be me? It is not easy. Okay, it's not easy. My head is.
Hey, let's talk about the show, man. Let's talk about the show. Where are we, bro? Where are we? We're back to where?
We're in studio. Look,
Look at in the studio.
Wait, hold on. Look,
Wait. You do that. I do that. Oh, rub belly. Yeah, there you go.
The belly. We're in the studio. I'm not in the caboose. I'm actually in the.
He's come all the way up to the front of the train. He's no longer allowed. He's no longer stuck to the back.
I'm not in the caboose. You know how fucking cold it was last time there? I mean, it was so cold. I looked at the video. I was bundled up. I'm surprised I didn't have, breath coming out. It wasn't just smoke. It might have been breath. I don't know. Could have been both.
I was feeling for you. I was like, we were the only warm place around, and then like in a 10-mile radius. It felt like, because it was like everybody out there was freezing. They were like stuck against the glass, looking into the studio. Right, Mark?
Yep.
Yeah. Me and Mark were just chilling. We're like, it's pretty fucking nice in here, because it was like. We can tell already by today's not the hottest day in the world, and it's already kind of warm in here. So it's like, yeah, this studio's going to need a little bit of airflow, little airflow going on. Well, yeah, but the air conditioning's tough because you get noise, and it's like.
Well, they'll figure it out. They'll pump it in somehow. I mean, it's gonna. If it was 65 today and it's as hot in the studio under the lights as it is in the summer, oh well, that'll be fine. I'll lose more weight. I'll sweat. It'll be like that sweat lodge that you told me about.
You can put on, like, what you can do is you can put on one of those like tracksuit things, and then the headband and the whole deal. And
1980 called
like a 1980s like plastic tracksuit and headband, and we'll see how much weight, and we'll weigh you on the way in. And we'll weigh you on the shiny one. Yeah, the sweaty is the one you are designed to sweat in.
For fat guys that think they're actually losing weight in them.
Exactly. And then we'll weigh you on the way in, and we'll weigh you on the way out. It'll be great.
I am the lowest I've weighed in 25 years.
Okay, so anyway, could be anywhere. Show the new studio.
Yeah.
Yes. How do we do that, Mark? Do we turn off the green screen? Pretend like we're somewhere else? Is that possible?
How do you turn this? This is a real green screen.
It's real. It's
No,
real.
so the guys at Area 420, and for those of you who don't know what Area 420 is, you will.
That'll be a good shot right
Trust
there.
me.
That shot without the smoke, and you know where you're at.
Look, watch. I'm opening the caboose. I mean, no, this is the. What
That's the front of the train right there.
front of the train.
This is like if you were like.
This is where the conductor
like
would
when
be.
you go out and you're like a kid and you fucking sneak up to the front of the train. This is so dope about this thing is it brings back all like weird little memories of like even
New York City subways.
Even though this is not a New York City subway, just the shape of it on the inside, you instantly think it. Like, and that font up there with the fucking spray paint.
This is the collective hysteria.
Hey, here we are.
that we did.
Hey, we're in the train, guys.
Now all I can hear is that clunk, 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 clunk.
And we're back, smoking it up. It looks good. I like that. I like that.
The Sopranos called. That's right. That was.
So I'm puffing on some of that garlic breath right now too. So yes.
So did you show the plant on the 420 show?
I think if you guys go back to the 420 show, there must have been a shot from Matt somewhere out there of his, I'm sure, because he's filming. He was going to film his own plant. But it was that little tiny plant that was sitting on the table out there, and it's pretty good weed. It's a 77-day flower, so it's no joke on the time, which that also means it's got a little oomph to it. I like it.
Does that
Good job,
fuck
man.
a schedule up, though, for somebody who's got
You
everything
know,
dialed in already, though?
I think if that's the way you want to play it, yeah, you're going to fuck up with everything because it's very hard to like
But that's every Denver grower right
cookie
now.
cutter eight week strains into your mix because it's pretty hard to find a good 8 week strain. It's like it's always 9.5. It's like 63 days is like the magic fucking number. That's the magic number. It's 56, 63, 77.
Is that like prime numbers?
And the
Like
weird part about it
56
is there's not much in between.
And we're back.
Oh, good.
And we're back. You didn't even introduce yourself. You didn't even do the whole.
I didn't introduce
ADAM DUNN
anything.
or
I didn't do
anything. You were
anything.
just
No,
like-
I did. I said I did.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't say I'm the host, Adam Dunn. And,
I did.
And you did not. Nope.
Didn't I,
Gary-
Mark? Mark, I did, didn't I?
Nope.
Mark.
I will bet you all the weed and dabs you have right now.
I said I was the Adam Dunn.
Nope,
or Vince
nope.
Adam Dunn. Come on.
You did not say, welcome to another edition of the Adam Dunn Show. I'm your host, Adam Dunn.
And
nope, you did not. Fans.
Sorry. All right.
Somebody in, come on,
Nobody's
Rosin
betting
Dubs.
me anything.
I'm going to win all this weed right now.
All right. Never mind. So what?
We have a guest.
We have a guest?
What?
Who? Mark. Oh, is it James Bean, man on the scene? Really? Oh! And we blew up.
You guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hold on a second.
Whoa, I can't hear
I gotta see what the hell's going on because it says my audio is somewhere
Did
else.
it blow out? Or did it...
No, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you
Ooh,
guys
I
hear
can't
me?
hear anything.
We can't hear nothing.
Big
I
pimpin'.
think our mics just popped for a second. Like, we blew a
Yo, can you guys hear me at
our
all?
headsets.
Yes, we can hear you.
Who's it?
Well, Mark can hear you. We
Yeah, I'm
can't.
not getting no audio. Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's funny.
I can't. Can you hear anything?
Yes. You can't hear anything?
No, our
Nothing.
mics are out.
We're dead. Like we died in the water.
We're
Ours
dead.
went boop. And
Can
then
you hear me?
super squeaky noise, like it was about.
I can't hear no audio. Can you hear
Something
me?
exploded.
I don't know, dude.
Yo,
Wow, the savages.
can you hear me, Marco? No, you have to do Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
Polo.
Marco.
That's built-in audio.
Don't sweat it, man. Really, we'll get it.
I don't know.
Nobody went whack
Something. It like loud pop for a second,
because it came in
and that was
super
that.
hot.
You want to check it out? You can come around if you want to.
Is there anybody out there? They can hear us.
off and we'll all
They,
shroom.
they can hear us. Though.
You guys can hear us?
They can still hear us. So
Oh. What about those?
let's go freestyle. We're going free balling.
Go.
Should we-
Can't hear it.
Savage.
Which one's that?
Can you hear me?
The Zoom person.
Yeah.
Oh, Pizzicalis. Then, well, it doesn't matter if we can hear him right now. Well, listen, we can't hear you, Pitts. So we're going to play
These
along.
guys get like 10,000
we're-
downloads.
The Adam Dunn Show.
Wait,
No, I'm the
Our
biggest
sound-
they're our biggest
I can turn
person in
on
our
the
station.
but no.
No, you know what happened was you
It's
came
Adam
in so
Dunn show.
hot. We're blaming
Yeah,
you.
And they're in
Pitts, you came in
Colorado.
hot and you blew our board out, man. Hayes Radio needs to buy the Adam Dunn Show.
Literally exploded
equipment.
our shit.
You broke our studio. We can't hear you. I can say anything right now. Like,
No.
holy moly. He looks like Lou Albano without the beard, right?
in the
Captain
actual-
Lou Albano.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
You need more rubber bands in the
Did you,
hair.
ever,
though.
did you go to high school with Cyndi Lauper? Not if you can hear us. We can see you.
Yeah, I don't know. We can't. You won't be able to do. We won't be able to do a Zoom call.
But you can hear him on your headphones, right?
Oh, let me.
Why don't we just extend him, put him over here loud, and we can hear him. Then we can do that.
No, we don't.
Yeah, he can hear him from.
Okay.
We can hear him on this one. Like so. Here we go. There's
Hang
a will.
on a second, Pitts.
We're gonna show you how to do real production
Yeah.
here, buddy. This is how you pull off a real show.
This is how I get close to the unvaccinated Adam Dunn.
So look, we go like this, bring this around this, right, and then crank that bitch up.
It's already cranked.
Is it? Talk to us.
Say
Thomas and I have
something,
been
Pitts.
talking about whether I should post the bear or not. I'd like not to my report.
Well,
now.
that's why we need the Hayes radio networks to
Having
fund some.
discussions
Oh
about
yeah.
it.
Sorry.
What is it?
How about?
We'll have to feel. I have to feel it out. I just wait a little bit more time to think about it. He says if I'm going to do it soon. But if
Tell
he
us
says
how
if I
Hayes-
do it,
how the show's
for
looking.
me to hand to him, not saying
Pitts,
about
can
it
you
yet.
hear us?
Just wait
Yeah,
until
yeah.
wait until they
He can't hear
pick
us.
at me, and then bring you on.
The mics are out too then.
I can still help you with that. So
Sure.
they don't.
They said they could hear us. Before.
Hey,
Oh, no, I'll forward
Pizzicalis
everything
and people in
Yeah,
chat
forward
game,
it.
can you hear us?
Yes, always. Before I write something, you
No,
mean?
no, before you send it to me.
Oh,
Send it to
Because
me.
I think
Yeah, that's
Pitts is
fine.
ordering
And then
dinner.
I'll send it back to you.
yeah.
And then you send it.
You finish your conversation, Pitts. We'll talk about the Hayes Cup another time then, maybe. He can't hear us.
All right, I muted him. I don't know what to do.
That's all right. So the Adam Dunn Show is heading to Las Vegas on July 9th for judging the Hayes Cup. And just to be clear, it is not for Hayes' only.
Yeah, it's an all strain cup, not just strictly Hayes cup, which would be nice. I would love to see a
But not
true
enough
Hayes cup.
time when you announce it, 8 weeks before the event, right? So if you're a Las Vegas grower, Nevada, please reach out to
Shit is
Hayes.
coming through loud, but that's only one guy.
It's
Back up a little,
hayeslicensing
Dave.
at gmail.com.
Back up a little, Dave.
How am I now?
You're coming in hot.
I'm coming in hot.
Yeah.
Sorry. I can't hear myself, so I don't know what's happening.
Yes, he only we're lucky enough to
I
not
don't
be
know
able to.
what the fuck is so different about this goddamn. It's the same exact fucking.
It's no, Mark, it's not your fault, man. Something blew. It literally was so loud I had to yank my headphones off because it hurt.
We got
Something blew out.
we got crushed.
Yeah. The Adam Dunn Show had a little technical difference. See, if Hayes Radio were funding us, with all new equipment and making sure we were decked
It
out.
must be online because I can't hear it.
WNBC, shit, we'd be great. Oh, I should get back. I'm sorry. Now we're good.
Well, we're ready. We can hear.
But we
it.
can't hear the guest. He says, "Oh, don't worry about it." Mike Groh says the preamp blew. I don't know what a preamp is. I think it's the thing before the amp, then, right?
I think the headphone amp blew.
Headphone amp. Well, something. At least they can hear us. That's all that really matters.
So wait, we're
And-
gonna have to actually have a conversation, like listening to each other's real voices.
And not have to.
How
I know.
old school is that, man?
It's
How 2002?
well. Let's just have a joint. Relax a little bit with everybody.
So Pitts, the Hayes Cup is on 7-9. Is the judging 7-9 or is the judging 7-10?
Yeah, I don't hear you
at
audio.
the,
It's so weird.
You can't hear audio.
Oh well.
I don't know why.
On my
just shut him off then.
show.
Kick his ass off. We'll call you back. I'll just tell him.
That's not me. That would be Sarah.
One out.
Just
She
drop.
could double.
Just
Poor
drop.
girl. I
Technical
didn't tell her.
difficulties.
It's all right. I'll
Sorry.
We're sorry.
It's okay though. We have time, so it's
Yeah.
coming up in July. We'll have a whole month of June to help promote it. So we will be reaching out, and if anybody out there wants to get involved, there's definitely places left, which is important to make this thing a proper event. So if you're in the Vegas area and you're a grower and you want to join this, just contact
Andrew Pizzicalis at Hayes Radio. You can find him on Instagram at Hayes Radio, and I'm not in front of my computer right now, but I think it's hayeslicensing@gmail.com. Or you can just hit him up on Instagram. But I wanted this to be, and I believe it is, a fair competition. But I just asked him. I don't want to see the list, but I'd like to know the breakdown of where the entries come from. And those of you who saw my Instagram post, you'll see that it was 95%
Only hard one is
plus
the giveaway.
from California. And it just seemed to
Giveaway.
be just fucked that California was going to come into Nevada and win simply by numbers. So if you're a Nevada company, I had a nice conversation with Oasis Cannabis. They're going to come on the show next week if they can. Papa Select is coming on next week as well. Nevada.
Speaking of Papa Select, holy shit! I smoked some of that peanut butter cookies, like I told you earlier. Definitely stopped me in my tracks. Where I was like, and it was like gave me the full peanut butter vibe where I did the mouth like, and I was like, damn, that was fucking fire right there.
So Boris, if you're listening, he's probably not listening because I think he's at the taping of Real Time. But you please send. We want more peanut butter.
Oh,
More
Seed
peanut
Bash,
butter.
little Seed Bash report. That was fucking an amazing event, actually. Dave did not show up with his bagels. I was very sad. I got there. I basically hyped him up to everybody. I walked up to every single booth and
You
said,
should've- you
"Do
know
you
I
like
don't-
bagels? You love bagels?"
Hold on a second. Let's see if we can connect to him again. See if he hears you guys.
Wait.
I have the mic.
Yeah, it's like super low.
Oh, I hear it now.
Oh, wait, I heard you.
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't really hear it.
It's a callus.
Was it this one or that one? This one. It's this one, right? One more time.
Talk. Say something, Pitts.
You can't hear us.
No.
I don't know what.
Hey, call back on a Thursday. I don't know. Can you hear us, Pitts?
No.
No.
No. We can't hear you. No, it's not you, brother. You can try reloading. I got your text here. We're having a bit of technical difficulties. Dave is in retrograde.
Tell him that we blew out
What?
our fucking preamp on the.
No, I was.
Not he did. Just said we did. So whatever.
For those of you who have teenagers in
Yeah,
your
you know
life,
what?
will
Dave
understand.
can do it
Oh, I was here.
and call
definitely.
me on his phone. And then I can mute it on my end, and that way I could hear them.
What do you want me to do? I hear you.
Put on your phone, mute. Put on your phone and call him,
Gotcha.
and then he can hear what we're talking about. That way.
Yeah, my man.
Okay, we hear you.
So now we can.
Well,
You
now
there?
Tell us about the
turn
Hayes
the
Cup.
volume off on that one. So we don't have.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. It's so weird. Hold on a second.
We don't,
You can hear us now. Oh no, he hung up.
Anyway, this is like the kids back. It's like the kids back on the show. You'd imagine it was the kids show.
All right, can you hear us now, Pitts? How's
Guess not.
this is the funniest thing.
So we do have
All
guests.
right. Oh, no.
All right, I can hear you that way.
All right, you hear us?
Yeah, now I can hear.
Just keep, yeah, you gotta watch out with your
Yeah, just
with the feedback. That's all.
Oh, are we getting
Dave
feedback or
Retro.
no?
No, I'm just saying on your end, you gotta watch out maybe.
Pizzicalis, what really matters is that the fans can hear what you're saying, so tell them about the Haze Cup and how they
Can they hear
enter.
him?
Yeah,
They can hear him?
maybe.
Yeah, but feedback.
Oh, now we have feedback. Yeah, I think that's from your side though,
Yeah, I turned it off.
or it's from this thing, is it?
Just fuck it.
I don't know what's happening. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
It's okay, man.
I say we no Zoom guests, no fucking giveaway.
Wow.
Get people in here, whatever the fuck.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Conversation.
All
It's a
right.
conversation
Wait,
show.
we're gonna have to talk to each other with no guests. Whatever will we talk about?
No, we're bringing guests in, but we're not gonna bring the guests on it.
Wait, people in this, like real people in the studio?
Yeah, like the old
Maybe
school.
my headphones,
We're gonna
I can
go.
maybe figure it out.
We're gonna
Good
go old
work.
school. We're gonna go old school around here and get all crazy.
All right, then we gotta smoke joints then.
Yeah, we have to only smoke joints.
Only
That's,
smoke
Let
joints.
me figure it out.
wow.
Rosin doesn't exist old school.
Yeah, we haven't even got rosin, bro. This is like we're going way
Oh, but
back.
I can't use that because that's a torch.
No torches, bro. You have to go old
Well,
school.
we're
We need a regular lighter. Who's got a regular lighter?
My kingdom for a regular lighter. Rasta Rob. Produce a lighter. Oh, look at that. Bam.
You got all the bagels. They're all yours.
Are there any bagels left? Did you get a bagel?
He can't eat bagels. He's one of your.
He's glutard. He's gluten free.
He's glutard.
No, I don't like that word. I realize that's a bad word when I was saying
Oh. Okay, so. Oh, look, we're gonna Rosin Dogs wants to know dates, times, places. He wants to know everything.
it. For what? Okay.
ADSI New York.
I can't tell you where the Haze Cup
Oh no, everything.
bash
Yeah,
is
yeah.
going to be.
Yeah, headphones aren't working.
I
This
saw
thing
the
blew out.
location. It's a mansion. It's
Explosion.
huge. It's very similar to the way that Willie's throws their gathering. We're not even going to announce where the pickup is, and he's only going to have 150 people at the event. So if you're going to be in Vegas and you're a loyal follower of the Adam Dunn Show, reach out to us at dundeal@adamdunnshow.com, and I will do my best to get your name put on the list to get in. And then the 10th on 7/10, and everybody knows why 7/10 is fun, right?
Why it's fun. Well, this year, I think this whole summer is going to be off the fucking chain just because everyone's so just wants to do something, right? So every event, regardless, but 7/10 obviously is the perfect.
Oil Day!
It's the perfect holiday because of the fact that you got 420, and then you just have to wait a few more months, and then you have 7/10, which is obviously focused on oil, being that it's flipped upside down.
Right. Well,
7/10.
that's the thing. I remember when people were trying to figure it out at first, they were like, wait a minute, is it halfway to 420 of the next year, or is it 420 plus 4? Wait, that doesn't add up. And I'm like, no, man, type oil, 710 on your phone and turn it
Like
over
boobs.
on a
you know, like
calculator.
boobs. It's like boobs. It's like boobs,
He said boobs.
but it's for weed.
But again, yes, rosin dogs, 100%. And because somebody did reach out to me and says that they would have entered a haze strain had they had enough time. It is not for haze only
It is a haze cup, but it's not a haze cup.
because Andrew Pizzicalis owns Purple Haze Radio. He used to be involved with the Hendrix family, and that's how they started Purple Haze Radio. And
And the rest is history. No, but it's definitely confusing because obviously if it was called, it's like the Jack Harrer Cup. I mean, same thing, right? If it was like, what do you mean? Now, luckily with Jack Harrer,
it's Jackie. It's a
luckily
little
with Jack Harrer, you got a lot of entries possible, right? There'd be like a shitload of entries. But no, it's definitely not related to the strain. So feel free to enter anything you may think is worthy. It has to have garlic and
Please don't. Please.
or else you will not win because right now, as
Yeah.
we're telling you, if it's a garlic haze, you're gonna fucking crush.
We're judging. We're part of it's. Not
Oh,
just
yeah.
us, but there's others. And I'm telling you right now, don't go for the easy, get myself on there by having it garlic.
No,
I know. And maybe there's another conversation too.
Well, if there's a Tropicana cookies crust, it's also the same thing. It's like the same deal where you're like
Purple with me, just like, if you want to win an Illuminar lamp, it should be mushy letter about, you wanting to grow for disabled people. And that's how you win. Well,
disabled
purple.
children with dogs.
Right.
That's what it
Dogs,
is.
puppies.
Yeah.
And if they
Puppies.
like bagels.
Disabled puppies with children also works.
And-
Any combination of those, you could just shake up the thing and be like, okay, we got disabled puppies. And
Yes.
oh, yeah.
You win 2
We
lamps.
did it. We nailed it.
It's the
Look at, is garlic haze a thing yet? Not yet, but it sounds pretty dank. Everyone wants it. Look, they want that garlic haze. I'm selling it, but I just made it. I'm selling it. It's already done. The seeds are ready. No, just kidding. But it sounds good, doesn't it?
If we had metadata
Mm-hmm.
of how many things you've said over the years that wind up being something that someone heard
Hmm.
and then took it and made money off of and
Ah.
never sent you a nickel,
It's the
send Adam a
It's the
nickel.
Optigrab situation. If you know, so if you guys don't know what Optigrab is, look it up because you don't want to ever be involved in an Optigrab.
You know who I
'Cause
saw?
I'm sure half my things were Optigrabs where I said it sounded great. They invested a shitload of money, and then that guy got fucking belly up because it was not a reality. Because a lot of shit I say is
Not-
that too. It's like never been proven. You know what I mean?
I'm trying not to take credit for the duds, man. I want to only the good stuff. I want to take
we got
credit
the
for. We
kids.
have our next guest on
The kid studio dog has arrived.
Studio dogs.
Every studio has a dog, by the way, people. If you don't know that, look it up.
Look it up.
That's the new.
It's even
That's
something
our
I
new
know.
catchphrase. Now look it up. Yeah.
Look it up.
Look it up.
No, the catchphrase is add garlic.
Let's get let's get our guest Tim.
Oh, so well, let's finish right. So 710
okay, let's
is the Las Vegas Cannabis Awards,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay, a lot going on 710 everywhere. So it's one of those deals where
this one is a bit of a. I know you shouldn't ding the people that invited you out there, but I looked at the awards.
Mm-hmm.
There's like best cannabis makeup artist,
Oh my
best
God.
cannabis porn star,
Really?
best. It was categories like best cannabis stylist. So I made a
expect
point.
a very LA style event or something.
We're
right?
only doing cannabis
Right.
and cannabis derivatives. So we will not be judging any of that. We will not
Best-
be presenting awards.
Are you going to
for-
be doing best porn star?
No.
Best weed porn star? That sounds like
No.
right up your alley.
No. No, you see, it isn't.
Yes, Finkelstein. Of course, you would come up with that. I knew somebody would nail it and make it into a Wikipedia. So it looks like it was pulled straight from Wikipedia. Was invented by Navin R. Johnson, a fictional character for the emoji, the jerk. Yes, you could have just said the jerk, and I would have been good enough. But obviously, anyway, that is probably the best movie ever. From Steve
Shout
Martin.
out to Steve Martin.
Shout out to Steve Martin.
Like one of the funniest men alive.
Yeah, and that is one of the best roles ever, just because it was the perfect time frame. Like he was at his peak. Kind
Hey,
of.
Shithead.
Exactly.
Shithead.
Shithead.
Shit. Oh.
How many people named their dog Shithead after that movie? I bet shitloads. They're like, that's a great name.
No, the best name is Stains.
You know.
Come, Stains.
Oh. That's disgusting.
That's a song. It was on
it?
the Howard Stern show. It was
Oh,
hilarious.
yeah, great.
It killed me.
Yeah.
Share this ashtray.
Share it.
Share it.
Oh, COVID ashtray.
Well,
All right, we want to get.
you're not
Oh,
wrong.
shout
There's
out
one
to
dab left.
Dab Logic though. Once again, I got these
Yeah.
dabs from.
Read that name again.
That was the garlic, garlic.
No. This one is Haze Cream.
Oh, this is a different one.
Yeah, this is Haze Cream.
That's in this one. I haven't smoked that
This
yet.
one,
That's what we smoked.
yeah. No, I smoked some of that one too.
Oh, you do.
This is, oh my goodness. This is like a Colorado driver's license. It's so small.
Yeah, if you're gonna print.
This is
it-
roasted garlic
what it was.
Margie.
Margie. What's the Margie part? How you spell
it's-
Margie?
Margy. Rosin Dogs.
Rosin Dogs, tell us what's up.
What's up?
What's
what
a
does
Marge?
that mean?
So, like, it's just like Marge
I
Simpson.
saw
Marge
his-
Simpson?
Did you see his Instagram feed?
No.
I think it was a pound of rosin he had. I mean, a pound of rosin. I want to hang out with you when I come to New York, man.
You will be, because it'll be at the awards.
I'm not Dr.
Happy words,
Demento.
happy
I'm Dr. Dementia. It runs in my family hard. Soon I'll be repeating everything.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that'd be cool. We could just do
Yeah.
the first show again, do every show, and that'd be
Yeah.
like the first time for me.
I could just fucking put you in green screen and once, and then I can just keep answering you the same.
I was
same
thinking, though,
things.
that between me and my grandmother, who was affected tremendously by dementia, she never smoked grass. But
That's
when I
protectant.
gave her,
That's a protectant, though.
I told you, when I
That'd be
gave her
fine.
edibles, I was Dave again. I
Yeah.
wasn't my grandfather, because I was my grandfather all the time.
Right.
So I'm believing in it right now. I'm also taking, which you'll like, shout out to CC Dunn. I'm taking lion's mane mushrooms.
Good.
Twice a week now since 420. Because I heard you guys all talking
Okay,
about
so
medicinal
Margie might be a
mushrooms.
Colorado strain. Is it a Colorado strain? I
don't
can't
know.
ask Mark, 'cause
But that's a Colorado company, so
could be.
you would be in the right space, for a collab to happen. So shout out to Rosendal. Oh wait, no, it wasn't him. It was Out There Life. I don't recognize that one. Hello, Out There Life.
So, we came back to Area 420 for a couple reasons.
Fuck
One
yeah.
is just to check out Dundale Drive again, make sure it's not been, hijacked. Apparently, it's gotten officialized. So I'm hoping that the mayor is going to come through later, and we're going to get the details on that. Get the deets on the drive, because
I'm kind of thinking
And it has a
Dundale Drive is going to be like the 420 mile marker.
yeah,
It's just going to get stolen every time it gets put up.
it might happen.
People.
I'm
in
sure the
chat
first one is
gang-
going to get stolen already.
Rosendog's already has got dibs on it. I'm sure he's flying
I'll be
out
stealing
just
my
to
own
steal
sign.
the
I think
sign.
I'll be stealing my own sign. Like, hey man, what the hell happened to the sign at my house? But
Isn't that yellow journalism? You created your own story that you're going to write about?
I do that. Yeah, that's what we do around here.
No, we don't.
That's our style.
No, it is not our
Yes,
style.
yes, it is.
We're cutting edge, man.
Yeah, Lion's Made, big fucking
Mm-hmm.
bonus to your brain development. Oh, it creates new. It helps you're creating new pathways and new.
Wait, he
synapses.
found lion's mane? Somebody has to teach me to hunt mushrooms because.
Oh yeah, if you live
I
in the right
paid
place.
way
Not here.
too much
Forget
for
about it.
them.
Forget Oregon. You got to go to Oregon and you can do all that. Lion's
Well,
Mane.
can I get them from? Can I get a block from Jeremy at Build a Soil and just
can.
do them at home?
But isn't it so dope to be able to? I would love to go at the right time with the right person and go forward, just because it's like you're scoring every time just score.
You have no idea, though. You have no idea because I was the guy that it was standard when I placed an order. No mushrooms, no cilantro. So to have me now at 51 going, you know what? I need to have mushrooms in my life.
Oh, definitely Lion's
time.
Mane now would be easy to find because now I know what I'm looking for because it's such it's like it
I'm
doesn't
so
look
af-
anything like another one. So, but in
You
general,
sure, though? I'm always told if you're not like a mycologist and you don't know exactly.
well, that one is definitely different.
I'm always afraid. It's like the snake. If it's
just when
red,
they look-
yellow, red,
Yeah, you're
and
dead.
white,
When you're dead and when you're
something like that. And the same thing with mushrooms, right? You eat
Well, the
wrong
thing with
one.
mushrooms is when they're like really, there's a lot of them that it's just the tiniest difference on the gills or the fucking cup. But that's when it gets kind of like, you want to be a little bit more careful. But when they're like completely different shape, you're like, it's like morels.
You
It's like-
must mistake me for like a manly man. That's not me, man. I'm
No.
big pussy. I'm not gonna. If there's a chance I personally could make a mistake
You
and
will.
die
Yeah.
because I ate the wrong one, I'm not. No, nope.
No, you can't.
Not.
Sorry.
He's gonna pass me the COVID joint.
I forget.
You stole my joint earlier that I had just rolled of this one. This is your collab with James Loud.
The kitten, yeah, that was great. That was by Tim. Tiny Tim, pulling off the big nugs again. This is from some nice. Oops. Into the
Bud down, bud down, bud down.
You don't even want to know what on the floor looks like here. It's like a shag
It hit the
carpet.
shag.
It hit the shag
Our
carpet.
studio's got some shag. It's usually in the green room, but here
Yeah.
it's on the floor.
We're in the green room.
Oh yes, look at that.
But yeah, definitely need a guide, but it is awesome to be able to go out and pick things like that. But in Colorado, we just don't have the climate, even though you'd think by the looks of it and stuff, you'd be like, oh yeah, this is definitely going to be, but it's not.
It's
So-
too dry. Well,
but
I had
Oregon,
a shiitake log in Eugene.
Oregon,
just
crazy,
hosed.
man.
Yeah.
When you were living there, you didn't do that?
No, I had a shiitake log.
Yeah, I know that, but did you go out like picking them or anything? You didn't learn?
No, again, pussy. I was
Pussy.
always afraid. I was there at a different time in my life. I was, just seeing shows and raising my kid, and then made it to Boulder, and I'm sort of maturing like a fine wine here.
Tim and his girl, yeah.
Will you? Any chance you can bring a couple of bottles of water back with you, brother? I love you. Now that Mark is not listening, we almost fucking broke him. Okay, you guys need to send him Christmas cards, and I'm telling you, he is the greatest guy ever. And tonight I thought we fucking broke him.
Yeah.
The traffic, holy shit! I was watching his progress. Did you watch it at all? He sent me the thing. He said he'll be there at like 3 o'clock. He was going to be there at 11:45, and it slowly turned into, now it says I'll be there at 3, and then at 5. They fucked his world, man.
How you doing?
Yeah.
So
another reason why we
need to
shouldn't
work
be
with these
driving
anymore.
on
The whole thing
Memorial Day
all
weekend.
blew out.
Thank
now.
you, Mark.
We're just talking. We're all in the same room anyway, so it don't matter.
Yeah, awesome.
But just try to stay closer to that area. So even though
No,
you can monitor, right, Mark?
If you're too far from it, someone will yell at you on the chat
Yeah,
room.
that's fair.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
They should yell, please yell very loud.
Yeah, just pull it as close as you can, dude. That's all.
Yeah, just or just sit closer. It's easier. There you go. So
Eugene,
welcome back,
baby.
Tim.
Oh, I won't tell any Grateful Dead stories. Fuck, Mike, shut the. Jesus Christ. We have a guest in studio. Hello, Cultured.
He's gonna, hey, Culture, are you a deadhead? That's the first question right there.
How, do you like bagels?
I do like bagels.
What do you think about the nuggets?
I like the nuggets when they're good.
Oh, damn. Your mic just broke. Sorry, you have to go now. You don't
No,
insult me.
I like going nuggets games.
Don't
They're
get Mark
fun.
going on
They're
his
really
nugget
fun.
thing too now. Jesus Christ, that'll
He's
be
been so calm tonight. You're going to get him all pissed off now.
Did you talk about my nuggets right now? Are
See?
you talking
He
about
was so
my
smiley and
I
happy
don't.
until
Don't come
now.
on.
I just don't care.
I
just
take it
don't
back.
care.
Nuggets are great. They're awesome. No, I actually really do enjoy going to Nuggets games. But
So yeah, welcome back. It's awesome to see you around here again, and also I wanted to sort of. I was funny because I at the same time got my fish shit order, like 20 liters of fish shit, and then we got the photosynthesis in, and it sucks because I left the fish shit, and we left the fish shit sitting on the counter with both of them next to, because I wanted to do a stank off. I wanted to see who I wanted to figure, because that's the one thing I love about working with microbial products, is that the first time you pull it open, you're like, is this right? Is this correct?
Yeah.
Because
it
it's
smells
like,
bad, and usually
of course,
you get the bad smell.
But
It's
now
like,
you're,
it's bad.
but then once you know about it, it switches in your brain.
Yeah.
And it's like a weird, it's
like-
almost like skunk smell to a grower now. It's good, like you're like,
Right.
man, the whole place smells great. Fucking skunk
Just
king.
don't say it smells a little Jackie.
Yeah.
I learned that last week.
little
That's an
Jackie.
insult
Okay.
if you say
skunked
that.
out the place. But you used to be like when other people, ooh, it smells terrible. You're like, that smells good.
Yeah.
Because
And I used to smell a dead skunk on the side of the road, like skunk.
and they're hard to smell. They don't smell as much as they used to. It's
Yeah.
weird. Like every time I see a dead skunk, I'm like surprised. Like almost 95% of the time, there's no smell. At
No
all.
smell.
And it's
Oh,
weird.
fuck. Come by my house. I'll give you live
It's
skunks.
just-
They come by all the time.
Maybe it's the
man.
timing or something. I don't know. But it's weird. You'd be like, come on, man.
Come on.
I wanna-
I want to smell that skunk.
The dead skunk in my neighborhood, it lasts a week.
Yeah.
People driving over
Is it
it.
a dead skunk, or is it just a guy in your neighborhood who throws a dead skunk?
No, the only
like
gro-
a fake dead skunk out in front of his house every day. Like, yeah, man.
Like, no, it's a dead skunk. It's not my
that house smells.
The only grow in my neighborhood is the hemp grow.
Oh.
Yeah, the hemp
Of course.
grow. You have
Yes,
to always,
it's-
if you say hemp grow with air quotes, it's fine
Actually, yeah,
for
no,
what
no,
they're
it-
doing. I don't know.
So, Tim, tell me a little bit about Culture Biologics as far as how long has this company been around?
Been around for about 4 years now.
Okay, good. And then how long you been into it before that? Like, how much? Because it's a unique place to go, because most people don't go. Like, how are you trained? Did you go to school for?
Yeah, so I guess, give you a little bit of my background. I originally went to school for compound pharmacy. I was a pharmacy student. Then kind of realized what pharmaceuticals were in the United States, how it's not really for curing anything. I mean,
Right.
don't get me wrong, modern medicine has status, expanded our life expectancy, but just what I wanted to do is make more natural medicine, and that's not really an option once you get to that level, because it's all isolates, it's all very strict modern chemistry. So I kind of got out and didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I actually met a guy named Scott Friedman, Scotty Real from Real Growers, actually taking a summer job in a hotel and sold Scotty a sack of weed. And Scotty, we started talking, and we were working he had his Supreme Growers Nutrient Company at the time, and they just got bought out by another laboratory out of South Korea. And so he asked me to come work with them.
And the
so I
South Korean company, was they buying out for what was the product they were buying?
They were manufacturing advanced organics. So they're taking weird extracts.
Because Korea is so into natural farming to begin with.
Yeah, oh yeah, and so it's all
they-
based on their Korean natural farming
That's
type
interesting.
agriculture, where
Right.
in the way this laboratory worked is they, it's really fortunate to work with them to help formulate products with them, because they literally took the history of how they were doing agriculture back in Europe, back in Asia, 2,000 years ago,
Yeah.
and they're like, we have this new modern technology. Well, how can we make this better?
Right.
So I got to work with all these chemists and all these scientists and
Like make it more
engineers.
stable, pretty much. would be
Yeah,
one of the
like-
things,
like
I
instead of
guess, or
just, like-
shelf stable compared to like
Absolutely.
having a short window
Like actually, like you have like a soybean protein, right? And you want
Uh-huh.
to get all the nitrogen out of it and like get it down to the simplest form and use that nitrogen to feed plants instead of nitrates.
Right.
Well, before 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we didn't have the technology to fully render a soybean into its pure nitrogen form. We didn't have the ability to go through and cultivate all these trees to get the root bark off of them, to process that into an insecticide that is able to be used at a commercial, conventional rate to kill insects effectively. So in the past like 10 years,
for the scale or just for the technology itself.
it's scale and technology.
Yeah.
And the two have kind of gone hand in hand, because our we've only been able to make it a certain way for so long until we got the technology to process it, and now we can then scale it from there.
And also from like a analytical point of view, I guess it's probably way easier now than it was 20 years ago.
Yeah, we have
you
the
know,
equipment to actually see like, oh, that's that terpene, or that's that alkaloid, or
right.
you
And
know.
what's doing what, what's influencing what.
Exactly.
So when they brought you on, so you were coming at it because you were coming at it from the pharmaceutical side,
Right.
which, like you said, is real. Like it's strange how, they're really good at certain things,
Yep.
and not at all understanding the. It's kind of like how people feel, like you were saying about food, though. When are you feeding the plants or are you feeding the soil to feed the plants? And that's kind of the same with the medicine.
Totally.
Are we dealing with the problem or are we just covering it up and hoping for the
Right,
best?
and it's really like I really wanted to make
compounding it usually.
right, totally. So back when I was a kid, a bunch of my friends started getting sick at a young age, like stomach tumors, diverticulitis, gastritis at the age of 20. You're looking at brain tumors at the age of 21.
Where was this out of?
Missouri, where I
Missouri.
grew up. And
Okay,
I had
Missouri.
another friend that had her thyroid removed at the age of 23 because she had thyroid cancer.
That's
So
weird. Is this from pesticides? You think?
in my personal belief, and this is my opinion based on my experience, because I've been doing this for about a decade now.
It's all farmland in that area, right?
Yeah,
Or-
totally. I think it is the processed foods we eat. It's a preservative. It's the
yeah.
compounds that our bodies can't digest, and the things you can't process as a human, the toxins. And so they got sick, and I really,
Yeah, and I mean,
really want to make a natural, find natural medicine for people. My brother had bone cancer, osteochondroma, when he was about 14 years old. He started consuming weed and smoking weed and just like eating it and doing all the edible things against, my mom and I didn't even know.
Right.
And so the only way is
he's older than you or
He's my
younger?
younger brother.
Okay, so he had the. Because I was going to say, if he was older than you, then it'd be surprising that he got onto that tip ahead of the
No,
game. But
he-
if he's younger than you, then it
he's-
makes sense
he-
because he's probably heard shitloads of things out there. Like, I think if anybody gets cancer, if you're not using tons of cannabis as your first line, you're crazy, because if you go past that, it's really hard to go backwards.
Oh,
you know what I mean? It's like
absolutely.
you've already done the chemo and everything. It's like now the cannabis is really just not going to do nearly what it could have done if you were just trying to get in as much. Basically, it's funny too, because it is like from a medical point of view, like 'cause you know how people call you up and like, my mom's got cancer or my friend's got like you said, a thyroid problem or whatever.
Yeah.
What do they do? And it's like, well, I would say just do as much as you can physically do, and if it works, it
works.
And
If
that's the
it-
only real way you can do it.
if it
because
doesn't go
there's
another
no
route.
dosage that works, so
Right.
you can't say a dosage.
Right.
And if you don't do as much as you can do, it's really hard to know if it's doing anything.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like people, you can't just like do a little bit and be like, yeah, it didn't work, and it's like, of course it didn't work, because you have to like saturate yourself to the point of just like, whoa, like, oh, yeah, he slept for 3 days. It's like,
Like,
good.
yeah, his body needed
Perfect.
that.
That's exactly
yeah.
what you want to start. That's
Yeah.
like the process is starting, because it's like you go into your body goes into healing mode,
Yep.
and you're like, hey, he's sleeping a lot. Yeah, we'll watch. A week later, he won't be, and he'll feel better. And it's like, hey, it's a miracle.
It's
like,
amazing what cannabinoids do in the body. I think a lot of our problems in society is that we have a lack of cannabinoid content because we don't use hemp to feed our cows, our sheep, our meat that we use,
Yeah, that's like a
So-
that's the same concept of feed the cattle to feed the people.
Exactly.
Instead of the people having to take the supplement.
Totally. Yep.
Duh. Well, it's like grass-fed compared to
Grain or just feed,
It's like I don't eat meat, but I can. If I did, it would only be grass-fed,
yeah.
and it would only, and that's just at least then you're getting all the sun.
Totally.
You're getting conversion of the
You're
sun.
getting the microorganisms of the cow, and it's helping them produce a good, healthy gut, and then that produces healthy meat, and that's a full.
Well, that's the thing.
circle.
I think people are just figuring out about microbiome, and it's funny how it's like the thing. It is such a controlling factor of everything.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I'd always been told, and I didn't get it before, but I was always told, definitely you don't want to fuck up your stomach, and I had friends were like that, they always had problems, and they were just done, that ruined them for life.
Totally.
It was just be compounded because it would start in your gut, and then it would connect to this, and then to this, and then to this, and it would cause
Totally.
So
I think also with people getting sick, I think Roundup's a big reason too.
yeah, that's what I was saying. I was wondering about farmland. I was thinking as a runoff.
And I think it's these chemicals we're eating that keep messing up our stomach, and we are everything our stomach are, kind of like how you're saying. Once that goes down, everything tanks out and goes down.
Well, yeah, and it's real simple. It's real simple with Roundup to see the correlation, because you're like, okay, the bugs. What does it do? It punches holes in their stomach. You're like, okay, so that just tells me 100% that that's what it's doing to you, because you are just, it's just a different, it's like, that's exactly what the target of the thing is. It's like, it's targeting to give it a bunch of holes in his belly so that it leaks everything.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, isn't that what's happening? It's like, it's so common. It's like, oh, okay.
And that's like, I don't know, I got into it and I was like, there's a better way to do this. So after I got with that laboratory and started working, I went straight into agriculture. I actually didn't even touch cannabis. As our other team, I helped start the brand, but it kind of, the brand was up to my team, and then I went down and worked with commercial agriculture and worked with the University of Florida and their extension program. And that's where I kind of learned what all the chemicals we were using to keep orange trees alive. And if I told you all 23 of the chemicals, endocrine disruptors, neurotoxins, systemic insecticides, fungicides to actually keep this orange tree alive, I don't think anybody would drink orange juice without organics.
Especially because they're concentrates of, you know what I mean?
So it's like you're juicing, and all these systemic and poisons are now in your concentrated juice now, not just in your oranges.
And it's weird because I
don't
stopped
drink juice, period.
It's not a bad idea.
I stopped drinking orange juice a long time ago just because of quality was never there.
Yep.
It's
very
and
inconsistent.
And it's funny because you'll meet people who are be drinking Sunny D. You're like, are you crazy, dude?
Do you know all the preservatives?
There's
in there?
nothing in there that's hardly even anything.
I know.
That's
It's all
on top
sugar.
of the growing. First of all, it's grown dirty.
Yep.
Then it's processed dirty. So you're like, I get double dirty.
Yeah. It's disturbing what they use to keep these plants alive in agriculture. And it's funny because cannabis, we have regulations on what pesticides we can use and what pesticides we can use. We have the Colorado, Oregon, all these states have all these different lists.
A lot of them don't even have the same restrictions.
No, agriculture has zero restrictions.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you want to throw at the bug? Oh, neurotoxins, hormone disruptors, go for it. Let's see what we can do to it.
It's like tobacco situation, the same thing where you're like, really? So they don't have to test any of it? It's like, no. You're like, so you guys go through tons a week of this product, and we go through, hardly a drop compared to that. And
Rick Scarpello and Bob Esquino from Medically Correct, the makers of Incredibles, were like, we could take one of our gummies and put it in a same brown sack with a conventional apple, and it will fail. So
I believe that.
That's it. There is a complete disconnect. So you're saying it's okay in our food, but not in our cannabis. But wait a second. I think it should not be okay in our food.
Yeah, too.
We should stop right there.
Yeah, but you have all these chemical companies that have all this money invested into it, and it doesn't. They just can fight it, and they can just make sure it never happens.
The sourcing is always really sketchy too, because a lot of times it's like, it's just a byproduct of another process, right?
Right.
We're making this fucking crazy thing, but we end up with for every gallon of this that we make, we have 30 gallons of just crap.
Right.
And then they find out that crap, it can be used to kill something else, so they bottle it and sell it.
Right, but the problem is a lot of times it's stuff where they'll just be like, well, actually, it's kind of like it could go into this, and this, and you'll find it going into paint, insecticide and food. You're like, what the fuck? Like, why would that even have to be in there? And it's like, it doesn't have to be in there, but it could go in there. It's like whatever they could slip in without fucking getting caught.
100%.
It's just weird. It's
Whatever makes it cheaper, whatever it feels.
There's regulations for the amount of bugs that can be in food products.
Yeah.
But it's pretty like tame too. It's sort of like, you can have X amount
2
of
cockroaches
a
per.
couple cockroaches
Yeah,
per ton, and you're good to go.
cockroaches, no worries.
It's like how you can get your farmland.
But I feel
can have
better
12
about
chickens or
cockroaches
one
in there
cow.
than
Right.
chemicals.
Yeah,
that
I'll
are,
take a roach over
some
imidacloprid all day, or
byproduct.
microbutanol. Who doesn't love some hydrogen cyanide?
Well, the crazy thing though too is like that, that all of it is based on, World War II fucking like remnants. You know what I mean? Because what happened was pre-World War II, we were still on a sort of an organic tip. I mean, they were dabbling in other stuff, but for the most part, it was like, no, we still did things by traditional, products. But a lot of it was a lot of work too, just like hemp. Hemp's a lot of work. It's like, oh man, we don't want to fucking do that. Let's just spin nylon. That's way easier. You know what I mean? And if you look at the thermal quality of nylon versus hemp, it's just not even in the same ballpark.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So one's you have to turn it into fiber and then somehow make this.
You
that kinda
can't
keeps-
make nylon at home.
Yeah.
You can make hemp at home. Let's
you
make
can.
that one illegal.
Where they
Yeah,
make,
absolutely.
all the
It's a nasty
sports,
process.
all the sports gear, right? A lot of it is it doesn't make you warm. You make yourself warm by moving around, and it keeps all the heat in
There, yeah.
at the right levels.
Yep.
And that's all that is. So whereas a real something that keeps you warm, it keeps you warm. You know what I mean? So it's
and it's amazing how many just generally with taking all the different munitions. Cause back what you're saying, after World War II, we call that the Green Rush. That's what they call the Green Rush.
Right.
So they took all the ammonium nitrate from all the leftover munitions and
they
said,
were
hey,
like,
this is great fertilizer. See what it does to plants? It makes them green.
Exactly. And we're such easy suckers for that kind of shit because, of course, the first couple of rounds, it's similar to, in cannabis, you get the same thing with, with cloners, for instance. You ever use an easy cloner?
Oh, yeah.
First 2 rounds, great.
Yep.
After that,
It
it needs help because
yeah.
there's bacterial buildup somewhere in that system, and you can't clean it no matter what. Doesn't matter how you bleach and fucking throw whatever you throw at it. So it kind of shows you how technology-wise, you can't beat nature, right?
Right.
You could stick that same clone into soil or into cocoa or whatever, and once it develops roots, it becomes a symbiotic relationship. Whereas when it's a sterile thing and you're trying to do all this work with all these chemicals to make everything that the plant needs.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mike Denver, Green Revolution. Thank you. Not the Green Rush.
There you go. Yeah, Green Rush just happened.
Mike Denver, such a stickler for
No, it's good.
using the right
it's
words.
Good.
Okay, Mike Denver, Mr. Google Master, the Google Master 5000.
Fingers tight fast, man. No, it's
Let
good.
me
It
check
needs to be
that
corrected.
out.
How about 2,4-D herbicides? Because Agent Orange was 2,4,5-T and 2,4-D combined, and then take 2,4,5-T out, and then we make it 2,4-D and herbicide, and surprise.
That's a 900 double D.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, that just shows you repurposing nerve gas from one type to another type. It's just another.
They're not wrong. It does kill plants. It kills plants real good. It also kills us in the process.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's it's crazy when you see a farm that's been grown properly with the right sort of companionship farming and everything kind of being grown organically, and it might take a little while to get going, but once it gets going, it just keeps chugging along, and it's but you have to grow multiple crops because you can't there's no year-round crop, right? Unless you're doing if you're doing oranges or something, you have a grove, that's a different story. But if you're doing any kind of real perpetual type farm, the best that companionship is just where all the magic happens, and you protect things, and it's kind of I'm not going to get into the vaccinations because Dave will get all emotionally upset. No. But it's sort of the same. My idea is hey, you either get it. Fight it, beat it, build some resistance to it, or you get a shot. Yeah. And if you do the shot, and it's kind of like taking a shortcut, because the reality is you may now all of a sudden you're you have to take another shot in 6 months, right? Really? Oh yeah, you're on the program now. Get on the program.
Mark, do you have that little Illuminati thing from Borat, the new Borat thing?
No,
they put up every time that they were with those 2 rednecks, and every time they started talking, they were legally obligated to put up the Illuminati eye to point out how batshit they were. Can somebody out out there in that room
Well,
make me a little thing to hold up.
I believe
with
that
the
there's
Illuminati.
nothing smarter than the fucking immune system.
Hey,
know
you
what I
wanna
mean?
know something,
Because we
though?
have. Listen, you know how many?
Yeah.
Do you know how many viruses are in your body right now?
I
yeah.
totally
Every
get it,
single
but you know what
virus.
I didn't get?
You know you have HIV.
I didn't
in
get
your
polio.
Body. Yeah, but you know you have HIV in your
Didn't
body.
get
and you
COVID.
have-
Yeah. I
you
did.
have-
Just
but you do.
saying.
It wasn't that bad. I also had influenza B and almost died from it, so I have a good
Yeah, I
comparison
got the flu
between the
virus
two.
too, the flu.
Influenza
shot
B
too
almost
this
like
year.
took. I went to Emerald Cup 2017
And got it there?
and got it there within
It's the
like
perfect place.
within 24 hours.
Literally the perfect
I was at
place.
that one too.
Everybody that got sick there, that was influenza B. I got tested, and that's what it came back as. Our whole team, we had 5 people.
Yeah.
3 of them went down in 24 hours, and then the next day, me and my business partner Johnny went down also, and like we had to fly back.
I
and,
got the
like, get on the
worst
plane and shit.
cough. The worst,
Can of
worst
cough, yeah, the
cough
can
for
of
a
cough.
week. It was, you called it what, kennel cough or can of cough?
Can of cough.
Conference cough.
Conference
Yeah.
cough, can of cough. Yeah, but I mean that's the funny thing is that we're probably one of the by doing all these shows, many of us at least learned quickly that you should just roll lots of small joints
Yep.
and just give it away and just
Totally.
never take it back. That's like your
Take-
rule
take
of
a hit, pass-
take a hit, pass it on, and go.
Yeah.
You're good. You can have that. You know, like really.
I'm
whole
rolling
thing?
this for you,
And
Mark.
it's like, of course, yeah, no problem. I don't want to take in any viral load
No.
while you're there. you know.
No, yeah.
No
it's-
loads. Don't take any loads.
No one needs.
Well, no. You will if it's white flaky love. Okay. If it's white flaky love, you don't take it to the face.
I
You
like how
put it
people
in
are-
your.
Oh, in your mouth.
No, you put it in your in your banger.
And your anger.
Banger.
You
Is that
dab
what you
it.
call it these days?
That's what I'm calling it these days.
You crazy kids.
Kids
So,
with terms now.
So what year was that? You said 2018?
2017.
17. Okay.
Yeah, that almost. And for the next week, I was deathly ill. I
so you-
thought that was it. I thought I was like, all right, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Really?
This
You
is
were
it.
checking
I'm
out?
going
You felt-
down.
you felt
like
you were checking out?
Yeah, I thought that was
Was
the
it
end
a-
of it. Yeah, of
Oh,
course.
and I'm gonna roll you.
Mark.
I'm rolling you a joy right now too. So. Was it like a shallow breathing kind of vibe?
No, it was like my whole body was like I couldn't move a single muscle. The COVID or the influenza?
Influenza B.
It was like my whole body. I couldn't move. All my muscles hurt. I couldn't get off the couch. I couldn't reach to grab anything to even drink it. I couldn't keep anything down. I
Oh,
had
it's,
this
it's that moment where you're like, you could be that high though too. That's when you're like,
For
it's like,
sure.
It's like edible. It's like an edible high when you're like, I see exactly what I want, and I got a person that could go get it for me, but there's fucking no way I can even like open my mouth to
Right.
say like, "Can
No,
you
you
get
do it with
on?"
your eyes like this.
And then you're like, I would love to reach out and
Yeah, I
get
just
it, but
can't move
just
anything.
can't move arm. But it's a scary feeling whenever you're disconnected from your own like
Yeah.
body muscle because you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, this is real. Like I
could get-
can't.
yeah.
If there wasn't anyone around to take care of me, like I wouldn't make it to the bathroom. I needed literal help to get off the couch.
Right.
And that was bad. And then I got COVID, and I was like cough for a little bit, and like my lungs got a little heavy and a little wet, and I lost my sense of taste real bad.
That's the worst part of it.
But yeah, but after like 2 weeks, a week, or even a week of that, I'd take over 2 days of that influenza B. Like that was just
Really?
that hurt real bad.
Damn. Well, I was never diagnosed with the flu then, but that was a rough one.
I
There
had,
was-
I had pneumonia when I was a kid, and I had a super high temperature, and I got taken to the hospital, and I remember them fucking like, I had to get like shot up with all these things, and then I was like taken out of there, and I couldn't use my legs, and I was all
Okay.
just like, but I was really young. I was like Nick's age. I was like 8, and then when I had a car accident like 10 years ago, they did an MRI, and they were like. It was weird because they asked me if I'd ever lived out of the country, and I was like, yeah, I lived 21 years or whatever. They were like, okay, and they came back, and then they were like, you have scar tissue on your lungs, really far down and deep and stuff, and I was like, no, it's definitely from that, because I was like hacking, like, I mean, I thought I was,
Oh yeah, pneumonia's no joke.
yeah, and as a little kid, I remember just being like, it's pretty bad. I was like,
My
I was
buddy's
like,
got pneumonia twice, and it like, almost last one time almost took him out.
yeah,
Like he lost a lot of lung capacity, and like pneumonia
So
hurts.
the craziest thing I ever had, which is wacky, which is, you know, a lot of times you're in denial whenever you get something like a viral
Right.
thing or something.
Right.
So I got cat scratch fever one time, and it was like the weirdest thing because I didn't know what was happening. But every day I was like, for like 4 or 5 days in a row, I got like less and less breath. I could take in less and less breath to the point where I was sitting downstairs going like I was like, holy fuck, like what's going on? Dude? I now I feel like I'm drowning or something, you know. So then I
Right.
rode my bike because there's no like, you know, and you just ride your bike to the hospital, right? That's a typical Dutch. And I rode there, and I could barely like get it. Like, and then the funny thing is, the doctors were like, they were running all these tests and trying to figure it out, and then the guy was looking. He looks at the bottom of my foot and he sees this like poke hole and then a red like a line going up my leg, about halfway.
As a pharmacist, a patient cured, or a person cured is a patient lost, or a patient cured is a customer lost. There we go.
Right.
The weeds. But that's why, like, I don't know. It's
So
like, I couldn't
so when
do-
you were working there, how long did you like take before you figured out that you were out of there? As far as in the like, you went to school for it, figured out,
Yeah.
then came out and worked. How long in actual industry? For
I didn't actually work. I didn't even get to the
you
industry
didn't even
part.
get it. You just said fucking.
I got to the end of the schooling part, and I was like, I just can't do this. I can't. I got
Yeah.
really depressed, and
Gotcha.
I was doing some graduate trials, and finding the LD50s of certain new compounds on like rats and whatnot, and it just really messed up my head. Cause I'm an animal lover through and through. Like, I can't.
What is that?
Lethal death. Like 50% of the
Oh,
lethal
can I-
death to 50% of the population.
What?
So out of like all the 100% you tested on, at what point does 50% die?
Ugh.
Yeah, so it's how you find out like what dosage rates
uplifting
are and
conversation.
whatnot. And it's kind of sad that like that's how we do it, but that's how we're trained to do it. So. But I was, that really made me real sad, and just like I didn't want to do that because I wanted to find natural medicine. 'Cause my brother cured his bone cancer with cannabis, without it, even before the hype of sensationalization of like this cures cancer. My brother just found it because he wanted to smoke weed as a kid.
Right.
And so he went back, and the doctor's like, well, you don't have, a year later after he started, he's like, you don't have any bone tumors. Because what they do is you get these like spurs on your bone, and they have to go through, slice you open, and chisel it off of your leg.
Sounds nice.
And yeah, right. So he did that one time. They clipped a nerve ending in his knee. He says, I'm done with that. I'm never doing it again. The next year, he went back to get x-rayed, and the doctor's like, we don't know what you did, but you don't have these spurs on your bone anymore. And he's like, whatever you're doing, he's like, don't tell me, I don't want to know, but whatever you're doing, just keep doing it. And my brother's like, okay. So he's been smoking weed since he was 14, has not stopped. And he never will because it literally saved his life. But it's like, I saw that and I was like, I want to do like natural medicine. Like, there has to be other herbs and other things out there that we can isolate and concentrate and extract that is like, actually, that's good for us. That doesn't like kill the body at the same time or cause a whole bunch of different side effects that a pill of a pill of a pill has to solve.
Of course.
And when I went through that and realized that like there's no way that these pharmacists or these pharmaceutical laboratories are going to let me do this, it became really defeating. So then after working with this laboratory out of like South Korea, it made me realize that like the medicines in the food. Eating healthy food is the best medicine you can do for your body. If you're having health problems, cut out the sugars, cut out the preservatives, do a whole food diet, like stay away from heavily processed meat, stay away from all the canned goods that have aluminum in it. Like, do things that are like fresh and it's amazing what it can do for the body.
And so have you seen actual like tests with those kind of things, like canned food actually having aluminum in it tested like in
There's peer-reviewed articles on some of these like compounds and what it does to like the animal bodies. I mean, the tricky thing about it is there's not a lot of human testing on it other than what people buy at the store.
Sure.
So like as far as testing goes, it's like,
What
it did
about
this
the-
to
what about
rats.
the-
It
what
did
about-
this
I mean,
to-
almost worse than the aluminum is the fucking plastic on the inside.
Yeah,
They're
the
now
Teflon
coating it
coatings.
in because that's.
I mean, how many people cook
I
with
mean,
Teflon?
Do you remember
I
that?
mean, Teflon is the craziest. That's like you saw that documentary, obviously, the one with where it's everywhere on the fucking planet. And it's in the,
and embeds itself into our DNA essentially, like over time, like long-term use.
And just the fact that a company can produce something that's that prolific and fucking can cover the entire planet and actually get into like the DNA of fucking Eskimos and shit that never, that never even
came in
had
contact with
like
it.
They're eating fucking whales that got it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my god,
It's disgusting. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, all these chemicals, it's related. People getting sick is related to the compounds that we're putting in our food and on our plants.
Well, then what do we do? Fukushima happened.
Yeah, I mean, half the ocean needs to be remitted now, or remediated. Excuse me. So now we have to have a whole other problem out there. But my thing is, we don't have to compound it by doing things toxic on land. And so it's like after
But that's the American way.
I know, and that's why I realized once I got into conventional agriculture, like they really, really don't want to change their ways. I mean, they're just now starting to, and I feel really good about like we just launched a new protein-based nutrient line and getting really good traction within like commercial agriculture.
Tiniest seed in the world.
Tiny seed.
It's
It's like a train wreck
It's
seed.
like the smallest fiddle. You know what I mean?
It was in the Sage and Sour.
That's not a real seed, but it's interesting.
So that's why I love cannabis. Though I'm glad I did conventional agriculture for 3 years. It gave me
That's
a
awesome
real
that
good
you-
basis.
It's awesome that you did, though, because
Yeah.
I mean, you can take a lot of that knowledge, obviously,
Totally.
and apply it to what you're doing, but also, you got to peek behind the fucking, behind
veil.
the curtain there of reality. Like, so you know what to avoid now, and just the list of things that you said are basically pretty much what we do. I mean, my wife's pretty much off sugar entirely,
Good.
off
That stuff's so
dairy,
bad.
off all the I'm a little bit of a
Is she a level 5 vegan?
no she
You know
she's-
that is, right?
No,
you
I
don't
don't.
eat anything that casts
I don't know the
a
different
shadow.
levels to what vegans are.
Nothing that casts a shadow.
breatharian is higher
It's from
level.
The Simpsons.
If you want to go higher level, you go breatharian.
Go
And then
breatharian.
They just live.
Breatharian.
They live off
Wait,
of
no,
that
one of the
sun.
guys, you told me about these guys too.
They're
The
real.
ones that wake up in the morning and they watch the sun come up over their
Sun
horizon.
gazers, sun
Yeah.
gazers. Yeah, sun gazers.
It's to power your third eye.
Well, in general, the real thing
Hey,
is
can
that
you ask them to turn
just-
that up
we
so we
eat-
can hear it in here?
we eat too much. We eat too much in general anyway. So it's
Yeah.
like that's the first thing. Is like
Is-
just intermittent fasting will save you
Yeah.
a lot of time and energy and money.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you're like, hey, guess what? You don't have to do
Yeah.
that all the time. Spend all your money on
No.
food and your time
You
sitting
don't?
around digesting that food. and
Sugar makes you want it more.
And
That's
sugar-
the trick to it.
I
is
mean,
they
the crazy
get
thing
ya.
is that
Everything has sugar in it.
is one of those things that, like, if it was
put it in
illegal,
everything.
if it was
Everything.
illegal, we would be fucking maniacs. Could you imagine
Yeah.
the killing that would go on over like kilos of sugar? They'd be like, "You got that shit, man." I'd be
No,
like,
man, I brought
Yeah.
some saccharin. Oh, fuck you with the saccharin, man. I want the real shit. I got high
some
fructose.
erythritol.
No,
It would be
man.
the hard. It would be the real, true hard drug. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
it is, and it keeps them.
it's even packed like kilos of fucking dope. If you look at it like on the shelf, it's
Yeah,
slap. Yeah, we got that shit. We got that shit.
So the company that I was consulting with, or still, now that we're out of the fucking lock world, the parent sugar family processed 8.75 billion metric tons
Holy shit.
of sugar cane in 2018. Now, I know Mike Denver is doing the math right now, but Mike, I believe it is a pound of sugar for every single human that had a heartbeat. That's what it equated to.
Holy
Somebody do the math.
crap.
It's 8.75 billion
That's about right.
metric
That
tons.
sounds right. Like 1.1
Because you got
pounds.
the 8 and you got the billion.
Yeah, and you're pretty much
You're in the
there.
zone,
You divide
you're in
it
the
by have another eighth afterwards. Like, you got it.
fucking
You
gross is
might be
that?
1 decimal point off, but it's all right.
Okay, how
That
about
level, who gives a
1.15? Is
Wait,
that close?
but here is the fucking
Numbers.
hypocrisy. We're about to pass a 0.1 edibles law here. You can do 8.75 billion metric tons,
Tons of-
but I'm gonna now. Adams, do you understand the throwaway recycle bin at Adams' house when you think of he uses 3 dabs per gram, so
3
that
grams per dab, I think is what it is. You got the math.
containers.
You got the math wrong.
Did I get it wrong? You get
for
3 dabs
thank
out
you.
of a gram. So you literally
They said-
you'd have to have 3
One-
jars.
One guy was
to throw
saying this
away.
reminds me of Elon and on Rogan, so I was like, perfect. I'm gonna hand him a joint, and then it's gonna be just. Hey, you have to hold it really awkward though. Hold it super awkward. and
I'll
go,
raise my eyebrow too.
Yeah,
Does that
you
count?
have to hold it-
Don't talk about Elon Musk.
Hold
That
it
guy
really wrong.
bankrupted a lot of people recently.
Hold it wrong, hit on it, and talk shit, and then we're good. We got a fucking new Rogan show. No, but in general, I think the focus that you're doing is awesome because it is the basis of kind of it's not just food production, but
It's important. It's our health. This is
your
our
internal
this is-
your internal microbiome is the same as the plant root zone. You know what I mean? And keeping that healthy, and the fact that we sort of skip, like if you look at natural roots compared to like grown with chemicals, they'll end up being like, the chemical ones are this deep, and the natural ones keep venturing and go like twice as deep and aerate the
Right.
soil that much better. And
Oh, yeah.
you know what I mean? And all the roots that are in there are not poisonous.
You look on top of the plant too, and you use a bunch of nitrates on a plant, it stretches. Nodal stretching is crazy on it because it elongates the cell. So like when you use more organic means, like you use like proteins, it literally compacts the cell and makes the cell stronger. It doesn't make it weaker,
Right, which is
So,
awesome.
like,
Which is what and people get it when they see a canopy that's like everything is just nice and squat and tight compared to like all loose and stretchy because you
Yeah.
can always get that. If you can't fill it in, you know. What I mean?
Totally. Yeah. No. Absolutely. And it's
So tell me a little bit about the your products, the main driving sort of things that you work.
Well, we did like three iterations so far. So the first one, we wanted to make a compost tea without brewing a compost tea. Like give you everything you normally get, your carbon source, your carb source, give you your proteins in there that naturally get broken down, and give you a blend of bacillus. And so we made instant compost teas, so we can get it into commercial gardens that can't brew, but they just have an irrigation system just to push out.
Right. That's
So
what most people always like. They don't want to wait. Right. No
Right.
one wants to mix it one day.
Right.
And wait 24 hours
Exactly.
and then be able to fucking.
You don't want to be sensitive to propellers because once you brew up a compost tea, it makes the strands of biofilm. And so once you put that in through a tank and then you use a propeller pump to push it out, I mean, you can use a diaphragm pump, but it's more expensive and more laborious. So if you use a propeller pump, it just shreds your bacterial biofilm that you spend 24 hours of brewing.
Yeah.
And then if you fluctuate the pH at all or increase the ppm too much, you cause different fungi, different bacteria, different yeast to go dormant.
Right.
So then you have to wake them back up in your soil. So what we did is I didn't want to have a live living colony. I wanted to give you billions of spores of bacteria, the seeds of them. So when you put it through a propeller system and you adjust the pH or give it ppm, the seeds of the spores, the seeds of bacteria just go right through, go into your soil and wake up there.
Yeah.
And then they start munching.
It's like having a bunch of clones or a bunch of seeds.
Right.
And you can throw the seeds down and they can do whatever.
Yeah,
survive
you
through
can.
fucking
They can go through blizzard,
Yeah.
ice ages. They can go through
Right.
anything. They can go through
space,
earthquakes.
man. They go through
Yeah,
space. That's how they got here, man. You know.
I mean,
Always bring a towel.
Actually, I saw a show the other day, and it was kind of bummed me out because, like that was my whole like. There was one show that gave me the idea, like maybe 20 years ago, and now there's a show the other day that totally squashed it, which was the idea that bacteria would travel on its on a comet or on a meteorite, and that would survive the impact.
Yep.
And they did all this fucking testing, and they're like, you would never survive because they use the tardigens or whatever they call it again.
Tardigrades.
Tardigrades.
Tardigrade.
Tardigrade. Because it can literally.
Tartar sauce. Yes.
It can,
Yes, tartar sauce. They
it's
send tartar
the,
sauce.
right, the
Well, anyway, they
creatures.
use
Yeah,
those.
the
Did
little-
you see?
yeah.
Did you see the other day? Where
They're also
shot
called
them?
water bears.
You saw them where they shot them out of the. They had a thing and they shot them at a bullet, like the speed of a bullet. I think it was 1,500 miles an hour. Or
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And then they didn't survive. They survived at the 900 and they survived at 1,100, but didn't survive at 15 or something like
That's
that.
so incredible.
It is, but then but a meteorite would be doing 15,000.
Right.
So technically, they were saying it wouldn't. But I think there'd be some.
What if they're
chance.
like in the meteorite, like meteorite has pockets,
Yeah,
or
that's
like
what I said.
encompassing it?
I was like, say this takes the major part of the
Yeah,
impact. Then
totally.
there's going to be
There's
an
gonna be
area.
a little bit left
There's
out.
going to be a tardigrade version.
Yeah.
A little capsule.
For the
I mean-
for the trekkers out there, so they used the tardigrade in is it Star Trek Discovery? They called it a spore drive. So
yeah,
there
spore
was
drive, yeah.
if something happens with I don't know the tech machine they used, but it was really cool how they used that creature
yeah.
to help them travel across the universe.
Fungi, there's a theory that fungi came onto our planet from a foreign object.
Exactly. Well,
Because the spores
that's
of
obvious.
the spores
That's
of
obvious.
right, they're
Right.
totally not they do not look natural.
Same with octopus. Octopi.
So yes, everybody out there
What
in
is it?
Chatland,
Octopi.
tag him as
Is
Elon
octopi?
Musk.
I know there's like three
and let's see
different
what
variations
I
happens.
think
of
it's
it.
octopi.
It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest.
Yeah.
I think there's all three. I think there's octopodes, octopies, and octopuses. But
Pusses
octopuses,
does not sound correct.
No, the movie was Octopussy.
octopusy.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's three versions of though. Mike Denver can check on this.
Mike
There's
Denver,
there's
check
three
this
versions
out.
to pronounce multiple
Fact check.
octopus.
Check with
And
Denver.
it's hilarious because like some of them like are combined Latin and Greek together, and that's just it. I hate English because of how I
you heard about
misnomers.
you heard on the Europa that it's on the moon of Jupiter, Europa,
Mm-hmm.
that there's potentially
A monolith.
a shitload of
Mars.
octopi or pusses or
Really?
whatever.
Really?
The whole planet is covered in ice, and underneath it, there would be a bunch of these octopi.
That's cool.
Which would be then that's not a far trip. They could come down from fucking it's a couple. It's not out of our galaxy, so it's like within the fucking zone. Imagine if they did really find that. That'd be
Yeah, that's great. They do not look normal or part of this world at all.
I love the
I think-
fact
I think
that
they're-
all of the cameras we have pointed out into space,
Uh-huh.
they're all government funded, and if they find anything, it has to be public in 72 hours. So, that we should do a show on the fact that during COVID, they declassified a whole bunch of UFO shit.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
that's
totally. Panspermia, isn't that what it's called?
well, there's some
From
spore.
something coming from, I remember
yeah.
panspermia, okay, something from outer space coming in and having to Earth, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
theory of or
Yeah, totally.
or not.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. You guess like just guys full circling. That's why I like we use spores and for commercial systems is because they can go through propellers, ppm shifts, and pHs. So
Spores are amazing. With the
dude, bacteria and fungi are so incredible.
Yeah.
Like all of them. Like it's crazy to keep reading. We only understand so much at this point. Every year it feels like we double what we know, or we increase exponentially what we know of these organisms.
well, there's
I
a
ate some lion's mane earlier. I'm feeling quite smart right now.
there's a piece.
It's a good mushroom.
Well, there's a. I mean, it's like they're adaptogens. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So they'll fix what's needed. You know what I
Yep.
mean? And they're very intelligent. Obviously, that's the thing that's crazy that people don't get. Like, and you know. People get turned off on mushrooms just because as a kid they didn't like the texture in their
Right.
mouth or something
Squeaky.
like that. Something about it.
Styrofoam or rubbery.
But then they don't, you know, so they just kind of shut, like, it seems like as a society we sort of shut down, but now it's so on the opposite end of the spectrum where you go to, you know, Safeway, you start to see like, oh, I'm seeing like medicinal mushrooms on the shelf
Totally.
at regular fucking spots, you
Yeah.
know, and it's,
My multivitamins, I didn't realize it. They have reishi, they have turkey tail, they have some like random mushrooms in there, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm eating mushrooms all the time now.
right. And
know.
I mean, those are the things that like if you know, you have to eat them like regularly and preventatively, you know what I
Yep.
mean? And just kind of like think about, you know, and actually the crazy part is that you really key in on it real fast. Like if you might the first 2 times you might feel weird,
Right.
and for like you throw some in your drink or whatever, and it's like it doesn't really mix up very well, so it's always a little sludge at the bottom.
Sure.
Now it's like my brain is like I'm pulling that last,
Yeah.
I'm getting that
You're,
last
like,
drop
trying to-
because that shit's you can tell it's you know it's good for you. Like,
Yeah,
it
totally.
really-
You get past the texture of it.
yeah, or just
It wasn't the texture for me. There was something about the first mushroom I tried where it had this. I mean, it was like dirt, or like it felt like.
Are you talking about like psychedelic mushrooms, or are you talking about regular mushrooms?
Well, both, because I had the same experience with both and didn't eat them for many years.
Well, it's true.
It's the smell or something. I'm one of those cilantro people, so I wonder if there is a spore that comes off in a scent that caused me to have that type of, I didn't like it reaction.
You like cilantro?
Yeah, I like cilantro.
I love
My brother my brother says it tastes
Ladies
soapy.
and gentlemen,
you're-
Mark
But that's
is
it.
back,
But I love it.
everyone.
He's back.
He's back.
He's smiling. He's happy.
smiling
He's
and
dancing
happy.
over
He
there.
smokes some
He's
pot.
like nobody cares.
He's realizing that we don't care that the equipment broke. It wasn't your fucking fault.
It was meant to be, bro.
It was meant to be. You know
We're
what the
having a way
difference
better
between?
conversation. We're having a way better conversation.
Right.
We're chilling. We're nobody's.
I
like-
can make little side
The only
jabs and
thing
they
is we're
can't
gonna
hear
have
me.
a hard
right now.
time with our giveaway. We're gonna have to figure that one out. It may have to be over the phone.
No, Mark said no giveaway unless wait.
No,
Oh, look at that!
no, I think it's doable. We can just
He's
do old school
back.
phone to the thing, and we can just be like, "Yeah, you won." And that's it.
Old school phone to the thing. Is that the Howard Stern bit or
Old
something like
school
that? Where they got
phone.
Eric the midget
Yeah.
to. Oh God, I didn't want to go there.
So,
So, yeah, we made instant
where are you guys
compost
based
series.
out of? You're here.
Dude, Denver.
Oh, you're in Denver.
Yeah,
okay.
we're up in Denver.
So you
We're not
guys
too
came all the way
far.
down too. I thought
yeah.
you were down here. That's why I was like, "Oh, come on down to area," because I thought you
No.
were like around here.
Oh, around there. No, actually, I've been looking around. Actually, I think we want to try to do something down here.
Well, you should.
Because
This is
I
perfect.
enjoy being
Introduce you
down
to the
here.
guy that run. Michael. Hey, Mike. Yeah.
He was actually showing me the. That's where I
We
was
know
earlier.
him.
He was showing me the property out
Oh,
here.
good. That's
yeah.
awesome. And
No, it's
it-
a really cool community out here. I like what you guys are doing. It's really awesome how you guys are kind of breathing life into this place because this place is magical. This between all the different mountains and the water, it's an incredible place.
Have you seen the porch out front there?
Yeah,
The deck?
that's pretty. I was here for 420 and
Look,
it
we have
wasn't.
two. Look at this. Ready?
Oh yeah, back.
Hold on.
Oh.
It's backstage.
Backstage.
Gosh, you
Jack,
have a
Backstage,
rail
right
and
there.
you have
Do you
a
pass?
platform.
Do you have a laminate?
I don't have a laminate.
Nope. Get.
You're out.
Yeah, I'm out.
You're
sorry,
out.
sorry guys.
No, it's
Elon Musk and Microbes is leaving.
it's really cool because if you do come down here, it's like having a captive audience, and just some people might need a little coaxing, but I'm sure, for you, it's like you have also data here too, because
Yeah.
there's all these different people growing different things, having different issues,
I am.
and or so when you are able to, I mean, I think from a production, like if you're doing any products that are for cannabis and you're down in this zone, you just have it's like having a university study going on every day.
collab,
because
man.
You just pretty
Yeah.
much can go from spot to spot and see if your stuff is working properly,
Absolutely.
or what's and you can get a lot of information back too,
Yeah.
which is the
That's the biggest thing. And
because a lot of times if you're growing in the same place over and over and over and over and over and over again, you're
Mm-hmm.
not getting much.
the different
You're
of
getting a real
the regional.
narrow spectrum
That's
of
one thing
shit.
I'm really excited to see for in the cannabis industry is like the more agricultural approach to it, where we actually have regional varieties. You know, we have catalog it. We have varieties that match specific regions, like you do with the berries, or like you do with watermelons, like you do with the different types of corn. You know, you have cold weather varieties, you have warm weather, hot humid varieties, and just like kind of be more geared to that, other than just like everybody grows indoors. So here's some seeds.
Yeah, well, it
You
is
know,
hard for a lot. I mean,
it's 9 weeks.
Like what was
Pull it.
interesting. What was interesting, like when I was making seeds in Holland, is that pretty much everybody did them indoors. You know,
Yeah.
Here, depending where you live, there's some people are doing them in hoop houses. Some of them are doing them in full, proper greenhouses. Some of them are doing them just back to the indoors. But when you're indoors, you really are never understanding the plant very much. You know what I
Right.
mean? You're just doing what you do and making it the way you do it.
Right.
But if you do it outdoors or greenhouse, and you can let the plant like extend itself in every direction it needs to, and
Yeah.
put it in a 200-gallon pot,
Yeah.
and then see now you know what that plant really looks like.
Yeah,
You're like,
yeah.
oh shit.
What blew me away is I have an Afghan variety. It's probably one of my favorite plants to smoke as far as like medicinal properties. But indoors, like outdoors, it's a beautiful giant plant, giant army. It's the leafiest plant you can probably imagine. But indoors, it creates these tight bract buds that like have like the bract to leaf ratio is way different than outside and
that's probably just because of the photo period sort of reaction of it or something like that.
I'm
where
sure,
it's,
yeah.
like
I'm
if
sure
you
because
slid
of
it
hard.
slow, if you slid it real slow, it might get it bigger and leafier, or maybe.
But just doing it the normal way. It's just like it's amazing, just the difference that genetics express themselves outside.
Oh yeah.
You get the full spectrum of the sun, so you get like the photonutrition.
Well, and it's cool to. I mean, the thing with the Afgoo, I always remember being like one of the most resin-laden plants. Like when you're smoking it, like the joints would just rail out real fast, and you'd be like, "Oh, I can't even smoke this." It's fucking, fuck it. You just put it down because
Dude,
it's
the
like
resin yields
clogged
on
up.
it are crazy.
What does that mean?
It's a beautiful hash plant.
That's Stitz.
Stitz mines.
No, Dave Stitz is a person.
Oh,
Hey, Stitz. What's the Stitz stuff?
like you saw you
What
saying
are
something
these
to me.
Stitz things? Stitz mine. Stitz mine. Who are these Stitz mines?
I'm a little
you speak of.
slower.
That you speak of.
It's before you came in. We were discussing the fact that it's Dave retrograde right now.
Oh, yeah.
So anybody named
Okay.
Dave, it's sort of a
Interesting. Sorry,
shit
Dave.
happens.
I'm sorry, Dave's.
Yeah, it's whatever. But I'm
Tim's
thinking
have their times
we
too.
have to take a photo with him between us, right? With that shirt that says cultured, but we're gonna Photoshop it to say Tesla, and then we're gonna say we had Elon Musk.
yeah,
on
yeah.
it.
You're gonna get me sued.
Yeah, we'll do it. No, definitely doing that. We're definitely doing that. So 4 years ago, when you have partners or you
Yeah,
how you work?
I work with my two best friends.
Okay, they're
We're-
still your best friends, so that's good.
Yeah, oh no, yeah.
4
like-
years.
like
Was that your daughter you
6
brought with
16
you?
years.
Was that your daughter you brought with you?
No, that's my girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
I can.
Elon Musk.
Elon
man.
Musk.
This is Elon Musk.
He's
man,
Elon
right
Musk
here.
in it right away.
Yeah.
She's got
Yeah.
3 dogs, and she's carrying all this
I'm not
bags of
surprised.
stuff, and her
Animals
hair's all
just, like,
crazy, and she's
flock
covered in
to her.
tattoos now. Shut up.
I'm not even gonna.
And he
Just
drove up in some weird ass car.
the doors went.
Yep.
We won't say anything.
No, we won't say anything.
But in general, 4 years ago when you started with your friends, then was it like the classic, like, so you're the brains obviously of the group,
Yeah.
and the other guys got some money, or were there other guys that were actually doing
Well, I
what
have-
you were,
I have-
interested
I
in
have-
what you were doing?
4 partners total. 3 of which are my 2 best friends, Johnny and Greg. They're actually in Oklahoma City doing CannaCon right now.
Oh, shout out to James Bean,
We
man,
were
on the
we were gonna
scene.
have James Bean, man, on the scene, and he's fucking.
Is he down in OKC?
No,
He was there?
We,
No,
we
he was-
broke it. We broke.
No, we broke our. Yeah, well, we lost our ability to talk to the outside world, so now we're just here.
Nice.
But sorry, James. He was at the show. He said it was good, but it was also he was going to give us all the details, all the sordid details.
We'll get it next week.
It was like a rebirth of the industry here, because it was like you actually saw the people come out who are part of the growing system down there.
It's funny how we all were sad for a while, but then I think a lot of us got, just like people with work, got real comfortable. Like, dude, you mean I don't have to go to 5 shows in a row? And I
Right.
get to hang out with my family. And
Yeah.
This is like great, dude.
Isn't
Like
it
all of a
nice?
sudden it was
Yeah.
like the opposite. So now it's interesting to see as it opens up again. Like, it has to be a really good show to go to, otherwise it's not worth you can't go to every show like people were doing for a while there, just because it wouldn't. I think you're not going to get as much out of it, and I think we have to get past the growing pains of it.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
and there's a lot of newbies though too now too, because it's like
It is.
like that 1 year of just nobody, no shows, no nothing, kind of probably created a whole like backup of people not really knowing what the fuck they're even getting involved in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so now the whole is going to open up again.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, I'm gonna grow some cannabis. You're like, ooh, you may want to
Yep.
think about something.
Yeah.
That's
Also, I don't know.
not a new idea, by the way.
No,
wait,
it's
wait,
not.
wait!
And
I'm
it's
gonna
like-
open a dispensary.
Yeah,
Oh.
right. That's
Damn.
a very.
Wait,
overly-
I have this idea for this small little pod, and I'm gonna put fluorescent T8s, T13s.
What, Phototron?
Oh, somebody did that already.
Yes.
Fuck!
50 years ago or something. 42 years ago.
I just suck, man.
But it's also cool because like there's a bunch of new blood out there, so like they're willing to learn, they're willing to, you know, there are different ways to do this, and that's like, so you asked me what we're doing, like instant compost teas, biopesticides, like terpene based, isolated to kill specific bugs and fungi, and now we just launched a protein based, like humic based fertilizer line that's used just like all the salts. Like you use Front Row,
Okay,
like
so
you use
with the humic-
FluoroPro, like you use a Veg and Bloom. It does all the same. It functions like you use it the same. It just is made of entirely organic ingredients. It's protein based. So there's no nitrates. Rock phosphates are micronized rock phosphates are phosphorus source, and there's no EDTA chelated trace elements. So it's like synthetic trace elements. We use like humic based trace elements where it's like carbon attached to it that make it available for the plant instead of a synthetic compound. So it's like we have like new stuff that's out there, and it's
Yeah.
used the same but new technology. You know, we've progressed like kind of with the
And
lab.
those are like just mix and run. Just
Yeah,
like
there's
anything.
add powders to water, make sure your pH is good, and just send it out. You know, it works for drip systems, works for hand waterings. It gets through
Goes through-
netafilms, it goes through filters.
And that's the key to the
And-
whole thing, because the hard part with going on an organic, like hydro or any of that kind of vibe, which is, you know, in a way, because you can create high oxygen levels, and there's
Yeah.
all this, you can control a lot of shit, and
Sure.
it is kind of what people want to see when it comes to like, you're going to spend millions of dollars on a thing.
Yeah, I am.
It's hard to tell somebody, all right, spend millions, and then we're going to grow in beds, and it's going to be
Right.
really old, and we're gonna, you know, and it's
It's-
still the best.
Sure.
But it's hard to explain
It's-
that to people. People want to see like, so I buy X amount of this, I
Yep.
plug it into here, I push this button, and it feeds those things, and I
Sure.
have to buy how much per month, and
Yeah.
you can figure that out from a.
Yeah, you can actually do the metrics on it, and it actually fits commercial gardens. So I wanted to
Right.
make organic products for commercial gardens
That's
because
cool.
the biggest excuse I heard, this is no hate on the commercial gardens out there, but the biggest excuse I've heard is just it's not easy enough to use. It's not simple. It's not cheap enough.
Well, they got to
there's-
train someone, and they got to pay that person, and if they come in and
And
have to like, I
to
mean,
the one-
organic's always been considered like. It's like cooking almost. Like you gotta have to have a baseline of what you are good at to make it work, and then you can kind of adapt
Right.
that recipe
Right.
easily.
Yep.
But if you don't even know like the basic cooking things, you're
Then,
fucked,
yeah.
you know what I mean? And so they has to be almost to the point of like those box fucking things they send to your house, and you
Yeah.
follow the recipe. And
Yep.
you go, oh, look at I put that and that and
You
that.
added water. I'm a baker.
Yep.
And I made that. You're like,
It's like
wow, like really, people can't even cut vegetables up on their own. They have to have somebody do it for them. That's ridiculous. But that is kind of the way it is.
Yeah, yeah, and it's, you know, it's always to an extent, you know. So it's my idea is like, how do we make organics as easy as what everybody else is using, anyways? Because like everybody's adding powder to water, so why not just add organic powders to water that are efficient and cost effective,
So-
and get flour that tastes just like it smells with powders.
It's a car that runs on water, man.
Is it?
And-
So, are you doing kind of like Anbessa does, where they have like the 1, 2, 3 part? Like you just
Yeah,
start
so
with
it's-
number 1, then you go to number 2, then you work to number 3.
It's
or
even more simpler than that. You
Even
have one
simpler.
part veg base.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're in veg, you just use that one product as your base nutrient.
Yep.
You have one part bloom base, so it's it's true 2-part, where it's just like or true 1 part,
Yeah.
where it's like 1 part veg, 1 part bloom.
Okay.
And then we have a non-nitrate cow mag. So it's a protein-based
Weekly or
cow
something?
mag.
Weekly,
Yeah, you
or-
can use it weekly. You can also, if you're in soils that have amended with like a bunch of calcium, you don't have to use it that often. So just use it when you need their supplement.
Okay.
And then we have an organic PK booster. That's rock
That's just for
phosphate.
week
and-
5 or something like that.
Yeah, it's like 5 through 7, something like that. You
Okay.
can start at
Just
4.
a couple weeks.
Yeah, so it's like, and those are all just supplements. So it's a true. I try to make it as easy and simple as possible. So these commercial gardens can just put it into their systems and just push it out, but get like results like taste results and resin output like you grew in some dank ass soil, like you grew no-till, because beds and growing amendedly and getting a good microbiome really does produce your best result.
Yeah. Well,
So
the thing that's cool
how do
about
I
that
get
too is if
that
you can,
flavor?
and you also. So what about flushing? That's what I was going to wonder about, because like that's the thing where when you're growing on when you have a good living soil, you really don't have to flush.
Sure.
Stupid, you'd be dumb to flush, because
Right.
you'd be like, why would you do that?
Right.
Like, you
So
torture your fucking thing that's already there.
Totally. So I
But
guess
do you-
it's a
similar to that, or does it kind of?
there's a couple different ways to look at flushing. Like, is it just like removing everything at the end of it, or is flushing just keeping everything maintained and in a good state? So because
Town
we
in
use
Queens. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Hey, shout out to Flushing.
Sheep Meadow, bro, baby. Sheep Meadow. Bitches. You saw that picture from him the other day? From JJ?
I didn't.
He put a photo of Sheep's Meadow and it blew
Oh,
my mind. 'Cause,
fuck yeah.
I was like, whoa, I used to go there as a kid. And I was like, that's weird. I totally remember that as like
World's
as the
Fair,
spot,
baby.
like,
Shea
whoa.
Stadium. Oh, but it's not Shea Stadium anymore. It's,
Yo, Andre Grossman in the house. Freshly hot tub. Yeah, hot springed up. Look at him. He's all. Does it? Always. Yeah.
Ooh,
Smells like
delicious.
cookies.
no, what?
What? No, we're smoking.
It's garlic.
It's
everybody.
Hello.
It's got to be garlic these
Hi.
days. Andre
Yeah,
Grossman.
Andre Grossman.
Andre
How's
Grossman
everybody?
in the house. How's it been? You staying tomorrow or not?
I didn't plan on. I was just kind of, come by here,
Oh, okay.
see if you guys are actually.
Do you want to jump in? Here, jump on the seat.
Looks like it.
Jump over here on the seat.
Thank you.
Jump on in.
We're doing it old school right now, where we actually have to hear each other with our
Andre's one of
ears
the original
because the
high-tech
headphones are down.
photographers for
Oh,
us.
awesome.
Like all those original, not all of them, but like
Wonderful.
what years? 80 something?
Yeah, maybe
84?
late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, yeah. Awesome. And so
Get as close to that mic as you can.
get close and personal.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes. Within a. Tim's here from Cultured Biologics, which is.
Oh, I've just heard about this.
Have you been listening on the way?
You talked to his daughter
food?
outside?
Plant food?
Yes. Yeah, it's plant food.
Because
And
you have a farm
pesticides
yourself,
and-
right? So
Well, I did in the past, but plant food is always interesting, yeah?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What do you have, like organic juice or something?
it's organic powders.
Okay.
They're plant isolates and like pure minerals.
Right.
So I made organics able to go through like drip systems and be more commercially viable. And so because I noticed the flavor a lot comes from having like low nitrate amounts, low synthetic phosphates, and low synthetic trace minerals. So if you
your stuff doesn't stink at all.
So-
It's just like plain old.
no, it's powder. I mean, it smells like rock
See,
phosphate.
I thought you had like a microbial product. So I
No,
was
so
thinking
our
that's-
microbes are powders
Well,
too.
win
though.
your stank off then.
So
You will-
so
well, no,
I
you would
can't-
lose
there's
the
no
stank
off.
off.
Yeah, I would actually lose the
You
stank
would have
off.
lost the stank off
Absolutely.
big
No,
time. It
there's
would have been a
smell
no
of powder.
stank.
So do you come from like a scientific background that you actually know what the chemistry and blah, and biochemistry?
Chemistry.
He's the Elon Musk of
Yeah, we've already figured out he's Elon
bioorganics.
Musk of bioorganic.
You look like it.
I've heard that sometimes actually. I don't quite see it, but I guess other people do. So
Well, it
I'll
didn't
go
say-
Oh, they will
Let's
on
say I
our
didn't say
website. Don't you
anything.
worry. I'm waiting for the cease and desist letter to come.
Yeah,
So that is
I'm
not
waiting for one
take
too.
that down because we're tagging him, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I asked
We can be
with,
confused.
with
we
the
got punked. He told us he was Elon Musk, man. I can't believe we believed it.
well, if you talk about celebrities, my friend Kyle Kushman, he
Wait, whoa.
Celebrities.
Whoa,
That
celebrity?
level, that's like A level, A plus level. We're talking celebrities.
Listen, he is an A+ cannabis OG, but
Well, it's because his name's Adam for real. Eh?
but celebrity, I don't know applies to anybody in this industry just yet.
All right. Yes.
But it's coming. Straight from Canna. I know that there are entertainers and people who sell a lot of tickets who use canna, but maybe Snoop Dogg. I'll give him that. You know, he's never been Seth Rogen.
I hear you.
Right, those guys. But I don't know. You know, Adam Dunn.
Yeah, now
Right?
we're talking. Now
Well, that's like a little higher level there.
Yeah, but Kyle, I love Kyle.
Come on,
Of course, we loved Kyle.
We did a
But he
video.
mixed some stuff, you know. He mixed
Vika Matrix.
He's got a Vika Matrix,
oh,
and
Matrix. You know
like
that product,
Oh
right?
yeah, I know Kyle. Me and Kyle go way back.
the stuff smelled
Go way
good.
back.
Way back.
I mean,
Old
this
school.
point, I feel
You're
you
like
can say that now.
14 years old. How way back do you go?
17, thank
He was
you.
your babysitter?
17. No, I'm 30.
So
Well,
are these pants.
I've been,
Right here.
I bet.
These pants.
I've been in the industry since 2012.
Oh, okay.
So like
Old school.
I met Kyle 2013 at Max Shield in Colorado.
Well, the thing is,
So,
you definitely were.
love the-
as
he's
far
a
as
good dude.
at that point in time, though, there was very little organic growing.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
almost none.
Oh, everybody came out. It was still coming out
Almost
with their own
none.
salt blends, like
Yeah.
in bottles with liquids.
And it was even funnier because like the only thing I could find if you went to a shop, like without making you going to your own shop, if you went to a shop, was like the fucking shit out of Holland. You know what I mean? Which
Yeah.
was like.
What they've been using over there for a
What the
while.
hell's the name of it? That one brand though? With the three, they only have three products: Algamec and
House and Guard.
no, they're
No,
not
no.
organic. There's one organic company. I'll remember it in a minute.
The first thing I grew up with,
BioBiz.
BioBiz
Yeah, BioBiz. I think it was.
first
yeah,
thing I
yeah.
tried
The
was
only
General
product- it was real simple.
Hydroponics.
It was like a fish
Right.
emulsion and real simple
Right,
shit.
right.
But
Green
it
and
worked.
blue.
An algae one.
Yep.
And a kelp one.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's like it's weird that we have to like remind people that there's a much simpler path to begin with. But I think people are figuring it out more and more that it's. Especially if you smoke your own product, then you're like, wow, this tastes amazing.
It's all about the flavor. People want more flavor out of their weed, and I think using too many salts reduces flavor content, and so you gotta be just knowing about what you're using that goes into it, kind of like what you feed the soil and feed the plant, or what directly feeds the plant. Ultimately, it's gonna be your taste. So my whole goal is just I want to grow really tasty weed.
Yes, sir.
We need to introduce
That's
you
it.
to
That-
I like
JW
tasty weed.
That's
from Green Farms Med, who is growing with JW from Green Farms Med, one of our sponsors.
Okay.
Is in almost 5-year living soil.
Nice.
Right now.
Yeah, cool.
So definitely guys should put your
and
hands
he's
together.
gone
totally.
through the whole training people and
Cool.
having them do it all wrong and having to bring it back from the dead almost and
Right.
revitalize because there's a lot of times the whole thing about it is it's like it's easy because it kind of takes care of itself, but it definitely needs to be nudged at certain moments in the right direction or else you can totally fuck it up. Going down.
Sure.
I think it's ready. Yeah, it should be ready.
Andre was saying that the first use was general hydroponics, right? Isn't that what everyone started with, right? It was
sure.
It was just it's what you did, right?
But the interesting
In a
part about that is
Phototron?
that
No, friend of mine had one, but I think I had like the first thing was like a 400, and I remember the first time I plugged in a 400, I thought like, holy, how can this be so bright and hot?
Yeah.
And just a 400, but
Wasn't it something that GE released the Son Agro bulb in what was
Probably,
it like 93
exactly.
and it was
Yeah.
420 watts,
Yeah.
but it wasn't for growing cannabis.
Right.
Come on.
Oh yeah. And all the nutrients for tomatoes.
You did that too? Okay.
Oh no, we're the step past
you
that.
grow
But that was
potato,
Tomatoes.
that was
Right.
all the hydro stores when I started growing back in the day. That I walked in like. All this was for tomatoes. Like, all the hydro, the cannas, the GHs, the botanic hairs, all for tomatoes, and that's what that guy behind the desk would tell
What are
you.
you guys doing with all these tomatoes?
I know.
You all come in
if
saying
people
you're
were
going-
actually growing tomatoes at the rate that they were growing cannabis, there'd be so many tomatoes.
There'd
We'd
be
be
so
like,
many
you're like, did you see that tomato shop that just opened up? Yeah, that guy's making tomato clothes. That guy's making tomato
Yeah,
this.
but
It'd
their
be like-
tomatoes are only a nickel a pound, man.
I mean, it's crazy. I actually did a run recently indoors, which was the first time I ever grew tomatoes on indoors, completely indoors, and they went out of control, of course, because everything was like I'm growing it like weed, and
Totally.
then figuring it out as I go along, oh shit, maybe I need to cut back over here, and now they're blooming, and I ended up obviously plethora of them, but at the end of the day, it was tough because they taste great, it's awesome, but you just start looking at the cost of producing them, like what you'd actually, it's like really costing me. I was like, these are like $80 right here, these 4 tomatoes. Like, so this is not economical at all, you know what I mean?
What were the ones you gave me? That bag of small cherry. Those were indoors?
Yeah, those were all indoors.
I ate the whole bag
They were
almost
great, right?
before I was got home.
Yeah, they were great. Because
2 hour
also the
drive.
timing is it's like there is no good tomatoes out there. Like my mom bought some recently because I actually cut them all down except for 2, and then she went and bought some store-bought ones. And I was just like, wow, these
Ugh.
really do suck.
Yeah.
It just
I
tastes like
don't eat
water.
tomatoes
Yeah,
if they're
it's
not grown
disgusting.
by someone,
they're,
you know, a
they're
friend.
impossible. Yeah.
I swear most people don't like tomatoes because they never had a good tomato.
I have now.
Oh my god, I grew some hydroponic tomatoes back in, I lived in Florida for a little bit. We had a greenhouse and it had a bunch of aeroponic towers. We were growing tomatoes out of those. And I'll tell you what, just so using, here's a simple GH, just a 3-part. Growing those tomatoes in that greenhouse is still some of the best tasting tomatoes I've ever grown.
With GH.
With a GH.
There you go.
And I hate to say that, but
But it was because
damn, that was a good fucking tomato.
Really? Well, that's interesting.
Oh,
That's like,
man.
but it's the sun that really does it there. You know?
Yeah.
That's the most
Totally.
important
But it's
part.
amazing. It's just like using like just that simple, just that everybody started with, everybody's used. You know, it's amazing that like what that can do with like even fruits.
So
and
the ones that
vegetables.
you're doing, you said like you got one part,
Yep.
and then 2 amendment type
2 supplements,
supplements.
water solubles.
And then,
I have a natural flushing agent called Flush.
Okay.
pH Lush.
and what does that do?
It is a carbon-based weak acid that doesn't kill the microbiome to break apart carbonates and phosphates. So it's a soil conditioner. It's
like
technically
like that refresh
you
kind
can-
of product. Sort of
Yeah,
thing,
kind
something
of.
like that?
It's kind of it's your daily maintenance that keeps it's used as a water conditioner. It
So like when
keeps
you finish your
ions
crop,
apart.
you throw this in and then do it for the next
No,
crop?
I
or
want to
is
use
this
it all
like-
the time
or
because
just goes all the
because our calcium source is carbonate based and
Gotcha.
our phosphorus source is rock phosphate phosphate based. It's really good at keeping the ions available from like building up. So when we
get-
talked about flushing before,
Do you get a lot of salt buildup? Kind
it's
of?
not buildup. It's what would
It's not
naturally.
buildup. That ain't what you call it.
I mean the soil itself.
Wait, you see that? I don't see that. I don't see that buildup. That
No,
you're
no,
talking
no.
about.
It's
But I mean, is it like on a
the
like on
media
a,
has capacity, and so
well,
once
like
you understand,
say on your smart pots at
Yeah.
the end of the cycle.
Yeah.
Will they look like salty
no,
or will they
there's no-
look?
it's not
pretty
not
plain?
salts though. That's the thing.
Oh, will they look it? I'm just saying. Will
no,
they end
no,
up
it's
with a lot
not,
of
it's not
residue?
no, it's not a lot of
Because
residue.
I have fucking some that are ridiculous.
That's the thing. It's
that are just
super clean.
like-
It doesn't build up in drip lines.
That's good.
And I only use the weak acid just to keep the pH stable throughout the whole process because like you have like reactions, ionic reactions and microbial reactions happening.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be able to balance the amount of like limestone and the amount of like carbonates in there to keep the pH stable. Because if not, the only thing that's going to happen is just going to keep raising in pH because there's
Is it
carbonates. and
enzyme based? What is
phosphates.
that based? Or-
It's a weak acid.
That's weak acid.
It's hydroxy carboxylic acid.
Okay. Where's that derived from?
It's a natural it's a synthesized acid.
Okay.
So it's not derived from like a plant or anything, but it is it's like THCA before it turns into active. THC
Yeah.
has carboxylic acid attached to it. That's what makes the acid.
there you
So it's
go.
as natural as the acid
Whoa.
attached to THC to flush your media.
go.
This is like flushing.
It's
Is it
like,
just like cleaning everything at the end, or is flushing like just maintaining it throughout the whole time? Because in soil, that's all you're doing anyways. Is just with enzymes and stuff, just maintaining.
So it's
it,
kind of
right?
like it's part of the process of it, like a bonding.
Yeah,
thing
part of the
between-
reaction to get into your plant.
Gotcha.
You know, and keep everything available and moving pretty well. So it's those 5 that we're releasing as like a total composite. That is just I wanted to be plug and play into commercial systems.
And then how do people get it?
They can. So we're doing a product launch July 1st, so they can get it
Nice.
through all their stores. July 1st. We're doing a pre-sale starting
this is
June. June
I
1st.
see.
What
Listen,
medium?
I'm
What
done.
medium?
All of them.
What medium you using?
It's all. It can be used for rock wool, cocoa, peat. It can be used for soils, no-till.
Oh, forever. Oh.
So even outside, like if I go out, sorry, I'm gonna kick this off. I swear. My outside is gonna help build. My main goal is even doing this in culture biologics is building the topsoil because it adds carbon to it, adds organic matter to it. It helps build everything that what the soil is. So over time, I think I can help remediate some of the farmlands out there and even the bad soils by putting these soil conditioners and putting these nutrients back into the plant that like corn has just like sucked out. Or I believe I can help remediate with these products. So
Can you get rid of
outdoor to
my
indoor, I
ego?
want people to use it.
Do you? So are you able to scale this when you get hit by this giant mega farmers and stuff, or
I think we can work with strategic farmers so we can scale it properly.
Yeah.
And that's all it is, really.
Just
Like,
because
we're a smaller
that's the
company
biggest
and-
problem with everything that's great is that
Yep.
it ends up fucking up because they're like, oh shit,
Yep.
now we're running out of
need
our
more
original
of it?
source material.
Right.
So now we're just throw some human feces in there. It's like
And everybody starts
not
like
that
cutting.
you're
No,
gonna do
everything
that,
starts cutting corners.
but
You're right.
people do. I've
But
seen many
we
products
like to
that
work
have
with
gone, like,
some.
it's funny when you get like a universal deal where like everybody goes, that shit doesn't work like it used to. Like Hydrozyme. Hydrozyme is a good product.
Totally.
Like, it used to be awesome.
Cutting corners.
And I don't ever buy it anymore because there was a few runs where I was just like,
Yep.
this shit sucks now. Like, it ain't doing anything. And there was a
that's
moment
a
where I'd be like,
weird
this
thing,
shit's magic. You know what I mean? So,
And when they go to your website, what's the discount for the done
you
deal?
have to do done deals.
Oh, yeah, I
Or
just-
down, 'cause
No, we worked it out.
You can go to my
about
website
a few
and
hours
we'll give you a
ago.
20% discount
Oh,
by typing
he
in
double done deal because it was only 10% before the show.
DUNN
He got
deals,
so high.
He's so high. He
DALS.
said the wrong thing, and we're
He
holding it to
double
him now.
donned it. Got him
Yep.
super big.
No, his daughter said it was only going to be 10%, but so it's 20% now.
go.
That's fine. No
Hey, I was
worries.
17, so it works,
Yeah.
you know.
23.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
23.
That's the oldest anyone's ever.
You growed up.
I know. I'm no longer my teens anymore.
You've
I
done gone
appreciate
So
grown
it.
if I
up.
want to use his stuff in my yard,
Yeah.
should I send you a soil sample first?
You can.
Yeah.
Oh, depends.
Fecal-
We usually
then
don't
you
do
can
Fe-
send,
we need a
uh,
fecal sample
Get a-
just to make it proper so we can
A
figure out.
soil,
if we get
not
that,
stool
Then we'll know
sample.
how the
Organic
soil's
growth.
reacting to you
Organic
and the
matter
food that you're
content.
growing. We'll
Had
get
to
the
go
whole
there.
the story.
Yeah,
It's
had
a
to
big
go
long
there.
story. But we need the end of the story first.
We just need to
We'll work
start
our way
it
back.
at some
We're gonna
point.
work our way backwards. No, that's awesome because I think it's a lot of times people are the resistance is the fact that there's like
Distance is futile.
like even that 24-hour wait on a tea is like it's too much. You know
Right.
what I mean for people like so they want instant gratification.
Yep.
They want it to be automatic. Everybody's sick of feeding plants by hand or not. But if you get to a certain once you get to a certain number, you're like it's just not possible.
Right.
I have to start automating it.
I have
and
to
then-
push a switch.
yeah, and like you said, if you're, a lot of people wouldn't even know that their shit's getting chopped up in an impeller on the thing when it's the way that those
They're
things.
putting it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
It's organics made commercial, essentially, is the way I kind of like looking at it. But it's able to use by the home grower, too. You know, it works in all systems. Like, but I wanted to really, I don't know, that's who uses the majority of the nutrients. That's who really has an impact on what gets sprayed outside, what gets put in our lungs. Everybody buys tons of dispensary weed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like we can make all that good and like low heavy metal count and have it taste good.
Well,
I mean,
there's a lot
that's
of,
winning out there.
There's products out there which, I won't name products because I don't want to blow anybody out of the water, but I've seen people who are like failing tests that are growing, freaking organic as you can, going through all the stuff and actually having to bring every single product that they made into a lab, have it tested, and then finding that like the cadmium levels on one of them was like 222 times the normal
Yeah.
level or something
Arsenic
like that.
levels are a big one too right now.
And so that's
Mhm.
like the ones that's popping off the test. So,
Yep.
people are, that's the shitty part is that it's easier for people to grow not organically and not fail tests than it is to do organically. So of
fail
course, if
tests.
you're thinking about the loss potential there, it's huge.
Right.
So you want to mitigate that
Yep.
however you can.
Absolutely.
And if you can, and you can guarantee that coming and you're stable and easy to work with, that makes it a pretty win-win because I think that's what attracted me to some of the products in the past, but in the end, they never delivered, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I had a lot of, especially anytime it was powder products, be like, no, this time,
Right.
I'm telling you, bro,
yeah.
this is the one, and then that
Yep.
same person doesn't work for that company anymore because it sucked.
Right.
That's one of Heather's cakes, tardigrade.
What's that?
Somehow
Tardigrade?
Mark found a copy of one of Heather's cakes.
Nice.
She made a tardigrade, so I became a tardigrade for a little bit. Now you can't
Nice.
kill me, can't get
Oh, is
rid
that
of
the
me.
picture right there? I
Yeah, there it
see
is.
Oh, shit.
So what's the website
It's
that people go?
www.culturedbiologics.com. Sorry, stoned.
And your Instagram
Elon is
is,
getting
is
really
a
high
little
now.
weird,
We'll
right?
sample
It's
that
like
one.
cultured, but
It's-
there's dots between the.
cul.tur.ed.
But and just look for the word biologics. That's
With
what
an
helped
X.
me
Yeah,
figure
it's
it
a
out.
GIX.
Yeah, if you find that one, you'll know that's the
No
right
Z's,
account.
bro?
No Z's.
Come on.
Do you have any
Only
garlic?
X's. Huh?
Do you have any garlic?
I don't have
You
any
have any
garlic.
garlic bacteria?
Sorry.
Garlic microbes?
No.
Garlic in
It's in the chat too, so you can go back
They
to
want
whatever
it.
time
They
we
need
are
it.
on right now. And
you can watch me
figure that
goof on the website that I've said about 1,000 times in my life because
You fucked it up?
fuck,
Yeah, it sucks.
I came up with that
The
name.
most important part is like,
Can't even- yeah.
That's why
But
we
the
travel with
nutrients are really
kids.
good. Trust me, I swear.
The kids
Oh,
much
okay.
younger than us, they know the website.
I can't spell, but the nutrients are good.
right?
Excellent.
Well, that's usually a good sign. It's like a messy a messy thing. You know, the person's busy as hell. You go in, it's all clean. You're like, what the fuck is this guy? What's this guy doing?
English was not my specialty, and
Yeah, you
my-
talk
my
to
science,
plants.
my
That's
studies.
fine.
Yes.
How would a product like fish shit work with yours? I mean, you just
Yeah, so it's
Can there be too many microbes,
no,
microvores?
it's you can't really. I mean, yes, you can have a dominance of like certain ones, but you really want diversity. So I recommend like throughout like once a week do
Spread
like
them out.
Yeah, so you're gonna power feed with this. So if you have a blank media, you're gonna use it every watering, you know, and then like at once a week throughout the time, just use the compost, the instant
Yeah.
compost tea, and that's your microbe. But with that instant compost tea, it like provides a base of like all the nutrients and carbs and all the stuff for the microbes. So if you keep, and it has a microbial blend with it.
Yeah.
So if you add fish shit, if you add photosynthesis plus, it adds as a food source for those to grow and replicate faster inside your soil.
Right.
So it's a baseline compost tea for you to like spike with microbial additives. So I want to use like SLF 100, like the enzymes. You know, I want to use different bacterial products to kind of just and fungal products.
And
to increase the diversity.
do you have like a program that's like, do you have a strict, simple thing, or do you have like a bunch of different styles? Have you like worked out? Because there's like a pro style or a home grower style.
Sure.
I mean, some people might want to be
Little bit more,
well, some people might
more
want
technical.
Yes, some people just
Yeah.
want to you tell them as many times as you can do something, they
Sure.
want to do it. Like,
Yeah.
and there's other people who don't want to do anything, right? They're like, what? I got to do that.
Right.
But I mean, you could, because I liked that's what I did like with one of our other sponsors with New Millennium is that they have their basic formula, which you
Right.
can just run, or you can run their pro formula,
Right.
or you can run their fucking secret sauce formula, you know. And the secret sauce does a lot of other products at the same time, so you're kind of, you know, overlapping. Where obviously on the basic one, it's just an in-house
Right.
working with.
It's pretty simple. It's so simple that you just have the 4 products and when to use them throughout the like 8-week schedule. If you have 9-week variety, add a week in week 5.
And it's
And that's
and
just all
it's
the
always-
grams on the
Is it grams per gallon or
grams
since
per
it's
gallon.
powder?
Mm-hmm.
Makes it easy. Just
Yep.
click it on.
And you just put it on there. You just mix it up. You let it dissolve for 5-10 minutes, and you
Nice.
push it out.
Nice.
Or you hand water it.
And it's micronized, I assume, and kind of.
Everything's micronized. Like our rock phosphate's ground down to like 5
Micronized.
microns. So it's all are super fine. Most of it's water soluble, so it goes fully into solution.
Mm-hmm.
So
And any of the, so you had a foliar in there too, or no?
I mean, we have a foyer. We have a so along with our instant compost use, we also have a doctor line that's a root booster and it's a growth booster. And our growth booster is a foliar.
Gotcha.
It's called Dr. Growth.
But that's not powder.
No, it's
That is-
powder. Everything we
it's
have is powder. The only thing we don't have powder is our biopesticide and mercenary.
somebody get Andre a joint.
Andre, gross.
I'm good. I need like a gummy bear or something.
Oh, you got
Oh, I do in the car. I'll
Later,
go. Run,
yeah.
I'll go. Yeah, you got it.
Do it
You,
for now.
you want
I have an
pass?
Incredibles edible, 50 milligrams by our buddies in Denver.
Really, I love a recommendation. Yeah.
Highly recommended.
I can't stop
Mindful?
talking about these
Yeah.
guys. Oh, we're gonna have to segue now,
Just
though.
segue that part. Just do that one. We'll
So,
just jump around.
so come on, Incredibles edibles, most
We're doing ads.
stable,
We're throwing ads in there.
consistent, potent, effective. Have I used enough? The gummies are so tasty, and they work. I had a 50 milligram before the show, as I'm sure Mark could tell, as I was fucking up the entire sound check.
You couldn't tell what sound was. He was tasting sound. He was all.
It's not like
Taste
Sex
chocolate. I'm
Panther.
like, no, it's not.
They work all of the time, okay? They also make True Pura CBD, which if you go to the True Pura website and enter Done Deal, 20% off.
See?
So,
You're starting a trend.
Look at that.
We
listen.
were 15 until 5 minutes ago. Now, fuck it, 20.
No, it would
No, he's doing
20% off.
I'm doing 20.
He's doing 25.
I told him that fish shit was 25% off,
he pushed
and they
it.
said 10, but now he said 20%, so you better change it on the website.
yeah, just so you
So,
know.
Incredibles, True
Gotta
Pura,
hide.
right? Quick, and Nove chocolates. And so, a moment about Nove chocolates.
They were good.
Fuck, they were good.
They were
Okay,
good. They were
they're in
want
rec
some.
stores right now. You just try them. I love the packaging. They come in 2 what was it?
I don't know. I never got any because you ate them all. So pretty much.
No, it was just the raspberry. I gave you all of them the last time we were here. They're 2
That
5
one was the
sticks.
raspberry.
I admit it. Andre, I ate all the raspberry. You know why? Because it reminded me of going to the movies in the 80s with the raspberry bonbons we used to get. It was
I don't even remember
spot
those.
on.
So that was the chocolate.
Yes. Dark chocolate.
And then had it
raspberry
have
center.
any salt in it? A little bit of salt in the chocolate? Isn't
Oh,
that always really good?
There's sweet in the raspberry, but and it was, listen, I ate the whole
Raspberry
thing.
sounds
100
good.
milligrams
He
was
didn't
all
even
for me.
It didn't chew on it. He just like,
I ate 'em.
you heard a sucking sound and it was
Yes.
gone. It was gone.
So check them out. Listen, True Pura, they'll mail it to you. Incredibles, Nove, and Quick. You got to go to a dispensary and buy them. And
all worth it though.
mention you heard about them on the Adam Dunn Show.
Yes, sir.
And Cultured.
Cultured
You'll go to
Biologics.
Cultured Product, Biologics.
You will not find them at the edible stand.
No, you won't,
No,
but
don't-
it'll make.
we don't do that
they're-
yet.
They don't make your plants, they just make them better. So give them a try.
Definitely. Well, cool. I want to thank you also for coming through. I think, what time is it we got?
This is going to be the equivalent of the pushing the button to end the Zoom thing to him getting out of the center
He'll
square.
never get out. He'll never get out.
Yeah, you have
He'll
to
be
sit
like,
there for the rest of the show, man. We're doing a
This is
24.
this is
Adam's
where-
52
Oh, you have to
hour
do
show
the-
just
We
began.
got a green screen
thought
here
the
too, so
24
if you
was
could
bad.
stand up, do a kind of goofy dance for us, because that's official. Then it'll be like, that was Elon, I tell you. See him dancing? Look, you got to do like kind of awkward
can-
dance.
Don't leave. We'll take a photo before the night's out.
Oh, yeah, no,
and
totally.
we'll,
No, I appreciate having me out.
Yeah.
Awkward dance.
This is a really awesome place, and you guys are doing a really awesome thing here. So I appreciate
Well, no, I hope
just being
you-
around the culture, just like talking with you guys.
Oh, the
it's always a
culture.
good
Look at him.
time.
Listen to him talk. Listen to him. He's
See, that's why though.
professional.
That's
He's
why. That's why.
professional.
The whole thing. That's
Well,
the
that's the
whole
thing
thing,
is
though.
that
Like
this, you can think of this whole place like a rhizosphere of action, and so we're all just
Yeah.
interconnected. And
Totally, man.
I mean, that's the cool part is that I want to come down here to help them with genetics, and so if you came down here and helped them,
It's
with
a
the microbes, and then
target-rich
just
environment.
to get to see all of our works in action, you know,
Yeah.
which is cool.
no, absolutely. That's I would
Putting it to
love to put it into action out here for
Right.
you guys. You have awesome people and talented hand people. Like Mike was showing me around the greenhouses in the back, and it's real cool innovation. You guys are doing a good thing out here for the community.
Well, what you
so
see out here too a
I
lot
really-
is those little nuggets that you pick up from other people because they see somebody who does a repetitive thing every day,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Why are you gonna do that? I'm gonna hang this weight on this thing, and it's gonna open that automatically when I come, and I'm gonna just kick it with my foot or some
Yeah.
dumb thing." And you're
Yeah.
like, "Nice, I like that." And
Yeah.
I love that's what I love about places like this because this has a little bit of the. It's not cookie cutter because everybody's got their own idea, and it's
Yeah.
almost like. It's like that Gold Rush show where everybody's mining for gold.
Sure.
And you go like, Jimmy Joe's got his thing going, digga, 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 digga. And the other guy's
Yeah.
just going, whoosh, 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 but they're both getting
Yeah.
the fucking same product out of it. It's just they're doing it at a different way. And it's kind of the same here when
It
you
is.
see guys growing, one guy's growing on pallets with big plants and trying to get, the biggest plant possible, but other people are just like jamming them in because they know they can. And fucking
The summer
get two
turning
cycles,
bird.
get two
Sure.
cycles if they do that, and they don't let them get too big. Just
Yeah,
like
I am.
different approaches, and then you see at the end of the year who's counting cash and who's
Who's not.
crying over
Yeah.
it was a bad idea, man. That
Yeah.
snow just killed the one crop. It's like
Yeah.
should have went for two because you got the first one guaranteed. The second one,
Man.
I feel like throwing something out there to everyone
What's
that if
that?
they wind up taking a photo with the Done Deal street sign, discount on some seeds or something
Photoshop,
like
no
that.
Photoshop.
No Photoshop.
I don't know. You gotta be
When
careful.
it goes up.
You're putting Tesla on my chest, so.
yeah. Well, we're gonna
don't-
Photoshop
Because
you.
Elon was
yeah,
on the
so
show
it's-
tonight.
Yeah. Thanks, Elon, for
Fucking
coming
guy,
through.
man.
Great ideas. I'm
Thank
glad
you, Elon, for
adapted
coming
to-
in. You were
welcome.
great. Love your cars.
I'm glad
Thank the
Joe-
Hyperloop and
I'm glad Joe turned you on, and now all you want to do is smoke this weed.
thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
It's a
I'm
game
gonna
changer.
use his stuff, of course.
Of course.
Let me we'll change my address after this, and you can let me know where to send some stuff.
Oh,
Where did you come from?
Originally Missouri.
His mother.
Palladian.
But
I did
a
come
bum.
from
Palladian.
Yes.
Palladians.
Originally Missouri, and then I kind of
Okay.
hear about.
What is that?
There is somebody on the roof of the. We are being hijacked right
that
now.
what
You can drive away with the
They
train.
rode horseback up and they caught
gotta
up
be
to
my
the
kid.
train, and they're gonna walk in here with bandanas on.
Who is running
It's,
on the
it's your
roof?
son. I
I
bet
know.
you it's your son.
Of course.
I bet you it is.
Oh,
Nick,
yeah,
get off the
of
roof.
course.
Was he on the roof when you got here?
Yes, that was absolutely.
No, he
Who
was
else would it
like,
be?
Sounds like
It was light footsteps, so
He
it
was
wasn't like a
scoping
big
it
guy.
out.
funny enough
Yeah.
is it sounds like my house every day, pretty much.
That was Nick, right?
Oh, Matt. What's Matt doing? Is he
He's
crazy?
trying to get on the show.
Your kid's way more well behaved than that.
Gosh.
Leave it to a Marine.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
They're just up there clomping around.
No, I appreciate it.
He's
Also,
on the show for the rest of the show because there's no way he can get out. We can't figure it out.
Oh, he's
So
stuck.
It's too
He's
complicated.
stuck.
Yeah.
He's stuck.
it's
but,
way too complicated.
also, if we can add to the whole giveaway thing,
Oh,
we
hey.
just hit 5K on Instagram.
Nice.
So
You did, or
we're
you
gonna, we just did. So we're about to have a 5K giveaway.
What is a 5K? Like $5,000 or
No,
5,000 worth of product? Or?
No, it's like we hit 5,000.
I get it. I'm
You
being
know,
fucking kidding
it's
your
easy-
ass.
you know
But
what?
you already
It's-
hit it, though.
We already hit it.
So you know who the person
What are you
No,
giving it
no,
away?
we're doing it.
Oh, you're
We're
doing it.
behind because of this launch. So,
So
we're
what
doing
do-
it now. So like,
What do you have to do? Like and follow?
Yeah, it's a like and follow, tag as many grower friends as you talk to, and you guys share information. And
SDS.
the more people that throw them in, the more chance
No,
to get.
I was like, what is that, Nick? No.
It's not?
No.
That's your story? You're sticking with it? Does Matt want to produce himself? Matt, Matt, you're being called into the principal's office. You're being called into the principal's office. Get Matt in here.
Which Matt was it, though? Matt 1 or
Yeah.
Matt 2? It's like thing 1 and thing 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Oh.
Leave it to the
Well, it's
owner.
okay.
of
The
Area
owner is allowed.
420.
Where he's allowed to do anything
Then
he
I
wants.
can't do anything about it then.
Nothing.
Yeah, okay.
Got it.
Principal wants to speak to you, sir.
So,
Just go to our Instagram, cul.tur.ed, tag some grower buddies,
Awesome.
and you get as many number you tag. That's how many entries. We'll do a raffle, and then we'll do a 5K giveaway of
You
our
stealing
new
our
product
raffle?
line.
You're not going to use a spinning wheel.
Don't
are
do
you?
it.
I'm trying not to use it again. That's
you
not
ever
up to me.
Photoshop
That's not up
faces
to.
on-
That's my. So you asked if it's a stereotypical like partnership. It's I'm the formulator. My other business partner Johnny is the entire back end of our company, and Greg, my other best friend of 16 years, is our chief marketing officer. So you tell Greg not to use a spinning wheel, please,
Oh, he won't-
for our 5K giveaway.
he's all about it.
He has used it. I just don't. We can move forward in a more positive direction.
The thing I hate about the indie raffle in general is just there's that like it brings down like it's cool when you do it online and it's all digital and you don't have to think about it and you're just like, hey, somebody won, cool.
Right.
But it's like if you do it live, oh my god,
Right.
never. It's like guaranteed. That person's not in the room for the first 27 people that you call out. You're like, E11738772. And you say it over and over, and you just look at people, and the party goes down, the vibe's over. There was like a band playing, things were great. Everyone's, woo, we're going to do the raffle now. You're like, what, the raffle?
Polka!
Oh, and then half the
Everybody
people
polka.
leave, and it just like, whoa. And then
That would never happen if it was
the
suburban
guy,
house.
the guy who organized it rides home on a Harley somehow magically. You're like, so you won the Harley, the guy with the raffle thing? Like, oh, Jesus Christ, this is a scam to begin with. You know what I mean? It was, well, he never claimed his prize, so.
Not that you would ever do that.
No, I run away for those as fast as possible.
Excellent.
I do this is all digital, so you can just
What do
like
they
enter
win?
some friends and you win. You get our new product line, our new fertilizer line.
What's it valued at?
It's probably valued about $50 a product.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, join
You
it,
know,
get in there.
so
You need
it's
to give
like
out-
it's our
you need to give out 5,000 of those, actually, though, to justify it. What, Dave promised some edibles?
And I forgot.
Oh, you mean for him?
Yeah, I'll get them. I
Go,
will.
you can leave, but you can go do it. I'll handle the ship. When
I'm always afraid that if I leave,
Yeah.
I'll come back and the chair will be full.
Of course it will.
FOMO. That's what they call
That's
that. FOMO,
why
fear of
he's
missing
here.
out.
Do you see how Andres just put the glasses
I
on?
know.
He's like waiting.
Bucking for looking
He's
to be a
waiting
co-host.
patiently. He's like
Let me
he
hold
knows.
on.
He knows.
Ready?
He's,
Can you go like this?
Of course.
oh, yeah, you're fired. You're officially fired. You're officially fired. Andres way
I'm
more.
going to start
interesting.
drinking.
Replaced.
Anybody have a?
Start smoking.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
Well, cool. So, do you? Oh, I was going to ask you. Are any like? Is there anybody out there that are like people in Denver that we can just direct people that are growing already with the product
Yeah.
on the shelf
Oh,
that we
yeah.
know like guarantee like certain dispensaries or.
Can we have him on the show?
Yeah. So our partner grow company out there is ran by a guy named Danny. He's Alpin Stash. ALPINSTASH.
Were they
He's-
up in the mountains?
What a
before,
great
or-
name
He was-
for somebody in cannabis.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a real good guy, and he converted his entire garden over to our fertilizers in January, and that's where most of my testing has been coming from.
Okay.
We increased a cannabinoid level by 9% in one of his varieties.
Wow.
and he was using relatively organic means. I mean, it was not certified, but it was like plant extracts. So it's cool to see like what it's doing. It opened up the cannabinoid profile. Like it produced more CBCs, CBGs.
You see a lot of
THCVs.
a lot more people figuring out the ferment game too now. Like we have our friend Miles, Miles.
Oh, yeah, Miles.
And
Yeah.
he's got that line out now, and it's like, yeah, it's cannibalism, plant cannibalism. Like, here, plant, would you like to eat some of your
Well, there was something
buddies?
you said before
But it
the
works
show.
because it's all in there. You know everything that he needed was there to begin with. So
Right.
it's just a matter of making it available again.
Recycling essentially.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
The ultimate recycling, and if you can, he has a hemp extract and he has a pumpkin extract and a comfrey.
Yeah,
No.
I love comfrey.
Yeah, no, the
Comfrey's
comfrey is
so
on
good.
everybody. Yeah, exactly.
That's always really good.
It's funny.
Something you said before the show, and it's entirely possible. You brought it up already, and I was completely spaced out and stoned and forgot. But you mentioned that some of the people using your products, their yields went up significantly. That they found terpenes and cannabinoids that weren't appearing in tests beforehand.
Yeah, so yield is pretty much on par with like what you'd expect from running a good salt baseline. I mean, so if you're using it commercial, yields aren't going to go down. They're pretty much going to stay the same. What it does change is how what's in the resin. Like it's not just all THC. Like we saw not only THC increase, but we saw CBCs and a whole bunch of other cannabinoids just appear. Like you get a fuller spectrum of cannabinoids by using our stuff.
I think also the important thing is when you have people making extracts too, I assume, right, from some of these.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Is getting those weights compared to the actual weight. There's two weights, right? There's the weight of the garden, which is obviously the 90s approach of big giant fucking honking bud, the biggest buds possible, most weight possible. But then when you make hash, you realize that plant produces dick. It doesn't, nothing comes off that plant. And then you get another plant which is scrinkly dinkly, but it fucking puts out a shitload.
Yeah.
And then you realize, oh, okay, that's actually the most important part of the whole quotient is the resin weight.
You're a resin harvester.
Yeah.
You're growing for the resin.
So I think that would be, if you're having a higher cannabinoid level, then you're obviously probably having more input, more in that. I would think
it's a fuller spectrum.
I think that everything adds a molecular weight to the final product, though, right?
It does, and if you understand what
if you have a THC and CBD or a THC and nothing, just like a THC and barely and not available, none of it. If you have something like that, or you had a full spectrum, because of the different molecular weights of those different inputs, that would obviously affect your final resin yield.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Oh yeah, you get more cannabinoids produced.
Yeah.
So you increase the ultimate yield because they do have molecular weight.
Yeah.
So and so it's increasing resin yields. I mean, we're finding fuller spectrums. So that's why when we smoke the product that's grown with our stuff, you get a more well-rounded experience, an effect. It's not just some of the stuff newer stuff is bred for just THC production. I have a hard time smoking that. It's just so much THC at one time, it's not enjoyable.
For you.
I don't like
No, I understand what you're saying.
I don't like anxiety. I don't like the anxiety pumping through my chest. And some of these
Andre loves it. You can tell Andre loves that.
I just can't do it, man. This.
Well, isn't it supposed to have the wide spectrum?
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
The right balance.
Yeah, the best would be to have the full spectrum because you get the magic weed, which is 11% THC, but it fucking somehow rocks your world because it's got about 12% CBD and then a few other CBG and CBN and all these other cannabinoids, and you end up still getting in that 20 range or 20 even, but it's still that could be low and effective compared to a 30 whatever percent THC and nothing else, and I barely notice it. Usually for me, it's not even. It's not that it's strong at all. It's just.
I notice the terpene.
It's just a little flat. It kind of seems flat to me at that point.
I notice the more terpy stuff I consume, the better the experience is. It just distributes the cannabinoids throughout my body. It feels. It's the entourage effect.
Well, I like the
terps,
idea. I like what you said earlier in the show, which is the same theory I have. Is that we're all lacking cannabinoids because it's not in our food, and then. That's why there's especially the generational too. If you think about it, we're a couple generations down from that, so we really don't have it. Whereas maybe my mom's parents did, because they were still eating stuff that they were still getting hemp products somehow without even knowing they were getting hemp products because it was just fucking in their deal because they were growing up in the early 1900s. You know what I mean? So, but also I think the simplicity of the food. Compared to now, which is just ridiculous, you know what I mean? And so people, maybe it might have been a hard life, let's say, because it was just conditionally harder than they didn't get into a car that talked to them and fucking adjusted the seat for them, and it's like they had to like carry, there was no elevators and carrying shit.
Couldn't tell the lights just to come on.
Yeah, and we're all just like, it's gonna be like that Wall-E or something one day. We're gonna be just like zooming around on a chair and fucking doing nothing. Hey,
Try red. It's the new blue.
yeah, you love that, right? I knew you would. Love it.
Hopefully not
But I think
cannabinoid deficient.
I think the plants. I think plants growing like the difference between an organic plant and a chemical plant is very similar to that, where it's like they don't have to work so hard, meaning that they don't build any resistance, and then they get wiped out really fast by whatever dumbass thing you do. Like, I forgot to turn on the phone. Oh, Jesus, they're dead. You know what I mean?
It's 106 in my room.
Yeah, pretty much start over again. I fucked up. But they would never on their own in a natural situation do that, because there's always like a fail. Like, it's just, not that nature's perfect, because it is like got its own issues, obviously, but it is perfect in the sense that it will always fix itself, even when it has a problem. Whereas you can go down the wrong path real fast if you don't know what you're doing, and grow some stuff that looks great, but it doesn't have any
body to it, anything else to it. It's very, you smoke it and it's like, well, that tastes more like cardboard than anything else.
It's sad, but true. That happened a lot in Holland, right?
Weed
with a lot of the weed, because a lot of people there is cheap, just cheap Dutch guys who want to grow with chemicals, and they don't care. They're like, I'm not smoking it. I smoke Moroccan hash anyway, so why would I?
Taste is the most important.
And it's with tobacco, so it's just like, is there weed in there? Yes. Okay, that's good enough. You know what I mean? Whereas we're like, no, there has to be a.
So why not just make flavor easy? And that's the whole thing, is like, just making it super easy, because it doesn't have to be a complicated thing. The chemistry's already done. The formulation's already done. All it is required for you to get tasty stuff is just put powder and water. It's in a commercial sense, it saves a whole bunch of labor costs. Because switching over to Alpine Stash, instead of mixing a whole bunch of products, it's 3 powders, and the grower can actually focus on like watering plants, like trimming the plants, like actually maintaining
the real work.
Yeah, the actual work that goes into what actually produces the crop.
Yeah, well, it's and also the guesswork takes the guesswork out of it, obviously, and then it makes it easier to like transfer information from person to person, which is always an issue when it comes to like, that new guy that comes in and decimal points it out one off, you know what I mean? Like, so you basically fed it 10 times the amount you're supposed to feed it. Like, I guess so. And it's like, yeah, I wonder why everything looks like clawed out, and
you're locked out of like seven different elements.
Right, and you're like, you've toasted it, especially if it's either a living soil should have been just fed water anyway, but people try to do these kind of hybrid setups, you know what I mean, where they're doing everything and keeping it, but it's like being held on by a thread almost, because it's not true living at that point if you're mixing between the two.
Yeah, that's right. It's a hybrid approach.
How does your line work on autoflower genetics that don't need watering?
Ever.
I don't do autoflowers.
No,
it's a specialty.
I have a very strict policy of no autoflowers.
Really?
I have quite the. I like to collect the. They have their purpose. I just don't like them in an indoor setting or like in a boutique setting. I think they're meant for a commercial production outside.
Oh, for sure. They like
you get 2 crops in.
I can see it for hemp, so-called hemp, like CBD hemp.
It goes so fast, so you can get 2. You can double the amount of hemp you produce and how much resin you harvest from like a CBD approach.
Yeah.
When I was working with the hemp farms, I worked with hemp farms in Washington State a few years back, and that was the whole thing, is like using autoflowers to get in through the season, because they get mad rainfall out there.
Yeah, for them it makes sense, because you get just like shit left on the vine if it's there too long.
Right.
So you can guarantee that first one, and you could even try to do the second one if you want to throw the dice.
Totally.
But it was you'll have to
at least get one and guaranteed. And same with like Colorado, when we have like 4 months of a growing season out here, we need every tool we can just to get a crop.
Yeah.
Well, so I think there's a time and place, but
I think outdoors and in scale it makes a lot of sense.
Yes. And the farming
and indoors sense. There's really no need for it, and it's kind of bottlenecking your whole setup, because you can't keep moms or do because
you have to germinate.
They're going to flower, you know what I mean? That's the whole thing. They flower automatically. Seeds, no moms, there's no clones. It's all seeds, and so.
It's not like commercially, and indoors is not like it's hard to do perpetual autoflower cycles.
Yeah. Well, I think it was one of those. Sensi had Ruderalis indica when I was working for them, and that was funny because it was a combination of you know, I would say on the Ruderala side, the worst, you know what I mean, of all the plants that they had in their collection as far as what you'd want to smoke, and the best, which was the NL5, right? So they literally gave it that was what it was. So it was like, I told people, dude, this is the best deal in the house right here, because this is like, you're getting the best and the worst, but you're getting an autoflower situation. So if you need that, that's a great thing.
Totally.
And the fact that it was NL means that the ones that didn't autoflower are going to be almost a pure NL5, which is fucking worth a lot of money. You know what I mean? And nowadays, and they were only $20 for like 50 seeds or something stupid. You know what I mean? So they were like the cheapest, and everything else was like $200 for 15. You know, and you were like, okay, I pushed many people towards that one.
Oh, yeah.
But I never liked to grow them myself. I was always scared.
I'm very like
Just to have it, not scared, but scared to have it in my mix of stuff. So like all of a sudden my shit's autoflowering. Like that sucks. You know what I mean? 'Cause then,
I have a hard time even doing some films, because some film work just isn't. It's not completely thought through. So I'm picky about my films, and I really just keep regulars. But that's my stash.
that's
man.
good. I like that. I like that. Well, I do mostly. I do 99. I'm like, I do as much regular seeds as you'd hope would be your percentage in feminized. I do 99.9% regular, and 0.1% feminized.
Yeah.
That's pretty much because like I just did it for just almost for shits and giggles, just because so many people ask, and it's like, and it's funny to say no. Like, what? And you're like, no, dude. It's even, you should learn as you go along too. It's not that hard.
No, it's
and
not.
just plant twice as many.
Yeah.
And you'll end up with the same
totally.
number in the end, and you'll have at least a better base. It can be argued. There's plenty of people out there that feel. I mean, Colin at one point was saying that he thought, there's no need for males ever again, and it's just all should be feminized, and it's stronger and better. And I'm just like, and I'm like, no, dude, that's definitely not going to be like that. Would not. I mean, it's great from a commercial point of view because you keep people out.
Sure.
And you're like, oh, you don't have any males.
Yeah,
so what are you going to do? How are you going to do this? You know what I mean? So you're actually it's smart from a business point of view, but it's not from a purist or from a wanting to further the fucking industry point of view. Like you're definitely closing it off. That's when you start trademarking and being an asshole.
Sure.
And telling everybody you invented weed.
I invented a mosquito.
I know, it's the first time I've seen one.
Holy shit! Kill it, Mark.
Mark, jump around all in front of us and make a big
thing. There it is. It's right near you now.
It's going to get you.
It's going to bite you, Mark.
I almost swing out and hit something.
Well, there it is by the light. Holy shit, a mosquito.
Look at
out here.
Out here. Can you imagine?
Did you get it? No,
look how scared. You see how scared Dave got over a mosquito?
No, I haven't seen one. Where I live, there are no mosquitoes.
Those are trained COVID skeeters.
They're COVID-passing mosquitoes looking for redheads.
Trained.
Our blood is sweeter.
Because you have no heart.
No heart.
And
no soul.
No soul to taint the flavor. Yes, I get it.
Yep. All right, we gotta let him out now.
All right, you can jump out. You can jump out.
I appreciate you having me out.
It's awesome.
I love this place so much. You're gonna see me a lot more, and I've talked to you guys, and they want to.
We'll come by and see your place in Denver.
So yeah, please come on. Anytime you guys are in Denver, come on up.
We'll link up.
You have my number. Yep. I can send the address. So
that's awesome. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, I thought you were down here, so I was like, I thought I was making it convenient. Like, hey, I'll be down there tomorrow. This next week, come on up. And I thought you were like down the road.
No, I enjoy coming down here today.
But that's good.
I'm glad you did. Distance does not matter.
I'm glad you enjoyed. Are you staying the night?
No, we're going up a little bit tonight.
Man.
I know we came down last night though, so we were able to hit the greenhouse.
Oh, good. At least you got to.
Yeah. The greenhouse is awesome. It's an oasis out here.
It is. No,
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice one. Nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing you too.
And then there was Andre.
Here we go. Let's see how many cables get knocked out. Oh, use your stuff. Yes.
He did it. He made it through the cable maze. That was like the
Move on over.
Come on over here.
Oh, you guys are
Yeah.
We'll listen to what they're talking about. Who wants to hear us talk? But
Nobody.
They want to hear you talk.
Thank you. Yeah, pleasure.
We got you. Hey, Andre, jump over here.
Andre, move down the couch.
Yes. Now that you're the official
Sit
co-host.
next to Johnny.
We have to test you out.
Comfortable.
Oh, yeah, you better. Yep. Oh, it's looking better already.
Hello.
I feel it.
He's got the sunglasses at night.
I feel it.
Well,
Welcome
pretty
back.
bright in here, so.
This time we got you live in the studio. We had you on the phone.
Yeah.
That was sad. We didn't get to hang out then.
No picture.
no picture. But we did hang out later, and you've been. I'm happy to see that when I see you doing photos, like you're getting out there and checking out. You're still always, it seems like, in really dope places, and you keep finding some pretty interesting. Like the last couple shots I saw, I was like places I'd never seen before. So I was like, hey, that's dope. He's finding those nooks and crannies, right?
Yeah, now that I live in Colorado, I get a lot of good stuff to look at. It's like the landscape, everything here.
From the New York night
I didn't
scene.
see, no,
And
yet.
weirdos and prostitutes and pimps and
Studio
craziness
54,
in
you
Studio
find in
54. And
Colorado.
then he came here, completely opposite.
Well, it's nice to hear about this plant nutrient. You can always learn, from
We're all
where are we
learning.
going to go now? We're going to go to this guy.
Well, like I
with
said, we're
this
going to cannibalism.
Biotic
Plant
line.
cannibalism. It's just like
Feed plants to plants.
feed the plants. Like Soylent Green, bro. It's like Soylent Green.
Well, I had like a period of 20 years where I was growing to pay the rent mainly, in big, expensive New York. And I tried out
Gotta grow
all
some good-
these
gotta grow some
different
fire then.
foods, like starting with the general hydroponic, where all you had needed to know is how much is a teaspoon of green and how much a teaspoon of blue.
Or actually, the main thing to remember was the 3-2-1 or the 1-2-3. Or, you know what I mean? Because it was like a flip. You had to flip the
3,
program.
4, 5 right triangle.
No, it
Wait,
was just like
what?
3 parts of this, 2 parts. Because you didn't even need to like have a teaspoon thing. You could have like, okay, 3 of these and 2 of those and 2 of those and 1 of those. Because it was like a ratio, which made it even easier. That's what I liked about it.
Yeah, and the other side of it was very complicated. When you wanted to do organic, you needed to make your own tea. Now, well, how do you do that and stuff? So
Well, you're also in New York City too, which is not the greatest tea sourcing. It's like go out and pick some, like we were talking about comfrey or some alfalfa or some other thing. You'd be like, yeah, that ain't happening.
yeah,
And then-
difficult concept. I like.
I mean, there's a few good
I'm-
products out there that were put like Bounty. You ever use that one?
No, I was just thinking about one that I did use was Millennium, and it wasn't
Not New Millennium.
that New Millennium, but I was wondering, was the Millennium that I used, was that
It was.
how the company was called before,
so.
or
I think that might have been
they have
Neil's.
new owner, or
Yeah, no, I think actually that
Trade-
I think that Niels, who is the main guy behind New Millennium, I think Millennium was his company
Oh, okay.
before,
Oh,
and
okay.
that I believe because he used to work for a couple other bigger companies, and then he branched off, started Millennium, and then stopped for a while. Then in Colorado, I think that was in California, and then went back out to Colorado, and then started New Millennium. So I'm pretty sure it is the same guy.
Yeah, I liked using that because it had Ruby Fulvik
Oh yeah.
or something, you
Well,
know.
that's the same. Yeah, it's 100% the same company.
Okay.
Because that's their same
Right,
product they have
right,
now too,
right.
which is yep. So they're See, look at that. You're segueing our advertisement for New Millennium.
Yeah,
You talk about Ruby Fulvik without knowing. it. Look at you.
I'm gonna share. So a little secret. I walked out there. You know Elon's daughter that's here.
Stop.
I
with the
know.
daughter.
Uncle Andy is putting the moves right now.
Oh, get out of town.
I'm telling you,
Don't
nobody can
start-
resist Uncle Andy.
Don't start with your
Would you like a strawberry kiwi sativa 50 milligram?
Oh
or
my
a
God, 50
strawberry
milligram,
lemonade?
How about
awesome.
one of each.
I thought I brought
Oh,
one
that
in
is
the-
wonderful. Thank you
Yeah,
so
one of
much.
each. That's the way I do it.
That's
One now
incredible.
and one when we get home.
Oh.
Come on.
Look at
Come on.
set up.
You're lucky I don't like those.
No, these have gelatin in it. You can't
I
eat
know,
them.
I can't eat them. You're lucky.
I tried some CBD for the first time ever last night
You should be eating a lot of it.
because I wanted to have a good night's sleep.
There you go, sir.
Oh. Thank you. And,
And,
it's,
you can have some
and
for
it's
later, too.
50.
Yeah. You'll be good.
Oh, check like half of one.
Yeah, that's an accurate half.
Very good.
Gummies are great for interviews.
Yeah, watch this.
The
It's like
CBD
everyone
for
sounds like
sleeping
Homer
didn't
Simpson.
work
Pretty
so
much
well.
Homer Simpson with a box of donuts now. Is what everyone will sound like.
Speaking of cartoons, when is South Park going to do another one?
Coming soon to a theater near you. I don't know. You never know with those guys. They're just like
We're in their hometown. Doesn't somebody know them
they're
here?
they're mysterious guys.
I don't watch TV.
You watch The Simpsons. You come on. You watch.
I watch
South Park.
TV to watch Suburban House.
I don't have time. I don't have time for
He's
TV.
so busy.
He's so busy being Diamonds and Sauce. Or
Diamonds and Sauce, Suburban House, Sofa
So
Bab,
bad.
Adam Dunn
Sh-
Show.
Ooh, maybe not Adam Dunn
His-
Show for very
his
much
9 to
longer.
5
though. I don't
Yeah,
know.
jeez.
He's talking about quitting that one. I heard.
Fuck yeah.
He's like those guys that don't respect
Well, tonight
me
he was
or my
fucked.
time or my ability
We respect
to tell.
him terribly.
No, just listen.
We gave up
He's like the nicest guy in the world.
YouTube, we gave up
okay, tomorrow he's gonna
Netflix,
be
and
chilling
now
in the
just Adam
hospital.
Dunn Show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice. That's it. So, besides doing the photos
He's
for,
going for the rest of it right now.
look at it. I knew it. He could not resist. You can't resist. There's no way you're gonna eat.
It's going to be funny.
You're like the owl from the back in the day on the
Yeah, but
Tootsie Roll.
you're gonna be all
How many
stoned 20
licks-
minutes after the show ends.
How many bites to the center of?
He's on 2 right
He's
now.
already on 2, 1, 2.
I'll be careful.
It'll be the last one.
No, the stuff that I got so far had like 10 milligram per.
This is THC. We're aware of that, right? Not CBD.
Yeah.
Well, like, right.
Okay. I'm just making sure you know what you're eating
Yeah.
right now. This is buffalo strength.
Yeah, but
Buffalo?
half is
50
probably
milligrams,
half
that's-
is probably fine. Yeah, I was like,
Oh, you're fine. Don't you
I
worry.
think 40 I tried.
Don't you worry.
And
We,
it feels
we did
just
what,
fine.
2000?
Mark
Did you see the
ate
guy?
1900 on the show once.
And then what happened?
Nothing.
We didn't
Oh,
get
really?
that high.
I'm good.
I was fine.
Yeah, it was fine.
I was fine. We did a 12-hour show because we stretched it out over 12 hours. We didn't just eat it and then wait. Like that. That'll get you really high. If you ate it all at once, you'd get high.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
stre-
I got
oh, I
high
get it.
initially because I didn't eat before I came,
Yeah.
and then we ate
started
like
to
300
take shit.
milligrams like in the first hour.
Yeah.
And while you guys were on with Tommy Chong, I had to get up and like go get some food
Yeah, you were starting to
because
go.
I was like, yeah, because I was like,
missed out on the Tommy interview.
no, I listened to it. I was right there.
Man.
I got up so I could eat some food.
Yeah, he had to eat.
Yeah, I know. Bagels?
Did it
No.
save your life?
Okay.
Bagel
Bagels
saved
will
your
save your
life.
life.
Bagel.
No, I
Last night, a
brought something
bagel
with me
saved
that
my
day. I
life.
don't remember what it was.
Probably healthy nuts or something like that.
No,
Really?
I don't know what it was. I don't
Nuts?
remember.
You mean like numb nuts?
I don't remember, dude.
Oh, Adam's saying get the ads going.
We're
He
just
said
doing
numb
ads.
nuts.
We're doing
Bam.
we're jibbing and jabbing between ads and Andre Grossman, the most exciting photographer in the world.
Killing time.
Yeah. No. No. Have you tried numb nuts before?
No,
We have some.
I've heard about it.
Well, in
I
Colorado,
think I've
Don't we have
seen
some?
it somewhere in a
I don't
store.
know.
I saw some out there.
That was from last month, man. We
Oh.
don't want
What?
It's been there.
What is
Peanut
it?
butter never goes
peanut
off.
butter?
It's
What is
high
it?
end.
When has peanut butter ever gone off in your
Oh,
lifetime? Have you?
Because I think I saw
No,
it
that
at
had
the
THC,
supermarket.
didn't it?
I was going to go to the
Oh, yeah.
end, but
Did I
he's
see
talking
it in
about
the
CBD.
supermarket? That stuff.
The CBD
You
you can
might.
get. No, I don't know about a supermarket. Are they
It's,
that
I,
big?
you
You mean
know
like-
what? He said big things were happening, and I haven't spoken to him this week. So
I would
maybe.
doubt that down in Pueblo area you'd be finding numb nuts yet.
Well, like
maybe
at
in the Boulder
at a
zone
natural
or-
farmers or
There's a big
something.
deadhead community down there. So
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Is there like
Well,
is that right
natural
next to, is that
grocers.
next to the grilled cheese guy or what?
That might
You
be.
can get numb nuts at the grilled cheese guy in Pueblo.
Yeah.
Just find him in any lot.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll be at the lot making
The
grilled
bread
cheese.
will be burnt on the ends, and the cheese will be
But anyway,
perfectly cold in the
numb
middle.
nuts is amazing because they put 1,000 milligrams into a one little tub about that big, so you know you get a pretty good dose.
Right.
And
On your sandwich. On
On
your
whatever you
bagel.
want. On your
Yeah.
bagel.
see
I
now that's
knew
the
I
thing
liked
is
this guy.
now see peanut butter on a bagel to me just seems like a death trap. Like that's like you're not
Kids
leaving.
like it.
You're not leaving the house for
No,
a
'cause
good
it's-
hour. Like because the bagel's
no
already
good
doing
for radio.
that. The bagel's already doing that, and then the peanut butter accentuates it. Like I just couldn't know if I could get through that.
But if
That'd
you
be
go
rough.
to numbnutsco.com and enter Done Deal at checkout, you'll
Here's
get a
something-
discount
Here's
and they'll
something
mail it to you.
here's something you relate to. You know how sometimes when you bite that bagel and it gets like literally like stuck where you can't.
It
like,
makes the
yeah.
braces plate on
Yeah,
the roof
yeah,
of your mouth like it was
exactly.
pre-dentures.
Yeah, and then you're like, I panic. And you go into a slight panic mode. Do you have that
No.
feeling? You don't
I
go to
do.
panic?
No.
I
I know what
do.
you're talking about.
I get panicky,
Yeah,
don't
I
you?
get
Like,
all
hey,
like,
oh,
whoa,
no,
whoa.
I'm dying. I'm dying.
You're taking bites of bagels like your dabs. Try smaller bites.
But you know what I'm talking about.
I know
Yeah,
exactly.
blasphemy, right? I mean, what?
It form fits to the mouth. You cannot get. You're like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
No, that's
Like,
that's
it's
why
like-
you see people in New York City bagel shops go.
I feel like my feet are going. You know what I mean? But in my mouth.
Is that like salty nuts in your mouth?
No, it's the diddle 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 do, and then in
your mouth.
There you go, yeah. That
So
would
they
be a
make
soundbite.
they
You
make
keep that.
salt CBD roasted. Mark, what's the nut again? It's pecans or almonds. Go to their website. Go to Numbnuts Co. I eat the peanut butter. I'm a big peanut butter fan. I'm not a nut fan, although Numbnuts THC 1,000 milligrams. And you have to go to their website to find out. I think it's about 9 dispensaries right now.
And it's literally like a shoe drop. Like people are like, "Whoa, where's the peanut butter at?" And they're like, "Fucking like every
It's
see,
in Pueblo.
See each other high. Hey, fucking drive them off the road. I'm getting those fucking things first. It's vicious.
I thought it was all northern Colorado stuff, but
Am I wrong?
I'm pretty sure.
Fort
I'm pretty sure it's mostly Fort Collins
Okay.
and maybe
Yeah,
down
wrong.
to Boulder-ish if you're
Yeah,
lucky.
maybe.
But definitely.
I thought it was
like
south
down
to
here. You
north.
could double up on it if you could go up there and then drive back and then just double down and be like, yeah, it's $30 a thing now. You're
I
like,
don't
what?
know.
It's like
Tub? I don't
more
know.
than that. How much are those?
I don't.
We have
he
no idea.
gives them to us. I don't know, man.
know. We just eat 'em.
Go to the website.
We just eat them. We don't
It's
know what
fantastic. Even if I had to pay for it, I would
CBD,
be.
we get a discount, right?
Yes.
Online.
Mark got the mosquito.
Mark got the
Yeah.
mosquito.
Yeah.
He saved our life.
Yeah, no, Matt brought the mosquitoes in.
It was,
Yeah,
it was
after he was running on the roof.
It was Matt.
Disturbed the nest or something.
Yeah, there was
That's
a
what
whole
made
bunch
him
of
fly
skeeters
in.
up there. They were pissed.
Yeah.
Looking for a victim.
Yes. But
So-
numbnutsco.com, that's where you enter Done Deal and you get their CBD peanut butter. And we want to get some to Andre Grossman.
So you want to get some. So you want to start growing. So I know you're going to get some of his products, but if you need to get any other products, like everything, like soil itself, if you want to get some integrated pest management products, like you need to have predators.
BuildASoil.com.
Oh, that's
awesome.
awesome.
You go to buildasoil.com.
What I was looking for was, I have a carport, and I was going to rip off the metal roof of it
Nice.
and replace it with
Hemp?
like Lexan type
some kind of like maybe the corrugated plastic.
the right one that actually lets
or-
enough light through.
Right, you know,
grow
because
underneath it?
because you have to be a little bit careful. People keep warning about, hey, you put that plastic foil, and the next hailstorm will rip it right off or something.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
mean,
be. You gotta be super vigilant here because it's like Colorado is hailstorm like up
Right.
until July. You could get
Right.
hit anytime, so you definitely want to have something covering everything.
I mean, it wasn't bad this year. There was just a little
Corrugated
bit.
plastic would 99% of the time
but
work
that's
out.
kind of
There'd be a
pretty
moment where
sturdy,
it might
right?
get so bad though,
Yeah,
especially if it gets old. Like if it's new, you're good.
right.
But once it gets about like 10 years old or something,
No,
stupid,
you don't want to keep it that long. Or
like
something,
that shit
you
could
know,
explode.
Replace every whatever 3
Plus
years
it gets all
or
cloudy.
something.
It gets
you
all
know.
cloudy.
Right, that's gross.
But anyway, you go to buildasoil.com and he has all the products that you'll need to grow the plants. He won't have the corrugated stuff. You'll have to go to
Well, we have
unfortunately, Home Depot for that crap.
really good soil, it seems. Plus, there's an irrigation ditch going through the yard where we own water rights.
Oh, that's
so
what-
we
that's all
got
you need.
like a 2 horsepower water pump. For now, it's just for having like a lawn like a golf course or something, you know. But now we've been here only like 10 months, and we might not really get it together for this season with the greenhouse and stuff, but we're definitely going to put a couple plants that were like you're allowed, 12 plants per household or something, or
Depends on
you
your
know.
spot, but yeah, 12
Yeah.
is 12 is definitely the,
He's
the, the
laughing.
Sort of the unfortunate low number that
Boulder, it's less than that, right?
6,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Boulder sucks. And it's like 3 flowering and 3 growing or some dumbass shit. I hate
Per
it.
person or
hate
per
that.
household?
Per household.
Household.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Now different everywhere.
Especially if you live with like 20 adults and you're thinking, I'm going to bust this out. Nope.
Those are the old days.
Right.
They figured that one out. Like it's per household. Yeah, it's tough. But yeah, you go to buildasoil.com and then you do the same thing. You go done deal at checkout. You get some percentage off. I can't say 10% because I know it's a little less.
I think it depends on what
But
you
I think,
buy.
but you get all free shipping within Colorado.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna order like soil and all that kind of, if you have to get that shit, it's like fuck it, just get that delivered.
Over 500
Yeah,
bucks.
this
Over
guy's
500.
idea with these new nutrients that the guy before was company's
Elon.
name.
Elon Musk.
Elon
And
Musk.
his company
yes.
is called what again?
Boring.
Tesla.
Tesla and boring. Tesla and boring.
Tesla Biodynamics.
No, it's
Tim McCormick, and it's cultured biologics. It's
Cultured biologics. Yeah.
with an X. With an X.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could be Elon's cousin, maybe. Did we pull that off? Because then we have like,
Higher yield. We
Tesla's
get
great
the high
nephew
yield
and,
from this stuff.
And
We should have had them both on.
Oh, together.
That would have been. We'll have them back.
yeah.
So we had a descendant of Nikola Tesla on last month.
Oh yeah, those two. I'm sure.
He was.
I heard that one.
Well, because if he sees Elon here, it's gonna be like Elon,
Nikola.
Nikola's kids.
He was pissed. He didn't like Elon.
Yeah, I know.
So they weren't really bonding.
Who likes Elon right now?
Oh, he's lost everybody money.
What he you should have realized as soon as he said that, everybody sold. He sat back, waited for the price to drop, and I'm sure he bought a ton. And now it's going to rise back up. Buy the dip. I heard that. I hear it's a pretty good thing to do. Buy the dip.
Yeah, it makes people lots of money.
Yeah. Or get in at Doge when your buddy Mark tells you about it when it's a nickel.
Did
Yeah,
he?
buddy.
Did he?
I did.
Yeah, I told you about it earlier, yeah. But I got in at 0.03.
Wow.
I think that drops every week because
Yeah.
last week it was 0.380.
Oh, 0.037.
Okay.
Oh, that's
a good number.
That's a
good
whole number.
That's a good number.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's a good one.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's been good for me so far.
Right? It's going to rise back up.
good
It's going to be
so
huge. Stay in.
It's funny how everybody was so excited, and then they got their asses handed to them for a little while, and it was just like, if you're in this game and you cannot be worrying about whatever's in there. You should
Yeah.
put chump change in there.
Yeah, dude.
That-
Or certainly keep some in reserve
I had
and
a
buy
friend-
your dips.
I had a friend who was following just the right people at the right time, and he bought that ADA at the right time. Crushed. He put in $2,500. He had like $12 million. It was like nuts. It was like
Damn.
2,500 at the right, like 0,000 whatever, and then just bought it in at the right time. Sat back, $12 million. I'm like, holy fuck.
How do we get on that list?
You just have to keep looking at what's out there and buy stupid shit. Buy Snoop coins.
I told Mark
See the
about
Snoop coin?
one.
Did you see the Snoop coins that were like this? Oh, like it came straight up, it's straight down again.
Yeah, I got in on a crypto.
Good
I
old
told
Snoop
Mark
coin.
about it at $1.72.
Yeah, now it's
it went
$4.
all the way up to almost $5. I should have sold then.
And now it's back to 4.
No, now it's like 214, but it'll go back. It's really tied to Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
It goes in similar jumps, but since you get in so much smaller, there's such huge percentage gains.
Right.
I'm hoping it's like that. Check out in a couple of
It's
years.
either gonna make everybody go yay or everyone go wah. It's like a big. It's kind of funny how it's.
You're gonna go yay and wah,
There's a lot of
probably.
yays and whas, but definitely there's been a bunch of ready. I love that one meme that Dredd put up with there. They said there was going to be Lambos, That's like now they're all broke.
That's great. I did see a boat,
But it did
that
do
said-
better.
Called it Ethereum.
It did. It was more real than the isolate chase of the fucking 2007.
You gonna go there? You gonna?
Huh?
How many unicorns did we?
I mean, the unicorn hunt of those years was nothing. Like no one came up. Like if they did, they were horrible people who sold Chinese isolate or
yeah.
something because there was no. It was never there when you needed it. And now there's too much. Now there's just boatloads.
Why have I gotten 12 phone calls from completely different people, all asking me for the exact same quantity
Yeah.
and price?
Uh-huh.
Well, because they're all chasing a unicorn.
It was kind of funny and kind of sad because it was almost the same vibe as how Bitcoin is. Like you really like, well, I guess I gotta follow through and check it out because the potentials are too huge. You know what I mean? And with that one, the thing was it was never a real, like it wasn't like you could go buy it online.
It's overlimping a poker pot. You're hoping you can get in cheap and strike gold.
But it's interesting to watch, and I mean, as long as you, again, don't ever put anything in you can't lose. Cause
Yeah, and don't ever listen to us about financial advice.
Adam
That'd be
Hennessy, you
fucking
could listen to
stupid.
that, Adam.
You could listen to that, Adam. Yes,
Possibly.
Yeah, but nobody's sitting here right now.
No.
We're just trying to have
Except
fun.
maybe
and
Andre.
talk
Andre
about
obviously
cannabis.
has got.
Well,
he is Satori.
I'm waiting.
I am Satori.
Are we going to see
I
our Pawn
heard-
Stars? with a whole bunch of photos one day.
You ever get paid? Did you get paid in Bitcoin back in the day ever? And like, you forgot about it?
You forgot about it?
Because that's the best part is that people who forget about it
Imagine,
and
that's
find
nice.
old phones and are like, holy shit, I forgot I bought 12,000 Bitcoins back in the day for $1. You know what I mean? Like,
You-
those
you-
are some-
you
there's
don't
a-
make me go
No, there's
there,
some
man.
people like that.
I
Well,
had
we knew
cancer.
somebody who bought for $1,000 Bitcoin when it was like $1 a piece, and then that's a lot of money now.
Yeah, but they sold at
but-
80, right?
But I didn't.
they lost it.
I
Everyone-
never
all those
even
guys
had
lost their shit.
$1,000 to put into
the-
anything really,
I know.
except my
the-
moped or something.
Well, the problem was that also
mopeds.
back then you
Vespa.
had to have a really good computer and you had to know your shit and it had to be offline and you couldn't. There was no like it wasn't like in your phone and blip 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 blip. So people kind of like lost that hard drive or lost the keys to the thing or the fucking forgot the code and there's all that going on, which is. Those are the funniest stories because those are the ones where there's the guys who are like, I have $34 million, but I can't get into it because I forgot the code.
Right.
You know, that's
There was a Big Bang Theory episode of that where they put it on a stick and he decided he wasn't going to tell him that he put it on his keychain. And he's like, aha, I'm going to tell you now, it's on your keychain. He's like, I lost those keys 2 years ago. Oh, whoops. What do you do? Hennessy will know, but they track the actual Bitcoin float.
If you keep
and
the
what's considered
code,
lost.
if you keep the code, and you do have the number, the phrases
on
that
the
go with it,
blockchain.
you don't have to have physically the thing or anything.
Right.
You can get to it, but that's the problem. Is most people just rely on all the. You're like, I am not going to write down that code or.
When he told me that, when I took the stick out, because you could cold storage your crypto, take it off of a server because sometimes the governments will just come in and say, you guys suck and we're taking your domain.
Yeah.
It comes with a piece of paper. And I put the piece of paper aside, but you got to write down like 30 words.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to give you a little, I'm going to blow your mind right now. He goes, that stick doesn't mean anything. He goes, you need that sheet of paper. I said, what the, really? What the hell did I just spend $70 on the stick for if I just needed the piece of paper? He's like, well, it's kind of a catch-22, but
Yeah.
that's what you need to do. Right, Hennessy? Did I get it right? If he's listening tonight? I didn't see him.
For sure. Look at that. Oh, dude, you're missing the best photos ever now. I'm looking out the door. It's like amazing backdrop. See it?
Well-
See a little sliver?
This is so beautiful out here.
I'll go look.
You can't see on that side.
Oh, it's dark
It's on that
already.
side. It's on that side, though. You know, the sunset.
Yeah, it's gorgeous
Sunset
out
in the
here.
west.
Well,
So maybe oh no.
So
I
the
feel like
cockpit-
this half the day, like you see stuff, oh, it looks so good, it looks so good. But I'll stay here, so then I don't stop to take picture all the time when I see something. I say like, I need to get to the Adam Dunn show. I'll
kept
stay
you
in
from-
Colorado
kept you
and
from
actually,
left the hot springs?
see the thing. But it's very much worth it today as meeting the new nutrient situation. That's really
Yeah,
good.
look at that. Every
Which
time-
hot springs did you go to?
Excuse me?
Which hot springs did you go to?
The Hooper, right here.
Yeah, it is. When you're going to tomorrow.
Tomorrow, right? 8:53. Who the hell knows?
It's really
What do you
warm,
mean,
the
who the-
water.
Well,
is
no,
very,
it's gonna
very
close. You're not going to be able to go
We're not
tonight.
doing tonight. No, we're not even going to try. There's no point.
No.
There's no point. We're late. We're running late. It's not 24 hours, though. Doesn't that feel good? How does it feel knowing that you don't have to be here for 20 more hours?
That's nice.
Is that nice? Yeah. I bet it is. I bet.
You know what was
That's
good
a
at the
bonus.
hot springs? You didn't have to make a reservation anymore. You can just go, and they let you in. So it's not no more
No
COVID.
limitations, yeah.
Nice. I went to the Joyful. I saw that one, right? That's a
On
little
Joyful
different.
Journeys? Where they
No,
weren't-
it's not. It's a nice place.
Well, they weren't very joyful there.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Hooper's nice, big place.
Super nice. Big place.
Very nice. Yeah.
Very-
The outdoor is very nice with the snow-covered mountains in the background.
I was there when it was snowing one time, and it was great. I was like, "Oh, this
Yeah.
is awesome!" In the spring, fucking giant snowflakes. You'd get your head up and get your head super cold, and then go down into the hot, and be like, "Oh,
Nice.
this is fucking good."
Yeah, you have to
It's
go
like a
there when
reverse
it's bad
of
weather.
Going out and getting cold. You just had to stand up and get super duper cold, you know, and then just.
Oh, it smells so good.
There used to be a place outside of Eugene called Mackenzie Hot Springs, and it was pretty much when I was going before they developed it. It was all man-made. Like guys would come out in the morning, redo the pools, and could get them, going down at different temperatures, and that was the snow. When the snow comes down on you, there's no better feeling. I should have bought a hot tub a few years ago when I was all flush. Now it's
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Hot tubs are like things, they're great until they're not great.
Until you have to actually take care of it yourself, and not have somebody else. That's like checking your nutrients. And
It's like having a precision anything, you know what I mean? If you don't know how to maintain it, it's probably not a good thing. Like, nice car, nice
I
cars,
live down the
bikes.
block from a guy who builds like those. It's a pool in your ground, but it doesn't look like a pool. It looks like it was cut out of nature. You think he'll trade bagels and build me a pool?
Bagel for pools. Sounds like a
for
plan.
pools. I'll do it.
It sounds like a plan. Should we get Matt in here for a second? And can you reach out to Matt? Get Matt in here. We'll have a little quick 420 update. And then...
what about Tiny Tim, right? Brought that...
Tiny Tim. Bring Tim... Well, yeah. We'll get him in a second. Because we don't have...
That's right. We have it's a weird... We need to come around the round table.
Come on in,
the
mister.
camera in the middle.
What, he's scared? Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Yes. I like what Mark just said.
Mark's doing it next time.
No, well, we can have the, like the That 70s Show camera in the middle. It would
Spins around.
rotate whenever somebody talked. That's right. Andre, you got to move down the couch.
Moving on
Matt
down,
is now the
you're-
primary guest.
and now you have that true co-host vibe.
Put the headphones on.
He's moved in. No, don't put the headphones
Oh, we do have headphones. I was like,
We have them, but we're not wearing them. We blew them up.
We blew the headphones.
We literally blew them up. There was a
Dave
point
is
of
in
the
retrograde, and it went boom.
It went pow. So, welcome.
Tell us about Area 420's cannabis update.
Tell us about the deck. The deck update. Give us the square footage of the deck. How many square feet?
Of the Area 420 train deck?
No, we're awesome. Train deck is the shit.
I'm trying to think of like a good name for it. I think that would
Oh,
be a
that's
good
what I was
name.
wondering. I was like, hey, you have
The
a
Area
link.
420 train deck.
Dave's
I was going to have you
deck.
go out in the beautiful weather when it was all sunny, take some videos, get on the show, but then you were gone.
Man, I'm so busy here lately.
On the
This
roof.
Like
Oh yeah, you were running on the
everybody
roof.
else.
I forgot. I forgot. You were the guy.
No,
right?
I was down here.
Oh, it was the other Matt.
I heard Dave. He's like, Nick.
Was it Matt or was
Nick
it
was
Dave?
like, it's not me, and we were like just like sitting out here. So it was like Mike and Andy. And some other guys,
Oh, see, they blamed you. They said Matt. Yeah. We didn't know if it was your Matt 1 or 2, so I was like, no, it could be the
Brain strap.
The brain strap.
brain strap. Wow.
Everyone follow at Brainstrap on Instagram.
Multiple winner on the
Yeah.
Adam Dunn show. Multiple content creator on the Adam Dunn show. So you're getting up
I just
there.
kind of feed off you guys.
No, man, you're
Really?
killing it. Well,
Well, like today, I was like, well, the show's gonna be going down at like 4:20, so I was like, I'll put 4:20. But it didn't go down at 4:20, so then I like went back and
he
had to edit
believed
it.
in the show.
Change
Did
it
he
back
just
to,
say
like,
he thought the
around
show
6
was going to
p.m.
start at 4:20?
He's here. And
How long have you known him?
Well, I know it goes a little bit late, but then like I got
Come
over
on.
here and you were like, well, Mark's not going to be here until 5:30.
Oh.
5 o'clock.
5
We
o'clock,
said
sorry,
5.
5 o'clock.
But he had to have it. Yeah, you know.
But Dave came through with the bagels,
We
though,
did
so that
what
was
we had to
clutch.
do, but basically we were here 5 weeks ago, and when we left, deck was a dream, and we were still like
Yeah, it didn't even have flooring or anything. There was
Yeah.
no railing.
It didn't have heat.
It was just basically they had augered holes and then there were just poles set. So now we have flooring, we've got railing. It just needs like some of like the fine, like either like lattice or pole work or whatever.
Well, we're
Adam
gonna-
was like,
Do what Adam said. You got to paint it outside, like mind the gap.
Oh yeah, I want you to do
Yeah, we
like
can do
make it like a
something
train
cool like
station,
that.
so that it feels
No
like you're at the train
leaning.
station. So you have to mind the gap, and exactly like just like you're waiting on the train because it looks like it because it just kind of comes about. It's a little tight. It's like a tight. The
Train always shows up at 4:20.
could have had an
Yep.
even bigger gap
We need
just
to
for
get
the
the horn, too.
authenticity.
Like
It would have been funny.
every
I mean, take one
4:20
out.
p.m. a horn
Take
will
one
blow.
out just for fun. You
all
have to really
across
watch
Area
out.
420.
Mind the gap. Take one of the last. Take that inside board out and just give it that authentic train station look. You know? See,
To get Mark a train
so
whistle.
you're-
We've got the whistle somewhere around here. I don't know
Yeah,
where
give it to
is.
Mark to keep us on track. Whenever we start tangenting off, he'll just blow that whistle.
Oh, he would have been
Put us
blown
right
like
back
every
on
5
track.
seconds. He would have been blown.
I'd
right
have
now.
to listen to do that.
Oh, he's sofa babbling.
Damn!
He's sofa babbling us from the.
dropped this mic on the floor right
Yeah, wow.
Fuck!
Shitty Jamie's.
Does anybody know how to run a podcast?
Shitty Jamie is in full effect. He has gone full shit. What are you doing? Don't smash our green.
That's a good hit.
Oh, you got him. All right. Did you dirty our shit? Look at you.
One shot, one kill.
Oh, don't. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Trust me, that wasn't the only one.
Oh, they're all kidding.
It's that time of year, though, man. We just have to kind of. Luckily, it's not as bad here as it is up towards Crestone. Like
Where's
towards
the water
right
source
where we're
that
at,
they're
you mean? Where we're
around
at?
here that they're coming from? Is it the gardens, you think?
just all of the snow melting and coming
Yeah.
down.
Skeeter
creating-
zone?
yeah.
Nice. We don't have
Finding shade spots. where-
Colorado in general, though, is pretty good. So, yeah.
It was like the one time I went to Hawaii once, and it just happened to be when that storm was on the north side. It made it the humidest time ever, and nobody realized that when they did their mosquito spraying, they sprayed below the tops of the palm trees, which is where they all are because they form cups of water. And holy, they were this big, Adam, this big.
Dude, they're ruthless in Crestone, man. They're brutal.
Wait, where am I staying? I'm not staying in
Tweaker,
Crestone. am I?
tweaker,
So-
tweaker.
Fuck.
Tweaker zone.
No, I'm not going. I think I'm in Squash. Squash.
We're in Squash. The whole. This is
Watch is out that way.
That's where I am. Squash.
Squash.
But it's just like a short-term thing. It's not a long.
That's called
thing. They
Skeeter-
come around, they die
Skeeter
out,
Nation.
and it's gone.
Hey, can we turn something off right now? No more of this. Get Dave a photo in the wild. Since the wild we're open now. No, we're not
Oh,
giving
look at
any more.
you. I'll scare you.
No, he took 12
Yeah, this
photos
is
of me
the.
today.
You're not in
20,
the
that
caboose
doesn't,
right
doesn't
now.
work like that though. Oh, like it was funny. I was talking to guys at Illuminar, and they were like, we were going over the winning of the things which we got to get to. How are we going to do that? Illuminar giveaway.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, I guess I'll hook
I
up
think
my
if
phone.
you just call
How
and just
about
do
we
that,
just
we're
do
Why don't I
next
just give you
week?
my headphones and you can talk to him, and then
Make it back to.
Damn.
I can do the same thing here and use your headphones. Yes, that's fine.
yeah, I'll
That's-
just give you my headphones.
That's
and,
fine. We
And
can
we
do
just
that.
talk. And
We can do that.
That
I
way.
guess I should pick a winner, right?
But we
I already picked one.
You got it? All right. So, but anyway, I was talking to Illuminar about giveaways and all that, and they said, the one thing we do, the only thing we were kind of about was, didn't you have one guy who won like 5 times? And I'm like, no, it wasn't true. It wasn't really. We never had anybody win 5 times the Illuminar thing, right? Did we have somebody win twice? Ever? Somebody?
Tony Baloney.
I said Tony Baloney.
I think maybe someone won twice.
No, I think, without knowing, 2 members of the same family but different people wrote in, and we answered them, not realizing that it was in the same family. But you know what? Put them to good use. You want to win?
Okay.
Send us an email.
But that's
done
how,
deal.
That's how.
at AdamDunnShow.com.
Exactly. And we then you have to look up the word. And they were asking if the word of the month works, and I said yes, it does. I think the word of the month is catching on good now, right? Everybody's got that. They understand. We're getting letters. They put their phone number. Like all those key things we had to like drill into our into our chat and listeners. Like you got to put a phone number, because if you don't put the phone number, we can't call you. And that's how it works, man. We're going old school around here.
there's 2 letters that didn't have phone numbers.
Again.
Yeah, 2 people that I picked. And
Did they give us an email address though? We can send them an email and say, hey man, what's your fucking phone number? Because we'll include you next month.
Well, I mean, we include that every time we write it.
She was a dog.
True that. Is it? No, it's not. It's a ghost.
The big mosquito pushed the door open.
So, but overall, they were happy with everything that's going on, so we're good. But it was just, I was waiting for the hammer to drop. ROIs. I was waiting for the word ROIs, and look at him creeping in. Kakarocha is coming into the building. What's going
Mark,
on?
how about the one from 429?
You can jump in here if you want. We got a free chair.
What are we
I'll
doing?
forward it to you.
What are you doing?
Oh,
I'm sending you the winner.
Sorry. Okay, Mike.
I already
I know.
picked one though.
Oh, perfect.
You got one? All right.
Yeah, I already picked
Giving
one.
away the lights around here.
Even better.
Got Uncle Andy.
What? You don't have time to come on the show on your own fucking
He's cockblocked.
man?
Representative is here.
He's representing hard.
All right.
He's representing real hard.
So Colorado area 420. If you guys are looking to grow, if you're a potential licensee, if you are a business person, you need access to intelligence. It's all here. You do not need to be an expert grower. You just have to have
That
a
helps.
drive
That
and a
helps.
good business person.
That helps.
But you know what? There's enough brain power here that you could tap
You could
into.
have support. You could have support here, which
And
is
you can
important.
build a
And
team
You could
there.
actually. You're not just sitting in a little island somewhere, which most growers were always that. They were always like the, didn't mix too much with other people because, I mean, sometimes you're in a complex. I remember there was some stuff that was like from our buddies at 710 at their original spot. There was like 3 remember the, the 58th. Don't even worry about it. Just relax. You're not like a squirrel, like a little cocker spaniel.
I feel like I saw a unicorn.
Squirrel. But they had a building which on 58th in Arapahoe that was like the classic where it was like, wait a minute, you're at 58th in Arapahoe?
I'm there too.
You're at 58th in Arapahoe? I'm at 58th in Arapahoe. Then you looked at the building and everybody was growing, but the way that the buildings were designed, it was terrible because there was a lot of overlap within the ventilation. There was a lot of overlap within the airflow. And so everybody had powdery mildew. I went in and it was like the worst. It was literally the worst powdery mildew I'd ever seen. And it was due to the fact that the guys behind them just fucking contaminated the whole thing. And these guys were growing on undercurrent, 96 cell undercurrent. So you can imagine the amount of water in that room. Upstairs in a building, they had it all covered in a net. And it was really weird because I had already was walking with my arms close to me because I was like, oh, yeah, woo, look at that. Looks bad over there. And oh,
yeah,
I don't even want to look over there. And it was like, check out, look at this, Then we went upstairs and we looked in this room and it was that room with the undercurrents. They had 2 rooms parallel next to each other. One was off, one was on. The one that was on had a giant net over the top of all the plants that just went from one side of the room to the other side of the room. And it was weird, it looked like they caught a whale, right? And it was just in the middle of the room. I was like, what the hell is that? It was really weird. And I looked in and my eyes focused and I just saw powdery mildew. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, can you imagine what's underneath there? Because it's not getting enough airflow. It's covered with a net. It's all got powdery mildew. And there's about 5,000 gallons of water in that room just because every single pot's got fucking water plus the reservoir that feeds them. And I don't know, it was just a nightmare. It was like one of those deals where you're like,
perfect powdery mildew conditions.
100%. You are breeding the most powdery mildew I've ever seen.
Look, Matt's looking at the mosquitoes too.
Nobody cares. No, it's like bees. We just got bees. We just got bees, and shout out to Katie for being the first one stung out of the gate. Katie was there, and of course she pissed off one of the fucking bees, and our friend Anika who brought the bees over. She's had these bees. So basically, she got the bees for us, and then we had the classic weather issues and all sorts of stuff. And so she's like, oh, I'll take care of them and let them go. And they're just cranking along. It's 80,000 bees in a fucking beehive. She drives it in the car, and she's like, yeah, they were getting kind of pissed off. And I'm just thinking to myself, can you imagine driving with a beehive of pissed off in a closed back? She's just driving along, It's not like she has an open, she's got a fucking closed hatchback with 80,000 bees, and she had to stop a couple times and get out and let them air and get them cool down because they get hot and pissed off. And she did it in the middle of the night, brought them over to the house, got it all set up. Nobody, we all stood around, watched it happen. We're like, this is awesome.
Yeah,
and of course, Katie put her hand in the wrong place, got stung on the hand, and then got stung on the forehead. So she got double dosed.
It's because once one starts to sting, they release a pheromone and they all.
Well, but she didn't get fully stung. She got jabbed. They did because they didn't want to lose out, live their rest of their life. So it's sort of
like the warnings.
She got the warning on the head, and I think she may have got the stinger on the hand. But it was one of those. Yeah, they saw the. But anyway, we got bees now. Bees are dope. And now the thing is also kind of cool is she calls us up this morning and says, oh, you guys, what you got to do is you got to go stand near the hive now so they know your smell, because otherwise you're going to get fucking stung too. So pretty much we have to go up there, and it's like, Nick, come on up, we got to go up there. And then she's like, and also you should probably pee around it because the bears in the area will then stay away, because there's definitely bears, and they'll come when not now, but later in August when that honey's
when you have to pee, pee.
But it's interesting. It's cool. We became bee people overnight. It was literally oh, guess we're bee people. And then in the morning, hi bees. They taking a shower. The bee comes on the thing. You're like, how's it going? And you can recognize them because you're like, no, those are definitely our bees. I know the color of them now. They're different than the other ones around.
You're going to give us little bee facts every week.
Oh, it's going to be a bee. Yeah.
Bees are the only animal on the planet besides humans that make their own food.
And
planting the pollinator pads.
Can you imagine the bee puns that are going to come off of this? Oh my God.
Be careful.
Oh, okay. The bee puns are going to get.
Be connected.
Be
connected.
They're going to be deep. They're going to be deep.
I stole that one from Boyd Gaming, by the way, but that's okay. It doesn't matter for the show. For the purposes, it's original.
So yeah, no, it's really cool. That was a fun.
Man, it's so cool to
and
see you guys in the same studio together here.
I
This
know.
is kind of
look
a
at
big
this.
moment, huh?
It's because he's brave enough. Finally, finally.
Time has come.
Even
I'm
gonna go to the
not
hot springs
brave
tomorrow
enough.
with us. How,
Yeah,
I
we're gonna have
believed
to-
in
How
science
amazing is that?
and
Gotta
got
go to the
a vaccine
hoop house. We're all
that
here.
protects me.
We're all here.
Yes. We're all here
We're all
in the
here.
same studio.
Back at it.
But wait, back in the saddle again.
Oh yeah, Mark's on that right now. He's gonna get
Right.
down. He's downloading it.
AC/DC.
He's paying for the.
No, he's not.
and he's gonna clip that. He's gonna clip that in real quick.
Matt, since you're here, can I ask a favor? Is there any way you can provide me a little security after the show to walk me to my car? Because Mark might punch me.
Oh,
I just
pent-up
I'm looking at
aggression.
him right now. He's looking at me like
He's-
I might get a punch on the way out. So
wow.
can you help me go to the car? Is that possible? You know, like if you win at the casino.
Just keeping the good vibes.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Mark, look at Mark. He's no threat.
So since we were here a month ago, any more? Because I saw that group over there behind us. Seems like they got more going on. That they brought
There's a
in their-
lot more traffic.
Like
Yeah, they've
How
pretty
many-
much got that built up now. They got their fence up, the privacy which is
now, is that a 1 acre plot or is that a bigger?
yeah. Well, I think it's a 1 acre.
Okay,
plot,
so
yeah.
because I was trying to gauge it with, and that's kind of a little.
like your neighbors.
It's pretty much the same shape, but skinny and long, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we're doing them like that. Because it's switched over from there to there to here to there. And we've been
Yeah, as far as the layout on the survey or whatever.
No, it's good
but-
because I was trying to show our friend Kerri here what an acre. She's like, "Is that an acre? Is this an acre?" And I'm like, "It's kind of hard to visualize unless you sort of have something there." And then that has a fence
Yeah,
around.
most
So
have
you
the
got
traditional
visuals.
like rectangle.
Is that an acre? That was your number one question. Is this an acre or is that an acre?
Well, there's a couple spots where they're at like an angle and you've got like a pie or something like that. You'll
Right.
get,
But it still ends up being about the same.
about the same, yeah.
44,000. What is the exact number? Do you know? 44,000 what? Something.
5 billion.
It can't be 44,000, 5 billion. That is like my son would say that, basically. That's his numbers. That's how much money he's expecting for doing one chore. 500 billion.
Speaking of numbers, why doesn't everybody head to their app store and download the Cannected, CANNECTED, and it's a green app, right?
No, well, color-wise, it's black and white.
It's a black sea, but we're in beta, so we could hold on right a second. Too much promo.
Yeah, well, that's where we are. You can watch us in beta.
It's still,
Yeah.
it's a little, it's all like right now at this point, a lot of,
Mike Denver will beta test for
We
you.
switched something today, so it's going into
Cool.
another phase.
It's going
It's
into
great, though.
alpha,
It's
beta,
great.
gamma.
We have
it's
great-
gone from beta to gamma. It's gone gamma. We're going full gamma, and then delta.
Yes.
Down the road, we'll be doing
Yeah.
delta.
Delta. Yeah.
Yes.
Expand, make sure we're on the global,
Absolutely.
we're on global, not just US, make sure we're all the photos match and technical stuff. That's really it, and then we can really.
Let us know when you launch in Barcelona, and we'll get the promo ready.
What do
We'll
you
get the
mean, let us
connected
know?
jet.
We'll probably be,
Right
come
here.
do stuff right here, and
We're not going to fly us on the connected jet?
I'm hoping we
Okay.
are.
Mothership.
I jet.
Blimp would be nice. I like blimp. Slow.
The tail number
slow.
should be
We have
420.
blimps in the animated series,
So there we go. Animated series.
and
Is,
we have those on sponsorship, so we can throw that out.
So I saw part of that today, and I
if
will
you want
say
to
you
jump, the
should
mic's here too.
go.
If you want to jump on, you can jump
It's Danny Danko and Adam Dunn, animated. And let me just say
Did you see
something.
that?
Danny looks quite svelte. Okay,
coming.
quite.
on. It's coming.
Yeah, digital animation is good for that.
Dan.
Yeah.
There she is. There she is.
There she
There she is. Keep the hood on. It's great.
I
for
know,
radio.
because I was like,
She's
yeah.
going for the hood a little
I'm
bit.
going.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
rolling.
I'm
It's
looking
cold,
at it
it
on
got cold
camera.
out
You might
there.
want
It's
to
a little
take that
alien.
hood off.
We went on the top. We were on top of the
Oh, now we know the real story. So all the money, all the yeah. This, no giant studio dogs got to go outside.
That is a loyal hound, man.
That is
No
a-
dog zone, Duke. No hard feelings, buddy. That's Duke Skywalker, by the way.
Duke
Skywalker.
Skywalker.
Yeah, he's the Duke of the Grow around here.
Yeah, let's go back to that Danny Danko and Dunn
Yeah, that was
animated.
something.
Isn't that gonna? You saw the picture?
Yeah, could you make me look that thin too, though? I mean, come on.
Oh, we can do it. We can do it.
This is the beauty of
I know, you can-
animation magic.
I might actually look good too, right?
We'll make you
Oh.
beautiful, baby.
But I get the final say. I get the final say, right?
Our characters don't have to get vaccinated, though, and I don't know if they're gonna let you in.
Damn.
I'm just
You know what?
saying.
Vaccinated only,
I
please.
kicked her out of my caboose last month.
I mean, like
Yep.
in the middle
I kicked her
of
out of my
like
caboose.
chaos.
I kicked
Yeah,
her out
it
of my
was-
caboose. Well, listen, what a difference a month goes, right? So now what we know,
No,
we were fine back
Okay.
then. We were just extra cautious.
you're still extra cautious, and I called.
sitting in a room with all your germ folks.
But listen, I called Adam the other day because I watched your show, and I'm like, he's so funny. I was like, he's like, don't put your joint too close to my joint.
Did I say that? I didn't even know.
You were like,
He had the sign on the caboose.
What? That wasn't me. That was the other guy.
Do not enter caboose unless you've been vaccinated.
Hey, you don't get in my caboose unless you're vaccinated. That is
Whoa.
word.
Oh, what kind of show is
That's
this?
cringy shit right
I
there.
was the caboose back there.
As-
You guys were talking.
As my-
You thought I
I
did.
don't know what you're
No.
I really don't know
Oh
what
my
you're
God.
What are
saying.
you talking?
As my son would
Get
say,
outta
that's
here.
cringy. That's really cringy.
Cringy.
It's really cringy.
Really
As
cringy.
an 8-year-old would say.
As an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's nice and warm.
So when
in
Connected is
here.
not in beta,
Yes,
would that be
yeah.
gamma mode?
I guess is that what we?
We're gonna call it that.
And
That
when do you
works.
anticipate coming out?
No,
of
we're
beta?
here. We're going through like stages now. So I'm hoping by next week that we're at least up on a global across all the nets. So we're waiting on Samsung and LG right now.
Always waiting on the fucking
Fucking
LG.
LG. Life's good.
Life's good when you can wait around for you all down. God
And in
damn.
my defense, our joints are in the same ashtray right now. Thank you very much.
Oh, but you were so funny. Like I was like, I literally started laughing. I called him. I was like, oh my God. He's like, keep your non-vaccinated joint away from my vaccinated
He
joint.
stole my joint earlier. I wasn't going to share it.
Whoa.
You know. It's okay. It's
Oh,
okay.
that's true. That's true. You did share.
No,
You did.
no,
Oh,
I
yeah, you're
didn't.
going
You didn't
down.
share?
He shared with me. I didn't share with him.
Oh.
Okay.
And he gave me a hug today too. Like he gave you.
No,
and
it wasn't me.
Olin. No,
No,
you
no,
gave me
no.
a hug today.
It was Adam.
No, we're talking about you.
I'm
I'm
hugging
saying-
everybody now. I'm vaccinated.
Oh, so now not even special.
he's
Wait,
back.
wait a minute. Wait to just pull me out of
He's back from the wild.
He's like, I hug everybody now that I'm vaccinated.
I stood outside and anybody who walked past, and I needed it.
He hugged me.
I smoked it earlier on the show. It was good.
It's been so
I'll
long.
smoke some more. I'll
Appreciate
smoke
that.
some more.
Yeah, Matt,
Before
great job.
before
man.
Thanks, man.
Ross
Appreciate that.
steals it all from me, so pretty much I gotta get it now, right?
Get what?
Got to smoke all this before Ross starts getting in there.
Yeah, I caught up with
Which one is it?
The garlic.
Ooh.
Oh, it's all about the.
I heard about. I heard about this. Can I smell
I gave some of
it?
that to Ross to Jeff at the Breeders' Bash. He enjoyed it, he said, so that's cool.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Is
It's
there
good.
a garlic jar over there?
And it's
Can I smell it?
Yeah, right here.
Who
Can
was
you
a breeder?
Give me
You
the
said.
jar so I can smell.
Thug Pug Genetics. Shout out
Yeah,
Thug Pug
Pug
Genetics.
Shout out to Thug Pug. He also wanted to. I heard through the grapevine that he wanted to do a collab, so I need to talk to him because
him up.
some good starting material here. That's for sure.
Wow.
So
I,
it's good,
I
right?
thought when you were ripping through the ads earlier, you thought you were actually going to get to the hot springs before 10.
No,
I was
no,
like, wait,
no, but we can
Yeah.
keep it because we still haven't even done all this
Oh
fucking
my-
things. We didn't talk about our friends in Barcelona, so next time we're going to be there, which is going to be October. It looks like
Really?
that's the next. That's
Cannabis?
Cannabis,
Can-
October 9th.
Yeah, it's
and 10th.
gorgeous.
You're
So
kidding me.
you didn't know?
No.
Yes, sir.
Y'all might be going.
So
I was reminded.
I
I was
got plans in
reminded by
October.
Nick and T, actually. Funny enough, because he's like, you remember the ticket that I won for the first ADSI? I'm like, well, looks like we're all going there.
So, Adam, do you know what I've been telling everyone? That not only telling them that I learned how to make hash yesterday,
All right,
but also teaching.
teaching them.
some.
You're now the teacher. Oh,
I was shocked
the
myself. To be
student
quite
becomes
honest
teacher.
with you, to be quite honest with you, I was shocked myself. And then they.
Well, I
this
gave
is
her the
how-
full,
I
like,
told them, I go, wait, we have to verify.
turn this
with,
into this.
I said we have to
Huh?
verify with Adam I'm correct. I go, But then this is how they knew I was, how the comment was, I know you're telling the truth because you said it bubbled. Because I went through the whole process. I was like, we did the screens and then we went to the next screen and we scrape it and a little rolly and paper and like
gave all my secrets away. She gave all the secrets away, basically. So
oh, really?
No, it's no. It's all,
do you have access to YouTube?
No, yeah, but I don't. What am I? I mean, where?
No,
yeah,
I'm just
where
kidding.
am I
I'm
gonna
just
get
kidding.
access? So, anyway, it was really cool.
I gave her a little.
experience.
I gave her the
Padawan.
static.
And then
the
we
static
smoked
tech.
it,
Yes.
and it was amazing. And I think a lot of people would love to learn about these things. That I'm not the only one in the world that doesn't know. So it was a really nice experience.
Well, the funny thing is when you're making so-called hash, right? Because people think of oil, they kind of get it like, oh, extraction that turns into oil. But with hash, it's like a little unworldly because it's like you're taking a little tiny thing off of a plant that you can't even really see on screens that you can hardly see through, and you're like, you can't really comprehend that material would go through such a tight screen because it's like a 150 micron or whatever. So you're like, yeah, exactly. And only the good goes through, which is amazing because you're like, how the fuck is
song?
How the fuck
Only
is that?
the good
goes through. Yeah, exactly. Only the good. But in general,
Sung by the Dungles.
But there is a little bit of a magic vibe to it because you're taking something like this, transforming it into that in a few steps, and then refining it a little further. And of course, you can even take it, there's many ways to take it even further from that, but you kind of stop in the zone that's the terpiest, most sort of, and especially if it's dry, because it has to be dry sieve. That's the thing is when you're doing water.
But
yeah.
But what about? Okay, so the question is, they're like, what kind of hash? I'm like, the hash. I don't know.
Well, it's
so
dry
that's
sieve.
the other
it was
question.
dry sieve.
You
It was
were
dry
there,
sieve.
right?
It was dry sieve, and that's the thing is, and that's
dry sieve.
traditional.
It's
That's
called? Okay.
that's traditional hash.
Traditional hash.
And if you look at
So
like,
It's called dry sift.
and then
Dry sift.
Traditional hash. So I kind of made it. I mean, I was there with him video.
she pretty much took all the credit at the end. She's like, so I pretty much made this.
Part of the
I
experience.
watched all the work.
I did. I was like,
Yeah, you were learning something from that. That's
I
awesome.
totally learned. It was really cool. And then
But it is funny because that
reiterating-
is kind of one of those things where if you're not, like if you look at some gooey brown stuff, how did it get to that phase? Like just like any other like incense or whatever, where you're like looking at, it's hard to know the process that went
Right.
into making that. Like why is it sticking together? What's holding it together? What's
Yeah, but-
binding it? What's doing this? And
Because it's like sand. It's like looking at like fine sand.
well, because I was
like
showing her every
something.
color.
It's
Like I'm
just-
like, it comes in every
it's
color. It's
really-
like
I love it.
It
It
can be
just makes me
yellow. It
love
can be white.
cannabis
It can
more.
be gray. It can be
How magical she
and
is,
that's the
right?
cool.
Sometimes the grade is at 70 microns. Sometimes you get it at 120. It's
right. And that is the
Well, it
diff-
just shows how magical she is, and how useful, and how you can use all parts of her. That's what I really took from it as well. This is just another way someone can medicate, or for whatever reason, right? So I thought it was really cool, and I felt pretty.
Well, hash
cool
is so like kind of
telling
foreign
people.
to most Americans anyway. Like real hash, like now they kind of skip that over all that. They're like, oh well, why would you do that when you can just take it and make water hash? And it's like, what? Water hash is good, but you do wash out. There is water soluble terpenes that are gone, obviously. And when you do live resin, it's even more capturing. Like you get shit that would have totally disappeared because it would have dried, and then it would have that would have gotten rid of all those, and then after that you would have had another phase by taking the water and getting rid of those, and now you're left with. That's why a lot of the times when you do good bubble hash, it's great, but it's all very much in a narrow band. There's like occasionally certain ones that are like, okay, that's New York City diesel or some bullshit that's got like that real totally different flavor that you can tell. But if it's just hashy, it's usually like, oh, that tastes like good hash.
dry
you know what I mean?
sift. Back when the times were simpler.
Well, it holds
simple
more.
time.
And what's also cool is there's a lot of like storage stuff that you don't get with water hash. Water hash doesn't store well. Dry sieve stores like a crazy, like it's like the best, because all of a sudden you come back 2 years later and the shit's like different and better. You know what I mean? It's like, well, now it's like
Yeah, but if you turn it
Is
into
it like
a ball,
wine? Does it get better with age?
yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm
just
hoping.
make sure that ball that you
As
haven't
long as
played
it's
with in
been-
a year, put it in the palm of your hand and let it warm up before you try to squeeze it, or else it'll go back to its original state and you'll have to do the whole thing over again.
Yeah, it's all about slow and low. It's all about being slow and low. That's why with everything you do, like you don't want to go quick, like when you're drying your stuff, when you're pressing your stuff. And if you're going to do it, once you do dry sieve, the cool part about it too is you could store it in its raw form, unpressed, for a shit long time. And then when you press it, you kind of activate it at that point. And then you got to seal it. And you can still store it for a long time, and it will still
Preserve the
cure.
terps.
But what will happen is it'll change, like the outside will turn darker over time, and the inside will have a different color. So when you break that open later, it's like there's a sweet spot down the middle, and it's a little bit kind of like oxidized on the outside. But it's still, I mean, by far the real way you want to do it. If you want to store it and you're like sitting on shit, like if you grow a lot of weed and you're turning it into hash, if it's turned into bubble hash, you're better off just getting rid of it because that won't store good at all. That'll be like 6 years later. You look at that, it'll be like dust, and because all the water molecules kind of first you wash away a lot of shit, and then there's something in the bond of the actual final bond of this stuff. It's very hard. Like I used to make, because I when I was making laminates, the heating of that was on both sides of the laminating machine. With dry sieve, it would come out, it would go in as powder and come out as a sort of sheet of hash that you could see through and be like, okay, that's good, Or if you couldn't see through it, there's a lot of plant particulates in that one. So it's kind of like a little testing way. And you remember, Andre, when I used to do the laminates in Amsterdam, right? And all the laminated hash things.
Cutting edge back then.
Oh, I know. It was like off the chain, like, what? He's using a machine to press it. Oh, my God. But it was also just hash. It wasn't like, and I didn't do the static tech. I didn't know any of that back in the day because that was secret shit that Rob and those guys wouldn't tell us. I knew there was something to do with static because there was one guy who we met who was a friend of Annie's, and he kind of told us one time, he was all drunk and like, oh man, we just rub a balloon on the table, and then we put a screen over it, and all the stuff with all the bad shit would collect in little things, and all the good stuff would stay. I was like, oh, okay, so that kind of gave me some little like insight to the something. But now this is a way easier way to do it because you're not doing it below the screens, you're doing it above the screens, which makes more sense because you're creating like you drop through the first screen, you clean all that, then you go on top of the second screen, and the second screen is like, imagine a beach ball on like a grid, and the grid it sits on top of the grid. You want that. You don't want it to fall through that grid, and then that whole grid fills up with just those size beach balls, and all of a sudden all the crap falls through. Anything smaller than that is dust, and you don't want it. And that's super dust. And then anything bigger than that, you should have been cleaned out in the first place, right? So that's the idea. So you kind of go for the middle ground. So.
And it kind of has like a meditative process too. So I could see someone, if you're zoning out, as long as you weren't in a rush.
Oh yeah.
To just.
It's pretty much the. You can do that for like 5 hours, 6 hours in a row. If you're good at that, you're fine.
And after you hear that sound, don't stab anybody.
No, you got to put headphones in. The whole thing is now you just put your headphones in.
Yeah.
You would listen to like a podcast. I wouldn't listen to my own, of course, but if you listen to some podcast, and
you said you would listen to your own.
No, I would never listen to
Well,
my.
of course you would listen to your own because you have such great guests that you
I would
remind yourself of how awesome those.
What are your go-to podcasts? Top three, go.
Top three.
Top three podcasts.
Top three would
for
be.
Adam
This is
Dunn.
important. Right now is my favorite. This is important. Would be the first. Bill Burr would be second. No Agenda would be third, which you would hate. You listen to that. You'd
look at his face. His face kind of. I think
you should listen to that one.
I don't listen to any other ones because I feel like that I'm just gonna see something and do what they do.
And then I'll listen to podcasts sometimes. I love to listen to him. Heavy Days is got. I love it because we interview a lot of the same people, and he's coming at it from a complete. He's actually like interviewing people.
What about Grow Bud for Yourself?
Yeah, you guys ever listening to any other cannabis
I listen
podcasts?
to so those are the ones I was saying, and then I listen to the Dude Grows show, because I like
Scotty Real, the dude.
I like the
Guru. Shout out.
I just like the fact that they obviously do what they do. You know, they're like we're very similar. We overlap a lot of shit where it's just like, yeah, you know, of course we've been through from the traditional market and dabbling in the other. They got the recharge part. You know, they have a good.
Yeah, listen, I hear you. They give you guys plugs every now and then too. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually did a couple times where they did like, I don't know why, but they like did like they broke down our show or something like that. Did you ever see that one? Like they took one of our shows and broke it down.
Deconstruction.
They
deconstructed.
deconstructed.
So, and how was the
They were-
results on that?
It was one of those. It was kind of like the when you have a panel and everybody agrees on the panel. It's kind of like not the best.
It's not a panel.
It's not a real like. So they weren't trying to tear me up.
Right.
They were kind of agreeing too much, and I was kind of like, okay, well. I kind of agree with a lot of the shit they do too, so I can see where we're like, we're not really good at deconstructing because we should be like assholes, like these fucking guys, they don't know shit. Did you hear what he said? That fucking guy's never grown in his life. But we weren't because we're like, oh, it kind of.
What do you mean? We had that really smart guy who was sitting on in the first spot there.
Elon. Well, what he's
I was like,
Elon is.
I just nod and go.
But you're a well-respected guy in the community as well, so I
hope
think
so.
a lot of
Not by
guys,
everybody, that's for sure.
you've kind of.
You're talking to him, right?
Yeah, Dunn's been
Okay,
around
good.
the game for a
Just
while.
make sure.
Dave in the bagel game, you know, shout
Dave's
out. Dave's Bagels.
deep in the bagel
So,
game.
To each their own, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think the key to the whole industry, and a lot of industries, not just the cannabis industry, but I think across the board, is always going to be authenticity. And so if you can just stay authentic, you'll do good. And if you don't, you're probably not do so good. So I like, you know, think that's what's driving the game now is like, you know, calling out the fucking Dan Bilzerians and the fucking idiots in the industry that aren't real. They don't, you know, they're not anything about us. And you see how quickly.
That guy. Oh my god.
But you see how quick
that guy is really
well, you see,
bad.
You see quickly
I saw
how
his
like the rug
Instagram.
gets pulled quick, and it's like, oh, you mean he didn't own that $54 million house, and he didn't do that, and those people just get paid. And, you know, we all saw that, but there was also that moment in time where you're like, oh shit, some people are going to buy this. You know what I mean? Because there was a moment like there was a lot, but the problem was his people that liked him were all like not even old enough to fucking smoke weed. You know what I mean? They were like, he's like 15-year-old kids who, it was like 15-year-old kids who would like, he had like a billion 15-year-olds who were like, dude, this guy's the best guy in the world because he's got chicks all day or whatever. You know what I mean? But that's kind of what is that little crappy
Yeah, what
joint?
is that?
Right?
Little.
This is
Well,
a
Adam,
little-
you have one. You're
I was just
rolling.
about to roll one, man. So
You
there you
do-
go.
I know, that's
was
like
going
a
to give that
little-
to
Just
you.
get some of this garlic here.
You know what the?
Yeah, let's do the garlic
I'm
one.
rolling in one for her, but if you.
Yeah, no, we'll do the garlic. We just he looked.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're
I
doing.
know.
So,
I've been a little distracted since you said Barcelona because now.
oh yeah,
all
let's
I
go to
can
Treasure.
think about-
Treasure.
Well, before
we
we,
have to
get
finish
to Treasure,
we have to finish.
we're gonna get
shout-outs
to
and-
smoke the shoe again.
Oh yes,
Steve, if
The
you are
haze.
listening, put some of the shoe aside. Okay, this
What's
is
the shoe?
the shoe hash is Moroccan hash
Jeez.
that the guys carry. They walk it over. You know what I mean? They don't. It's
Oh, I saw. See, I did. I saw you. I saw a video on that. I saw a video on that.
But the thing is, I heard that the new shoes are fake shoes.
Oh!
Like that they're cutting the
But
shoes.
Steve will know, though.
That
It's
they're
not- he
cutting.
will never-
No, that it's still the same hash, but the guys were like, "Yeah, just cut it into the shape of a shoe, and everybody will buy it for $2,000
No,
more."
but Steve will know the hash.
Yeah, the
He's
hash.
the nose.
I think the hash is still the same. I think it's still good hash, but I think that the fact that they're just like.
Oh, it's not being walked across. They put it in a brick and
They're making it
that's
into a
like
shoe shape.
how they're
They're shoe
they're
shaping
taking
it.
the cans now. They're canning it in Europe, and they're saying we imported it from the U.S. and they get twice as much.
Exactly the same.
But Petey, we're coming to see you, man.
Okay, so Petey, Treasure Barcelona, the crew will be
Mike.
back.
I've never been to Barcelona.
What's
this?
that now? What
He's trying
happened
to tell
now?
me to tell a Dead story. Well, there was this one time on Dead Tour.
Oh,
No.
and that it has to have elements though. You have to have certain elements to be a true dead story.
No. Listen, I'm going to Barcelona.
Miracle ticket, obviously, right?
I need a miracle.
There has to be a miracle ticket. There has to be
No,
a
no, no. First
grilled
off,
cheese sandwich.
Yeah, it could be that.
There has to be a grilled cheese sandwich. There has to be a blanket.
A set list written on a dollar bill.
Exactly. See, you're nailing it right now.
You know what else do you want to
Drugs,
know?
Lost drugs, of course. Lose a bunch of drugs. Find
lost
a bunch
my
of,
face.
First lose drugs, find drugs. and then something else. and then-
Babysitting a friend who ate way too much acid,
Oh,
even
that's
though
the
we told
worst.
him, don't do that tonight. You really want to see the show. And you had to spend a second set in the parking lot with him.
And he was like that or something.
He was
Next level.
needed help,
wow.
you know?
Yeah.
Or, you know, before a show at RFK Stadium, just happened to see some head having a bad trip and not being able to walk away and have to be Papa, you know, and save the guy from bad experience. It's just, it is what it is. But
There you go.
Treasure, there's your dead
You
story.
could, well, you could have done. See, what you could do is again, you
I
could just
like
get a
the
bunch of
taste
dice.
dry hair.
You make a dead toward dice game, and it's just like you roll the dice,
Yeah.
and it's like bad trip, ate too many, blah blah blah. Blah, blah, oh yeah, adds up to a whatever wizard, and you know, and you move on to the thing. I think-
Don't put
I can
something in your body that
like
you
that.
don't truly know where it came from.
Maybe just dip your
I was
toes in.
very
Don't just jump
fortunate.
right in the
Oh my
water.
God!
Just a little-
You just said don't put
little
something
dip.
in your body that you don't know where it came from.
On Dead Tour, if you didn't know the person that gave you the
like,
psychedelics,
I just
she's
was like,
imagining
wait,
like
what
jars of
happened?
weed and like
you
don't
had
put the
to
jar in your
know.
butt.
it
No,
was-
I believe that. I believe that on
especially
those
in the
on
90s.
those tours.
Well, it's the classic.
Yeah.
Like you find something on the ground. Do you take it? Like that's a game. That would
That's
be the
the
game.
ground
right?
score,
That's
man.
like, that's like the ground score
You
part.
smoke it. You don't. You're not eating any paper you found on the ground. That's somebody's like, watch what I'm going to do to these people who find this, and then 4 days they're going to be away.
Are people really going into it like that, though?
are.
You know?
There
They
are.
They are.
Fuck yes.
They are.
Quite
They
a
are.
few, really?
They are. Well, that's the sad part about it is one of the first things you figure out tripping is that people are fucking with each other when they're tripping. Like especially from the East Coast. If you're from the East Coast and you're doing,
He's
and you're,
not wrong.
and you're,
Yeah.
I'm talking like
Yeah,
back in the
we
day
gotta
too.
get together.
Like-
That's
like,
true.
it's
Yeah.
always about because it's like an initiation situation. Like you're like all of a sudden the first time you're with a bunch of people and you're like, wait a minute, who's like it's like a who's on first situation. You're like, wait a minute,
Which one of us wasn't tripping
What
tonight?
side? Like, and that's the part where like everyone knows like who. Oh, it's the first time, so then they're gonna fuck with them more, and it's like, oh my god, people, could you like and it's all about set and setting. Like it's technically the worst thing you could possibly do when you're tripping, and we were like always doing that. Like, what's the worst thing you could do? Let's start.
See, but
do
acid
something
with
really
me
dumb
only
and-
ran in dead circles.
Uh-huh.
So it was really, that's where we went. My first show was my first acid trip. And it was when I decided I was going to see a lot more shows. So it was 150 shows later before Jerry passed, and there was a lot of acid in between.
Wow.
And I was very fortunate, I've said this before, that I was one away from Owsley Stanley. And, you know, I always felt the need. Anytime I got something from him, I gave half of it away. And that's the way it was. So there was a time at Shoreline Amphitheater where I got 2 vials from him for, I think it was, so long ago, like $20 each. Yeah, $40 for both vials. Put one in my pocket.
Bitcoin
just
of
stood there,
drugs.
Gave it all away.
It's Bitcoin of drugs. You could have made so much right now, bro. That would
Sharing is caring.
When I was dosing, it was never more than $1 or $2, and then that was only for people that bought it. If you knew someone, you never paid for it. It was they had head stash, and when Blue Unicorns came around in '89, I had one friend who just decided he was going all in, like Bitcoin, and he had a book in his freezer. So we had Blue Unicorns for the next 4 years.
And there's your dead story, Mike.
There you go, Mike. See,
Yeah,
now I'm going
you
to
pulled
get
it
credit
off.
for that.
You got
But
it.
Treasure, Petey,
Oh.
ask for the done deal. You get 30
We forgot all about
euros
you,
off
Pete. We
your
forgot about you,
admission.
Petey.
Okay, no, we're not going to.
No, we
We're
can't
spending
forget-
a lot of
we
time
can't-
there.
we can't.
Set the podcast studio up
Uh-oh.
right now.
Mark's yawning.
Mark needs equipment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark's yawning.
He's
We
got
need to
he
get
needs
this-
buttons and
he's doing one
he's
of
not
these.
listening to us.
About to bring the house drop.
He's watching and he's
He's
watching
watching the
Sofa
Nuggets
Bab.
play right
He's
now
watching
or
Sofa
something.
Bab, and he's like, dude, these guys are
Just
so
listening
much
to
better.
No, the
Deep
Nuggets
and
are on.
Texas
Are
house
the Nuggets
music.
on? Are you watching
Yeah.
the Nuggets game?
No.
You
Nuggets
want
game.
to?
Yes,
You want
there was a
tonight.
Nuggets game today.
Not
wasn't
tonight.
there? Oh,
It was last night.
He would be already on it.
got it.
It's tomorrow.
There you go. Out there you go. Okay, you got big
What?
Crows.
There's no.
What? Come on.
Get the
Big
Don't,
Bob.
you don't joke like that, Big
no
Bob.
joking. No joking.
Don't joke like that.
You got to
That's
comes
not
with a belt buckle for $200. Yeah, on Wish. They have Owsley buckles on Wish.
Charlie is still out there. Charlie has belt buckles. If you want, you can find Charlie on Twitter. You know, he's like you. You either love him or hate him, right? So
I like
go
this.
to you can get. There's
good, right?
their buckles
I
are
do, 'cause I
available.
feel
Douchey guy
nice.
grows
Thank
it,
you
but
for
it's
everything you
really
did for us,
good.
Bear.
Yeah, it's like super douchey guy, but his weed's great.
30 euros off if you
Garlic.
mention Done Deal at Treasure, and you might get a joint if you give Pete a hug after he punches you. Don't give him a hug. Ask to give him a hug. He's not a hugger.
Do it.
He's not a hugger.
Treasure.
But go to Treasure. Tell him the Adam Dunn Show sent you. Tell him you're looking forward to seeing the show live broadcast from Barcelona in October.
Yes,
Sounds
sir.
like it's going to be fun.
Oh yeah, we're getting ready now. Now it's on.
But
I can go. Of course I can go. You can try.
I don't know.
You just have to get a test.
I don't know if I
before you
can.
go.
Okay.
Huh?
What?
I don't. I have like all kinds of shit in October, so I'm not sure. We'll have to see what the dates are.
This is gonna.
Matt, what are you doing in October?
Oh no! Don't even
man.
think.
Oh, it's Croctober,
No,
baby. I'm gonna be harvesting.
He's not
Pulling
going
down.
He ain't going anywhere.
Terry?
I'm coming.
Dedicated
I'm
area
going to
for 20 guys.
Barcelona with you guys.
Production guy.
He's like, I'm out.
I'm not going to fucking Barcelona.
I'm out.
They got the
I'll
vid
be
there.
in Paris around that time.
Oh, perfect. Come on down.
Nice.
Come down to the fucking Cannabis.
It's just different. than
October
everybody to see,
October
though.
9th.
Yeah, I should. You're right. I should really.
Still gonna be around there or
This
no?
is like the mecca.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could be. It's
October 8th.
definitely the best.
I never
event
went to
in
Barcelona.
In Europe,
Well,
for sure.
see, Mike Denver's going to want this one because 10/8/89 was when the Grateful Dead played as the Warlocks,
Oh, there you
Hampton
go.
Coliseum, and
Big Bob. Now we know.
they were not
Now we know the guard. I know
not billed
exactly
as
who
the
you're talking
Grateful
about.
Dead because the Grateful Dead couldn't
Nice.
play Hampton Coliseum. And I called up the box office because I didn't want to drive all the way from Syracuse to Hampton, Virginia, and find out that the Warlocks were like some string band, playing the Spoons. And I called up, and she says, Hampton Coliseum box office. And I said, Miss, could you tell me who's playing there this weekend? She says, let me look here. It says the Warlocks. And I said, would you mind letting me know who's in the Warlocks? She goes, hold on one second. Puts her hand over the phone. Nobody knows what that is, right? The phone, you have the receiver. And she comes back and she says, well, sweetie, I think just members of the Grateful Dead. And I'm like, we're in the car.
That's funny.
Helps with Frank, Dark Star, Bid to Good Night Encore, Addicts. What else can you ask for?
Oh, are you dead?
Did you
Double
watch
dead?
this
Are you
show?
double
Did
dead?
you watch this show? I think it's on Netflix, right? Or
Oh, yeah,
Amazon
what a long,
Prime.
strange trip it's been. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. I was watching it. I was. Yeah.
So Steve Parrish, who used to be like the band's manager, stage manager, lives in Alamosa. Down your way.
on the road?
You know.
Which is just south of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 15 minutes away. Or
Yeah,
30.
he has a podcast on Sirius. Shout out to Sirius. You should listen to his podcast, Steve Parrish Show.
Well, why did you tell him to come up next time?
I'm not friends with him. I don't know the guy.
Oh, all right. I thought you would.
I can get
You
in
made
touch
it
with him,
sound-
though. No.
Yeah, you can say.
Imogene's grandpa.
Well, if he's in
They hang
Alamosa,
out.
it can say, "Come check out our train, bro. We want to interview you and hang out."
Grandpa knows him, so I get in
Right,
touch with
So
him.
we can do that. Who can resist a train?
I'll tell him
studio?
Dave Gans was on the
And
show.
it's only getting better and better too. We're improving. It's getting.
Oh, no.
What? 30
We approve.
days ago,
we approve.
didn't
we
have a
approve.
deck at all.
Next
so.
week's show, we're gonna have you call in and do a walkthrough while we're not
Better
here.
live,
From the hot
behind the
springs.
scenes.
Oh yeah,
Like you did at the
behind
hospital.
the
the
scenes,
scenes, baby.
behind the scenes. Yes, and more will be done. It'll be even better.
And by next week, we'll have Gamma of Connected.
Oh, totally. And we'll
Gamma,
have all sorts.
Gamma Ding Dang.
I
It'll
know
be
we have
next
all
week.
sorts of
Gamma,
fun projects in different stages of development and really good, really,
have to lose more
really,
weight.
really good
You
stuff.
know how much TV
Yeah, man.
puts weight
Hey,
on
I saw somebody commented on that earlier in the chat room.
About what?
Dave's
Dave?
weight.
I
Dave's
was
cutting a little bit of
286
weight.
February 1st, and it scared the
Trim
fuck
it
out of me.
down.
286. That's a lot.
I was 241.8 this morning.
Oh,
Look at
that's
you.
good.
Look at that, baby.
How tall are you?
6 foot.
Okay, so you might want to get to like 220 or something.
I'm getting that. I'm
I
trying.
think no, but I think that would be like a where you feel
Good,
good.
because if you look at my app, it says my goal weight is 220. So
yeah, I think that's
we're
a
on
good
track.
one where you feel healthy, but it's good.
I'll become a vegan like Adam, and it'll be,
Yeah.
Be
so
gone.
much
Yeah,
better.
Or you just hang out in
He'll wither
Moffat for
away.
a
He'll
little bit.
wither
you lose
away.
weight real quick.
Because there's nothing to eat here.
You should have seen.
slim options.
You should have
You
seen
just
him.
gotta make
You
it
should have
work
seen
with
him
what
and
you
all the
got.
guys
No.
eating the other day. They were like, "Oh my god!" And Ross Rob goes, "Look at those guys. They're so happy. They're not in Moffat right now. They're getting some real. They're like eating out of it.
Oh, man.
It was
I
a
saw
food-
the food truck and I was
it was
like,
a, it was a food truck at the seed stash, which that was.
Did you
really,
say I'll have one of everything?
Yeah, well, I saw Tim grab something and I was like, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I was like,
Shout out Tiny Tim.
How
Tiny Tim,
was
shout
that? He was like, it was
Hell
really
of a-
good. So I got exactly
So
what Tim got.
that's-
Shout out for Tiny Tim and the fucking.
Yeah,
this is the Dunn
killing
Loud
the name-
co-op
killing the name
collab.
of- It was a really good one. Like I was like,
Yeah.
it's got a real fucking nice edge to it. I was like,
Yeah, great nose
What is that?
after it's ground. This
This
is
is killing in the name of.
Killing in the name of.
Oh, yeah. Smoke some of this on the way to the Breeders' Bash.
Oh yes,
Ooh,
we
oh my
are
goodness, this
Monk
is-
Mag. We are selling those on the Connected
Oh,
website.
wow.
A rubber mold of
Rubber mold.
Atlas.
Oh, yeah, that's going
No,
on.
It's so good. So good. That
Sounds
one
awesome.
is yummy to
Did
me.
you see the chat earlier where somebody said, "Wouldn't it be hilarious
this
if
one.
Frenchie just started speaking without a French accent, like it was all a gag the whole time?"
Yeah, this is a gimmick.
You
Like,
know,
oh, hey,
that's
what's
his
going
brand.
on? Yeah.
So who else do we got? We did
This
Treasure.
smells
Who's
really,
next, Mark?
really-
Mark.
Yeah, Tim does a great job.
Who's after Treasure?
14
Can you
or
roll a joint for this one?
14 or boulder.com. Let me see if I can.
I think it is. I'm just making.
No, it's Apothecary Farms.
Oh, here, then I got this right here, man.
Yeah, that one
This.
smells unbelievable.
Oh, Mark, thank you.
Yes.
Mac Mosa batter.
Yeah.
I don't want to hand it down there because you guys are going to start dabbing at it. And it'll be COVID touched. But here, Matt can touch it. I'm not saying he's vaccinated or not.
I got my
but
med- I got my med card.
I'm handing it to Matt. So that
he got
might tell you
Yeah,
something.
it's like carrying my rabies shot.
So
with
you're
me.
saying don't hand it to
No,
Kerri or
that's what I'm
Adam?
saying. I'm
He got-
just saying that, you know, maybe some of us here.
I would have just handed him mine, and it was.
They're doing a
amazing.
Memorial Day sale over at
Go ahead.
Apothecary Farms right now. $25 for all the live
Oh,
resin.
wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
And if you say done deal, do they just give you a joint with
Yep,
it?
with it.
There you go.
Yep.
That's the shit right there.
That
And
smells
so-
Awesome.
really great, Dave.
And I
some
think
clementine.
Brent will be joining us in Las Vegas for the Hayes Cup, although
That means we'll have good hash.
that's what
Yeah.
Pizzicalis told me. And when I spoke to Brent about it, he
He's
was
like,
like,
"What are you talking? Oh. See you soon, my friend. Thank you for stopping by."
"You want another edible for the road?"
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Say,
Of course
see
he
you, Andre.
does.
Thank you. Good seeing you guys.
Good seeing you as well, sir.
Look at you, Mr. Responsible. Hey, you want an edible for the road?
Well, to take where he's
I
going.
Can I have one
know
too?
what you mean. Oh yeah, look at you. You're like
He's
the
already been to the Hot
Candyman.
Springs.
The Candyman can.
Candy
Here's two of them.
Can. Who gives a
Oh, do you want Adam to touch it though?
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's 100
fine.
milligrams, 50 milligrams each. So please be careful.
Look at her face.
Yeah, see, you gotta,
Yeah,
say, you gotta tell
just
I'm
jump
not
right in.
really an edible person
Cannonball.
like that. I don't know what
I'll feed
would
you in.
happen.
Just a quarter of it.
Yeah, I think that's better.
A nibble.
Have a good
Smell it.
night.
Huh?
Just smell it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shit, yeah.
No, I got really
So yes.
So apothecary
Apothecary
extracts.
from an edible.
Mark, what is it again? $25 for any live resin?
Yeah,
I'll
all
do
the
it.
live resin.
All live
the
resin,
batter.
and you get a joint.
Fuck
Yep.
yeah.
It's a fucking deal.
Hell of a deal. And in Oklahoma too.
We're working on
Um,
a deal. Working on it.
I believe they're coming to Nevada as well.
Uh-huh.
And shit, let's
He was
get him
going
on
to
the-
train his staff so we're going to find out what the deal is.
Yeah.
So we'll give him another for next week. Next
Thank
week we
you
should
so
have an
much,
answer.
Brent.
hopefully. But it was also good. He had him on the show like 2 weeks ago, a week ago. Was it a week ago? Or?
It was 2 weeks ago.
I don't know. Can't tell time anymore. Was
Fridays.
it weeks? Fridays is the only day of the week we
It's
know.
the only day of the week that happens.
The rest of the week is just.
I'm gonna add some done deals soon.
Oh!
420 Media and Connected.
There'll be some done deals coming.
So we're gonna work it out. Yeah,
Yeah, and
I
you-
like it. I like the way it sounds too. It's like done deal.
Nothing better
You're
than
like,
done deal.
That's cool.
21 to base K. I'm seeing a plane flying here.
Also-
It's got a tail number of Done Deal 420.
We have a for sure 14 after this one or what?
No, we
For-
did Papa Select.
Oh, that's
Oh,
dude.
So this
all right.
peanut butter,
Where is it?
fuck Boris.
I hate it.
So Boris used. I love my hash maker.
Did you get that peanut butter one too?
No, you took it from me.
Oh,
No.
he
All right.
says it's
Here,
so
do a
dry.
dab, do a
No,
dab.
no, it's all good.
No, do a
I'm
dab
good.
right now. Do a
No,
dab
no,
right
he's
now.
not going to take it now.
I want you to do
shoot
it.
it over
No.
here.
Just do a dab and then give it back to me now because I'll. Come on now.
Yeah. So anyone in Northern California, and we heard about Papa Select also from the tour guy that we had on, right? He was taking people on a tour, and he would stop at their tasting room, their Papa Select lounge.
Amazing.
And
I saw 3 different things, and everything was a fire. I was like, "Damn, this shit!" And that one, like you said, it might have even gotten a little different because you manhandled
did.
my hash and left it in.
Yeah, mine got way different. All the ones that I had, they were super sappy, and then they got all
Like
yeah,
that.
they buttered up.
buttered up. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
So you got to keep them cold.
But just
so
taste
listen,
it. Doesn't matter buttered up. Taste it.
it tastes the same, but it behaves a little different in
So the
regards
textures you're talking about, like the
See,
consistency.
again, it's a
'cause
stability.
I keep seeing the it
to
looks a little.
oxidization.
So yeah.
Well,
so,
it's. I mean, the problem is that when you work with certain things that aren't really stable, then your handling is so important that you end up having to have like. It's the thing I hate about when people keep hash in the freezer. It's like it's stuck in the freezer. You're better off to like let it air dry and get to a certain state, and then it just stays there because you're in the fucking. And that's where you are. But if you have stuff that's like it's awesome, but you got to put it in the freezer. And then you take it out and it goes like, then you put it back in. It was like, that's not good. I don't think that's you want stability.
The person who received it, whomever they are,
that
received
person.
it cold.
Yeah.
Like there was ice in the package. So that's what they told me. And I guess it didn't stay cold by the time it.
And I saw that a lot.
So it didn't. So they didn't have it packed like a dry.
No, they had it perfect.
No, they had
it was
packed.
after it got here and it got divided up.
But the problem with those, the problem with that though,
getting it to Denver, getting it to.
Yeah.
And that's the same problem I was saying earlier about between water hash and dry sieve. You know, it's because if you have one, the dry sieve is like ready to go. It's like each little gland is self-encapsulated. They hang out, they hang out together, they fit perfectly together. You clean out the rest, and you end up with this nice, easy to handle product. When you break them all, and then you break them all up, now it becomes like one solid thing. If you make a solvent, you tear away that outside, you just dissolve the outside of it, right? And then all that oil free flows. Right, so then you get then you filter out everything, get rid of all the bullshit that's in there. But for the most part, it's just at that point oily, you know. And then so when you squish it, you do the same thing, but you still end up with like a mixture between whatever those cellulose that held those cells together. So hash is like a self-preserving. It's kind of like honey in a sense, where you can keep honey for a fucking long time.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
It has but if it's been stripped of the water, it's fucked. It's almost like if you take eggs and you don't put them in the fridge and they're coming off the farm, they're fine. But if you put them in the fridge, they got to stay in the fridge. And if you wash them, you're fucked because you wash that membrane off the outside, which was which kept it preserved. And it's a microscopic membrane, so you don't see it. But with an egg, if you take that egg and wash it, now you got to put it in the fridge because it doesn't have that protective tiniest membrane. So it's the same idea, but in a microscopic form.
And you can cook with hash too, right? That's what you can also put it in food or.
Oh, sure.
It's properly decarboxylated.
But you want to decarboxylate it, which we'll be getting into on the cooking
That's what I
shows.
mean.
On the
I'm
cooking
so
shows on
excited. You
Connected.
guys, there's just so much content and lessons for the mainstream and kind of curious and people like me.
That's a good one too. Kind of curious.
Kind of curious.
It
But yeah,
is,
no,
and we are.
definitely. We're looking forward to helping with that, and also out here in Area 420, just like we were saying with Tim, that you know it's cool to be able to have all these different people growing all these different things.
I mean,
It's amazing. I went on a tour.
And just to be able to sort of, visualize all the possible angles that you can work with and and really educate people quickly, like, on a daily with just updated, fresh it. Yeah, that was a door.
We gotta.
There's a lot.
We need to
of,
get,
Gotta
we
get
need to
some
we need to
outdoor
wind through our
grids with
things.
some
Come on,
THC
who else we
seeds on
got?
there.
We're coming. We're
Yeah,
struggling.
what's
here.
next, Mark?
We're struggling. We're
14er?
struggling. Yay! Finally,
Hold up
I
the
knew
can.
14er was going to come at one point.
Hold up that can.
This one, 14.
14er
Oh
Boulder.
shit! I got my
Amazing rec grow in Boulder, Colorado.
What we're looking at?
Go to 14erboulder.com.
I got the swaggiest.
Place
one,
your
of course.
pre-order.
I got the
They've got
DJC.
3 registered.
Gave you the swaggiest one.
That's all I got, man.
No, I'm just kidding.
They said, "What do you want?" I said, "DJC." They said, "Really?" I said, "Yes."
They definitely said really. They were like,
No,
"You're the
they
only guy who's
didn't.
ever asked for it." No,
It
it's
is
not
their
roll.
best-selling herb right
Is it?
now. Absolutely.
That's good to know.
Bestseller.
That's good to know.
Straight up. So their rosin is on point right now. You got to give it a try. The pods are fantastic. They
this
actually,
commercial that's running now.
live
Yeah,
resin,
looks pretty.
live rosin in their pods, single strain edibles. What else do they have? And the flour. I think there's probably 20 strains on the menu right
And we
now.
always have, like, we've almost never had a situation where a guest is on here and goes, oh, 14, everyone's like, dude, that's where I go. Oh, that's my spot. It's just like always the go-to. It's definitely a go-to location for guaranteed, well-handled. It, again, comes back to the handling too. Not throwing it around like they do on the show. That's just for visuals.
I told you, Jonah said to me, Dad, there's like 40 ways they can fuck this plant up after I harvest it, and somehow they don't do it.
Yeah,
so
that's good.
Listen, it's worth the drive if you don't live in Boulder. Give them a shot. I met with Evan the other day, and there's big things on the horizon for this company.
Big things.
So head over to
Keep an eye on those
14erboulder.com,
guys.
place your pre-order. DJC, doesn't matter. The Truth, Tropicana, they've got all these crosses up there right now. Yes, they have
Oh, you know
one
what?
garlic strain.
You know what?
You know,
You know who
what?
we forgot?
Oh, no.
Forgot Green Farms.
No, well, they'll go next.
Does it?
Yeah. No, it doesn't. We went out of order. I fucked it
know, and I was just thinking. I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Because we talked about Green Farms with Elon Musk.
Did we do New Millennium?
We didn't.
did.
Greenfarmmed.com.
Oh, we did New
We did New
Millennium.
Millennium.
Yeah,
No, we did?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Okay.
Greenfarmsmed.com in Colorado Springs.
We did talk about them because
They're medical
they're
grow.
awesome, and they grow no-till, and they're on 5 years.
5 years.
And definitely, we see that we notice the difference each cycle. Where we're like, whoa, it is better somehow. Which is the nice part about cannabis is there's always a new ceiling. There's always a new ceiling, right? Which is like, and it seems
Garlic. That's the ceiling.
No, well, garlic is the flavor of the week.
Bring the day.
The flavor, but garlic was big in like 90, like 89, 90, 88,
But
89.
people didn't
Got
know how
to bring it back, Don.
Yeah.
And
Got to bring
it
the dank
was-
back.
But it's funny because it was like people didn't. That was one of those first ones where people were like, garlic. Why would you want to smoke that? And
Well, why don't you try it before
was
you
like-
shut your mouth?
but it was just more of a real, honest. Like it tasted like garlic because that's what it was named properly. You know.
So it's probably good in food too, like real, not sweet, but like hearty food. I would imagine.
I don't think the flavor. I don't know if the flavor is going to carry over. Like that's the thing is with edibles, the flavors and like it is cool if you get the right, chef type person behind it.
Yeah.
They like figure it all out. But for the most part, we kind of want to avoid the flavors of the cannabis as much as possible. But these guys have the best tinctures. Like their tincture is like off the chain. It's 3,000 milligram. Is it 2,500 or 3,000?
Which one?
Their tincture. Do they have a 3,000 milligram one also?
2,500.
2,500. Okay, the 2,500 one is like two dropper fulls, and you're like proper freaking nobody's not getting. We had guys who like Willie Waldman, who's definitely a
Professional.
a professional, and he got fucking like he woke up. His wife contacted us like, "What did you do to him?" And it was like, I didn't do anything. He did it all to himself. He puddled himself, right? Oh, quick Dave puddle story.
That guy's a good time.
I puddled myself once in 1991 with the.
It was Shoreline Amphitheater.
All right, I
and
don't need to know. It's fine. We're good. Shoreline Amphitheater. I remember it like yesterday.
We got to bring him back out on the trumpet again. in the
I
future.
puddled myself. I thought
It was small sips that equated to a puddle. When I looked at it afterward, and I went, "You didn't do that." Yes,
you
Get
did.
ready.
Yeah, you were like, "Oops." But
I was so high, I thought I had to pee for 9 hours.
and you never did.
Nope.
Couldn't do it. I gotta pee. Greenfarmsmed.com.
So
check him out.
I know some people don't. There's a purple strain he has right now that is so pleasing to the eyes, so I want to say effervescent on the nose. Like I smell it in the full cavity, and it smokes so well. It has that, when you give it a squeeze, and it doesn't fight back, but it doesn't. It's spongy almost, and then when you take your fingers away, there's
Cracks.
the indentation and the stickiness on your finger.
And the smell's awesome.
It brought me back to
What's the
90s
crunch? It
Dead
has to have a
Tour.
little crunch where it's like
Little
crunch
bit.
and then it's sticking to my
Check it
fingers.
out.
That's always a good
You've
sign.
got to check them out. Go to greenfarmsmed.com. Tell him you heard about it on the Adam Dunn Show. Ask for the Dunn deal. He will take care of you. The discount is tremendous. You can buy your Incredibles there. Rob Hott's, Apothecary. I don't think he carries Apothecary. It's Med. Although they do Med.
I like
but
Incredibles and Bob.
he has a
Love
full
Bob.
shelf
Already
of
shouting around.
everything you could want in the cannabis space. So go to greenfarmsmed.com.
Greenfarmsmed.com.
They're really good people.
All right.
Really good
And
Done
people. We
too.
did build the soil.
did it, done it. Ozo coffee, right in my jar, right in my thing, right here.
I've had way too much today, by the way. But
We had to
Ozo
educate
coffee.
Mike. We had to educate Mike. Mike didn't get it. He has to learn. Mike Zikakaloch, he said it was, oh, this coffee's terrible. He didn't get it. I was like, oh my God,
Yeah,
you
but
don't
then
even
when
know.
he said, what kind of coffee do you like? He's like, I drink 7-Eleven every day.
Wow,
I like 7-Eleven and Starbucks.
Yeah,
I
thank
was
you.
like,
Like
all right.
it.
Please close the door on your way out.
Smells.
I know you know
Right?
cannabis. You don't know shit about coffee.
That's Tim's.
This
yeah.
one's
Tiny
so good.
Tim's. Tiny
It is.
Tim's.
It literally tastes like it smells.
Yeah,
oh, it's
right?
my favorite.
Yeah, it was,
I
it's
enjoyed it a
187.
lot.
It's
Fruity,
187.
sweet
It's
I'm probably stealing that
187.
jar.
OG time.
Amazing.
Can you
Sage and
donate
sour.
a little nug to
From-
your breakdown?
I was going to
Buddy?
steal the jar, so just take some out of it anyway.
Ooh.
Okay.
A lot of stealing going on. I can see.
I don't
that.
want to steal.
Ozo-
I'm more like, why don't you just give it to me so you don't make me?
I explained
Don't
Ozo.
make me
I explained
steal
Ozo
it.
to her last night. 1959 roaster. She's like, "What's up with this Ozo coffee?" Gave her the whole spiel.
Change your world.
Oh, so good.
It's fire. She's been drinking it for days. She knows what's up. She
And
knows what's
it
up.
was really good. Actually, I will give a shout out too, because I can tell from my stomach when I drink different kinds of coffee, and I really like this coffee. I really liked it.
OzoCoffee.com. You have to enter Done Deal at checkout. You're going to get 20% off your order. Totally worth it. Get on the subscription like Rosin Dogs. So
Yeah.
they'll send you, like, what is it, 5 samples every month. So you don't even have to worry. It arrives just like our
Yeah,
buddies
our next spot.
at
Yeah.
Terp Wipes, even though I'm going out
Yeah,
of order, probably.
just go right into it.
So you got to go. This is the way you
Mark's
get
like,
them.
As fast as we can make this happen, he'll be a happier guy.
Yeah.
He's over it. He don't care anymore. He's
He
like the
doesn't care.
guy at the
He's not even
party.
listening.
He's like the guy at the party who's just lost $10,000 throwing a party.
Worth of
and it's like,
Bitcoin.
it's 2 in the
No,
morning.
I'm
And he doesn't
good,
care
man.
anymore. He's like, I don't care.
You know what I was
Just gonna
thinking, though?
Just gonna take some drugs and party it out.
It might
blah,
be too
blah, blah.
late to call someone.
Nothing
Huh?
more to lose
It
at
might be
this
too
point.
late to call people
Oh,
for the contest. It's like 10 o'clock at night, and it could be like midnight places.
Where are you calling?
You're talking about the Dunhards in the chat room right now, Mark.
Yeah. All right. You know, who knows? We'll try.
Get the
So you
Dunn
go to
Hearts.
www.terpwipes.com/DoneDeal.
You gotta do that.
You got to go to /DoneDeal.
Slash
You
Done
can't
Deal.
go to terpwipes.com and try to enter Done Deal as a
No,
promo.
will not work.
Won't work.
Will not work.
Get the subscription. The last thing you want to do is run out of toilet paper
I'm getting
and
close- I
then
was getting close to
Terp
running out.
Wipes.
I was getting close to
So get a subscription, because I don't know somebody who has a subscription for toilet paper, but you can
Why
get
don't they
one
do
for
that?
Terp
Why
Wipes.
does anybody do that? That would be the most common sense thing to have.
Or get a
Dude,
bidet.
I went to
It's
Costco.
true, actually.
Like not get a huge amount, but just
Yeah.
get like, you know.
That is kind of a.
Do you know
2
where
weeks,
Costco
good
moved the toilet paper? All the way to the farthest corner that you could go since COVID, because they know everybody wants that. So you have to walk past your 20 pounds
Hemp.
of obligatory blueberries that you have to buy once you see them, you know,
You're like,
and
20 pounds.
20 pounds of French fries.
Yeah, and you
I
have to
wish
have a
we had a
sample
Costco around here.
along the way. Sample.
They don't sample anymore.
They don't?
No, they're out there, but they don't let you.
No COVID.
You can't eat it.
Post-COVID, no more.
Terpwipes.com/DoneDeal.
Great for COVID.
Hemp toilet paper is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, get on.
Yes. Get on. Let me know.
No, I mean, we're gonna have to talk to the people. You know, I just
It's-
like I
it's
give
a
it.
tough one.
I ideas,
It's a
and I
tough
like
one.
giving them on and passing support.
Yeah, that one's
Um,
been thrown around.
This is the idea right
a
here.
lot, but nobody's come through.
This
It's
is
like
the
a
idea,
tough one.
Kerri.
Okay, tell me.
You put a diaper
Oh, yeah, you
on
don't-
tilapia, okay?
way easier.
And then you hire other fish to remove the diapers. And
Fish?
carefully, fish,
Is that
to remove the
fish?
diapers, and then put them back on the
I
fish
thought it was mechanical.
and
I always thought it was
harvest
more
the
like a
fish
little-
shit.
No one really knows.
No, I know.
It's a secret.
It's a total secret. Somehow these guys can get fish shit collected.
No fish are harmed in the harvesting of their
Oh,
fish.
this is the one you were telling me about.
Kerri, have you been to the hot springs with Mark, by the way?
Mark's never been to the hospital.
Well,
Yeah, man,
well,
see.
we have a picture of Mark
Oh, wait a
when he
minute.
was going swimming.
Oh no!
Check
actually,
it out.
You wanna
Seriously.
wait till you see
You-
Mark at the hot springs.
Mark
trust
likes,
me.
Mark likes
I-
showing
I
us.
see a
This
ring
was
on your
Mark's
finger.
highlight tonight. He's like,
Mark-
can't wait to show the fish shit
Look,
picture.
check it out.
He
That's
loves-
Mark Moma.
He loves water. He's a water guy.
Look at those abs. That's Mark.
You see that? There he is.
Yeah.
That's our
That's
boy.
him.
That's our boy.
That's our boy.
That's our model.
You
That's
didn't know
our
that?
fish
Takes
model.
the
So look at
workout
her.
program.
Blushing.
These are
Seriously.
fish diaper
She's
models.
she's gonna go feel.
Oh.
Watch, here it goes.
Yeah, look
Get
at-
the camera. Turn the camera around.
Yeah, quick, Mark.
Yep.
Fish
She
shit stud.
can't
She
believe
can't
it.
wait. Look how
It's
close
coming all the way around.
I'm like,
Look.
what is happening?
What is happening?
That's
You
Mark.
can't see from that side?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, come on. He's killing it.
Whoa, baby. Whoa, baby.
Yeah, Mark.
Hold on.
I know. You would
But
imagine.
it's the diaper though.
Oh.
It's the diaper that
makes you
does
look
it.
so-
You
it's
just
the
can't
diaper
see it
that-
because he's got the jersey on right now.
Yeah.
What is
It's not
the
the
diaper?
it's not the abs. It's the diaper that's making him look so hot.
And tail is pretty nice.
Tail's pretty dope. I mean, most
It's
guys
one
don't
big
really.
tail he
Most
has.
guys won't really show off their
It
tail like
is,
that.
and
But
it's-
the
and
fact that
it's
you'll
so
show it off
nice.
like that shows you're totally confident with yourself.
Very
You're so
confident.
confident. You're such a confident guy.
See how far I could touch my back with my tail?
I know. It's
Yeah,
You
see?
can't, you, wow.
Wow. The things you
Mark,
can do.
have you always had such a big tail?
Always. Always.
Wow.
It's always
Yeah.
been that big.
Anyways.
Does it get
Did you-
bigger when it gets
I'm gonna
wet?
take it. I'm
you
gonna
get
take
a-
this image off and put the one that we all really
Did you
want
get
to
it?
see.
Did you?
Oh,
Oh,
no, nobody
yeah.
wants to see
Oh
that
man,
one.
that's
There
a
you
good one
go.
right there.
Nobody wants to see this
No,
one.
those are abs.
Ab.
Ab. It's hard to
There's
see.
one ab.
That was a.
You know, you
another
can
drawing.
turn that one off right now.
No,
That's
is it
it.
going down the whole body? Do
No,
I need to
that's
go
a-
over there again?
no,
Is
no,
this is
nothing-
like Playgirl?
Nothing to see here.
I like this section. a
There
little
is
bit.
nothing
It's
to
fun.
see here.
Well, anyway, fish shit.
This one you don't need.
25% off. Best done deal there is.
Best done deal there is.
Best done
25%
deal.
off.
The best done deal. Oh shit! All right, and
At Fishhead Farms
don't forget
on Instagram.
Oh wait.
we seeds
Yeah.
are
Seeds
now.
here
I'm so
now
sorry.
dot
I'm sorry,
com.
James, because we couldn't check in, but he was coming. It was like definitely not
I
going to
know.
work out
You
because
sent me emails and everything.
Why is my fish shit photo still scrolling?
it just
there?
keeps going, bro. It never stops.
Because it needs to stay there.
Stay in there.
There you go, buddy.
So James Bean is one of the nicest
calculators
guys
in
that
the-
you're
in the
going to
house.
meet in this industry. He really takes care of the breeders he represents. I've heard it from the horse's mouth, man. I'm just telling you, if you've bought genetics and you've had a problem with other companies, maybe give Seeds Here Now.
Well, he
a
was going
try.
to give us a man on the James B. Man on the Scene report from Oakland today, and apparently
No, he's too into
his
it.
his number one nemesis, which is Crop King. He hates him, Crop King, right? They're the fucking worst. They've just changed their name now to Rocket Seeds. So don't be
What?
fooled.
Did they really?
Yeah. So don't be fooled if you see
Oh,
the word
funny.
Rocket Seeds. Which now you see Rocket Seeds everywhere. Like all of a sudden they're sponsoring everything.
They had a Crop King. They had a Crop King booth set up at the
Was
breeders.
was it not called Rocket Seeds there?
I don't remember seeing a rocket.
Which is funny because now all of a sudden they have the same artwork and everything. Anyway, fuck those guys. Fuck
Well,
those
we'll
guys.
get into another show about people who.
That's all he
take
really
other
wanted.
people's
That
genetics
is
and
literally what he
remake
was
them
gonna
themselves.
say. Anyways.
We're gonna have shows that are like the TMZ of cannabis
Find out
too.
who's
Great.
yes.
Will the co-host not know what's going on? So
Dope
when they get
opera.
outed, the guy
Oh,
is
oh,
just as
organic.
surprised as everyone else? Yeah, organic. Thanks, buddy.
Hosted by the kid.
Somebody needs
Dope
you to
opera
run on the
hosted.
roof.
We have to stay within the legal, whatever is legal. So I would imagine what's
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
publicly known
Oh, it's going
in
down.
some capacity.
We'll get some bitchy.
Are you
dude.
going to have one that is pre the other one?
What do you mean? I think
I
there's.
don't want to go into it.
There's gonna be. I'm sure there's gonna be spin-offs of everything we're doing.
Well,
because
speaking
we're
of spin-offs,
building an
these guys have
infrastructure.
70. So he's got 70 breeders in house. So imagine all the spin-offs he's got.
Shout out to JJ
Wow.
at
and
Top
they're all
Dog.
and they're all crossing over in all different ways, which is dope. So you get like, people who work together that.
You mean like
Really
James
cool.
Loud and Adam Dunn doing a
Yeah.
collab together?
Right
I actually
here.
wanted to talk
Dunn
about your new
Ooh,
collab.
The new collab with
Miles.
with Miles, yeah. Well, it's all Mesa Cookie Mail that he selected and brought to me
So good.
last year, and we were finally decided to release it. The kid grew some out and had some great. He did the Cali cookies, which became called. I think at the end it was called the Mesa Mist.
Oh, what? Somebody wanted me to ask, how does Adam store his pollen?
If I do keep it, it'll be in like usually when I'm collecting it, I'll just keep it in just like a parchment paper because that's how I'm collecting it because it's easier to keep it
Do you
kind of loose.
paintbrush?
I try not to, but that's why I don't really collect a lot. But if I do collect it, I'll do it parchment paper, and then I'll take that, put that inside of some rice inside of a jar, and then take that jar, put that into a Tupperware, put the Tupperware inside the fridge. That way you got like 3 levels of protection, because if you get that thing moist, it's fucked. You can't.
See, that was one of my memories from going to Humboldt County in 1983 at my aunt's place, was that they had big, huge jars of herb, but my uncle in his shop had these brushes or funny Q-tips, and they had plastic around the ends of them. I had no idea what they were. You know, I had no idea. They weren't marked any different. He must have known what they were. I think that's the whole thing. You don't mark them, because then somebody will steal them and know what it is, right? So
Pretty
this
much.
is,
I mean, you pretty much,
you know,
Oh,
37 years
yeah.
ago. So that's
Yeah.
and
So
that's how they were doing it back then.
right. Well, anyway, these guys, one thing about Seeds Here Now also is that they, guarantee if you have any problems with them, they'll back you up, give you
Rarely
replacements.
you will have problems,
Yeah,
but if you do,
I mean,
Yeah,
he's
it
gonna
happens.
take care
I
of you.
bought quite a few seed packs from Seeds Here Now. Nothing but good things, definitely.
And the main thing is that they don't give you well, you might get this or you might get that. There's a bunch of people who do that because they don't know.
Half
what
of them are gonna suck.
Well, not even that. Like what strains you
So
might even get. Like
anyone,
those guys.
so
there's-
basically
that was about
anyone
it.
that wants seeds
What's that?
can go onto this site and
Yeah.
buy them.
Yeah.
Because I have
Well,
friends.
not anyone, only people with access to the internet.
Right. But I have friends and people that ask me about getting good genetics and good seeds. And I'm like,
SeedsHereNow.com.
now I have a
Seedsherenow.com.
really
.com.
good answer.
Yep.
So and James Bean,
Done deal.
we're gonna now have
With
to,
the done
have to have
deal, I
another
like
show
that.
soon because it's been a while.
He
so.
needs a whole show. I mean,
I
he
know, he
just
did.
revamped his website.
I
He's got a
know.
whole Memorial Day special going
Oh.
on. He's at CannaCon as himself. James Bean, the man on the scene.
Okay. I wasn't sure because you talked James loud before and then you jumped.
So yeah,
and
the
I was
Weed Done
making
Tastes
sure-
Good
Yeah, I could see
collab
it
will be available
confusing.
through Seeds Here Now.
Oh, sweet.
We're gonna get him to it probably by next week because nobody went to the show because it got kind of weird. The Oklahoma show got a little bit strange. They started to come down on people and say if you're gonna come in here, you're gonna have everything registered in and things. And it's just like, all right,
They're starting to have regulations in
Oh.
Oklahoma.
real fast, yeah.
Look at that.
Of course.
The Wild West just turned into
Yeah.
get a rope. New York City, we need lawyers. What?
Exactly.
Do we cheat them and how? Get the fuck out of here.
Of course
I
it's gonna-
was seeing some stuff about that.
It's happening.
Damn.
It's happening.
Of course
That
it was
was
going to
so
happen.
quick.
It was
Yeah.
and it was inevitable.
Yeah.
Especially the way Oklahoma, well, for me,
Well, there were
when I was
6,000
hearing about
licenses.
Oklahoma, I was like, oh my God, this is like California back in the day. Like, oh wow, this is like cool.
Except
I
with
like
licenses.
wanted to go. Right, but with licenses, right? And then, but then it was like Oklahoma, and all of a sudden it was a lot. And when you get that much attention, you're opening that much, you get on the radar of the government. They're like, wait, what was it?
Well, the reality is that you have to fall into line faster and faster because the other states have. And there is regulations already out there where it used to be like, well, there's nothing out there, nothing's on the book, so you could kind of wait, kind of push it for a while. But now, if this state has it, then the next state can just say, well, they have it, so therefore, you got to fucking get into line quicker. And you'll see, it'll be good for the industry because there was a lot of garbage being grown out there too. And that's what you don't want. It's just like quantity over, you want quality over quantity. So it's not that you want to knock anybody out who's good, but you definitely don't want to have people who are just fucking doing it because it's the so-called easy. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not.
Mm-hmm.
So
What's a compressor? Does that mean shut up?
yes.
It's audio shit.
Yeah, shut the hell up. Okay.
Yeah, try the Sage
Finally. Illuminar lighting.
Do you want to try to call Mark or should we do it next week?
It's up to you guys. I don't
Just try.
Well,
Try.
you get the headphones. You're talking to them.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, bring it on. Let's see.
Bring it on.
Bring it.
Let's see if they're on their A game.
Pass those on. All right. I forgot how headphones work. How do they work? Got a whole show. I'm pretty comfortable now without them, so I'm like, these things. What's the deal?
Yeah, it's a little different in trading
What's
off
the
on the
deal with
dialogue.
these
'cause you
headphones?
can't
All right, so
hear
you're
it
calling. What's the guy's name?
instantaneously.
On the
What?
Who we calling? Who we calling? What we doing?
I don't know.
Well, we blew the Fetzer valve, Kerri, earlier and fucked it up, so we,
We
haven't
blew
had
that.
headphones
That thing
ever since.
exploded literally
Is
in
that
our
why
ears.
you guys aren't
Yeah.
headphone?
Like
okay.
he's checking our levels and we're good, but at the same time,
I fucked it
we
up. I
couldn't
always
call.
take
We normally call people
responsibility.
up and have.
You fucked it up.
I did it.
Well, we
It's
fucked
good
around.
to take accountability.
All right,
And just move
so,
on.
All right,
I did it.
Solutions is the key. Really.
let's see what you got.
Mike Denver, answer the phone.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
ringing.
No, it's better not be Mike Denver.
It's
We're in
ringing,
trouble.
Mike.
We're calling Cam right now.
We're Cam.
Who is recently became a patient and would like to start growing for themselves.
Sweet.
Okie
And,
doke.
here we go.
Were there no dogs,
And
no
what-
puppies
okay.
in the?
Can you hear Adam?
I mean, is it ringing? I'm not hearing anything.
Oh wait. It says we don't have the subscription anymore.
Oh.
Why don't we just call him from a? Oh no, because then they'll have our number.
You got to go old school. I think it's like star at 83 or
When
star
you say
something.
old school
Skype?
with a phone,
Is
did
it
you
Skype
see
thing?
the video?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
where
it
they
might
were
be because
gonna
of the cards
pay
being
the
switched because
millennials?
we just
Yeah,
changed
so
we changed
If they
banks.
could figure out how to dial.
Oh.
No way.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So what are we doing? We're gonna. Well, I can't do that. I mean, I can do
No
that right
idea.
now, but if you'd have to, is there a way that you can click? Because I can give you the things to fucking
And
make
scary.
it happen. I think.
What happened?
Okay.
What do we need? I got a phone.
Or we could just call. We can just call from another phone, right? Or no?
I mean,
Oh no, you can't because you can't like.
Yeah, because then we can't record it. Can't
Oh
hear it.
my
Let's just
god.
do it next week.
Oh my god.
No,
Okay, you know what we're
fuck
gonna do?
We're going live.
You know what we're gonna do?
Fuck it.
We're
Fuck
gonna-
it. We'll do it live.
We're going live.
No, we can do. What we can do is we could do it next week with a combination of get all the winners that we've had lined up and out of the gate, finished up because we just found the original list. Mel found the original list today.
oh nice.
So all the winners, she's found that, and we're going to be able to get those seeds to the right people. So we're not just randomly shotgunning them out
Do I have
to.
to send out any more bagels? Do I?
The bagels there.
think I got
If
them
the
all out to
timing is
everybody.
right, no, I think you're good with the bagels. I think it was some seeds and there was some glass too, and we have to go. So I think what let's do a spring cleaning show, last show before the summer kicks in, because this is like. So cleaning out the junk drawers show or something like that. We'll figure it out, and we'll just take care of everybody. Make sure we got everybody
Well, let's
lined
give
up.
Illuminar their spot.
And we'll do Illuminar big time next week. And what we'll do is I'll talk to those guys again because we definitely all got the idea that we like what's going on,
Yep.
and maybe I'll do I'll see if I can have a checkup. Right now the problem is that they're like victims of their own success because they just are, like I was saying, like I think last week, that if you order stuff from them now, yeah, you're probably about four
No, but I
months.
love your idea, man. Let's have all the old winners send in their pictures of their works, man.
Well,
Maybe have
that
some-
along with we'll take care of all the ones that we left hanging.
all the ones we've left hanging.
all those SD guys. Where's my seeds?
we got
So we got you, and we'll hook it up. And we'll can we burn the wheels of done deals like next week too? Can we do it and then like watch it? Could we make it like burn up and we never do it again? Is that the plan? Since you guys hate it so much.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Since you guys hate it so much, can we work on that all week? We'll do that explosion or make some sort of, we have to work that out. We're going to destroy the wheel of done deals. It's over. It's never
We'll
going to be
smoke
done.
it.
It's never going to be done again.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. Well, listen to that.
Damn.
He's gotten super shitty. We're going on a 24-hour show now, Ross Rob. We just figured because we're back in the
Yeah.
saddle.
Another one?
No,
we're
we're
back
not.
in the saddle.
What
We
is this?
said,
World
might as
record?
well.
Fuck it, let's do the
No,
world
how-
record.
We're gonna go 52.
How was it for you?
52, I think this
What?
time.
How was that show for you? Was it rough the next day after doing it?
The next 5
There was no
days.
next-
Did it take you 5 days?
Ooh, where's my fish shit? See, okay,
Yeah.
so
Did it take you 5 days?
everybody who won, like I remember,
could
I
see
remember.
that. It's like a hangover.
Get it all lined up, and we're gonna go over it with Mel, and we're gonna pull out those lists. See, look, they're where there's gonna be you can bring pitchforks, and if you want to come out to area, like we'll do it here again, so they have to drive extra far.
Yeah, Mike, you have to buy me flowers. So we're gonna go out on a date. Okay, flowers.
Yes,
roses.
sir.
What color?
Yes, that's exactly it. That's the plan.
Green.
You win here, you win there, and you get it on 17. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Me Maddox gets it. He understands. He understands the way we work.
There you go.
But feel how it feels when you finally get it. It's going to feel extra good, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because nothing like
Delayed
getting something too quick.
gratification.
Too quick, you're like, whoa, nothing, no wait. It's nothing. That's not very fun. All right. Anyway, yes, Brandon, I remember. You did too. I remember all the names. I was like, winner.
Chicken dinner.
Winner, chicken dinner. That'll be the name of the show. There we go. We have a show title already.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Winner, chicken dinner episode of the Adam Dunn Show. All winners, please report to
Yeah.
all winners, please report to the Adam Dunn Show.
All winners, please
And
report.
we'll sling out some of the Weed Done Taste Good and some of the Sage Messenger and all those. I'll start looking at the wish list now. It'll be like Santa Claus.
Right.
You get a seed. You get a pack of seeds. You get a pack of seeds.
Is there a
This guy
wish
over here,
list
he's
on Adam
this
Dunn?
guy over here is he's not allowed to win anymore. He's
Yeah,
already won.
off the list.
He's on the official Tony Baloney list.
I've got the mixtape already.
Once you get on the Tony Baloney list, you're not allowed to win anymore. Sorry to say.
Got the
So
mixtape.
don't think you're gonna win now and win again.
Sure,
No,
that's
get it in now. Because I'm gonna burn that wheel. We're gonna burn the wheel next week, right?
BRA.
Right, Mark. Okay, so
All right.
winner, chicken dinner,
Next week.
Illuminar special /
With two.
what
this
else?
one?
What was the other deal? I don't know. We'll remember next week.
We'll have to
Shout out to the
check it out in
chat
post.
gang for waiting for the show to start. But see what you get. You got a super bonus, extra hour and a half or something crazy like
Thank
that.
you so much
Mark's
for
so
sticking
mad.
out
It's going
with
to cost
us.
us so much more extra in energy
Sticking
now
out with
because
us.
he's going to throw a tantrum. Why?
Thank you.
He's going to start kicking shit. I can see
Elon
it.
Musk for joining.
Thank you,
earlier,
Elon
man.
Musk.
I can't believe you
Yeah.
came on our podcast.
And smoked a
That's
joint,
fucking-
awkwardly, just like he did on Joe Rogan. It's amazing.
That's
It's like
right.
it's a thing.
Got
for him.
progressively stoned.
He got
as the
really high.
more stoneder
If you look at the
as we
show
went,
and you
watch
zoom
it,
in,
yeah.
he got really
He
high.
was fucking ripped by the time it was over.
He
So
did.
it's amazing that
He did.
Elon felt okay getting that stoned on camera. Who knows
Again.
what happened to Tesla
No,
stock?
it's gone. It's
When?
tanked.
That was a long time ago, right?
He was
It was
right
tonight.
here
It was
an
tonight.
hour ago.
You didn't see him?
Oh,
had
that's who
Elon Musk
left.
on.
Oh, it's, I was. I
All right,
went
she's like gave us
You
one of
didn't see him
those.
drive up in a Tesla?
You mean this? Yeah,
No,
he
I
did.
was in the other room with Nick.
You didn't see that Cybertruck when he pulled up in?
Yeah.
No, but I would have talked to him.
Thank you,
Definitely.
MTI. We love you. None
Look
of this
at
was
that.
your fault.
Non-fungible token and nutrient film technique. So somebody's been watching Connected
Yeah.
right there. Someone has been watching the cartoons.
Thank you, Michael.
It says,
at
it says
Colorado Area
non-fungible
420.
token and it says
That's right.
nutrient film technique. So it's
Yeah.
obvious. that
That's all right.
they're doing
Good.
good. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Thank you, Mike Taylor.
Good
Thank
job.
Shout out to my beautiful wife Cece and little Nick, who were not running on the train. He was not running on the train.
It wasn't him.
It wasn't
It was
him.
the other
It
man.
was Bad Mike. It was Big Bad Mike.
Guys assume the worst.
Shout out to Mike. Shout out to Mike and his fam. We'll be hanging out. Well, not the fam. They were cruising. They always seem to be going somewhere, like on some crazy mission. It seems like.
Always,
mission.
always on the go. It's hard to catch Mike. He's usually in conversation.
Or
with
Hannah.
people.
Hannah worse than Mike. Way worse.
Always hustling.
Like harder to find. Harder to lock her down. What's that? Oh, you thought you just killed us. I thought you killed us. Yeah, shout out to Russ Rob. Shout out to the whole crew. Vinny for rolling down here. Vinny was the first one here.
Yeah,
He was here
man.
before all of us. He had his truck back. That's why he was all happy. He was all happy on the road, just like Mark. Happy,
No.
happy on the road. Oh yeah.
Happiness with Vinny.
No?
No.
Why?
Strandedness.
Why?
Oh,
What do you mean?
yeah, he had a
Whole
kind
drama
of
I'll tell you
situation
after the
there.
show.
Oh no.
Yes.
What key lock?
He broke
thing?
his truck?
Yeah.
Yes.
What key lock weirdness again?
Weirdness, and they won't do it, and then
Oh my
they,
god.
the guys who fixed the truck
Oh,
at
never
the
mind.
dealership lost the original fob thing,
Yeah, I know.
and it was already
I know.
broken into.
Oh my god, I know the whole story. Okay, I know the whole story.
I'll drive him back.
Well, still shout out, extra shout out to Vinny now for all that.
That you should have answered like that first.
Yeah.
That was
Extra
really
deep, extra
I'm
deep.
glad he's not
shout out.
blocking the
Really funny
exit.
if that's how
Extra
you
deep shout out.
answered.
Shout out to Area 420. Shout out to the Dunn Deal Drive and the whole crew over here. Once again, at the train, we'll be here once a month. Keep an eye on that, obviously. And if you're interested in getting a lot out here, get in touch with us because
Yeah.
they are going, man, those lots. But it's also, like I said, it's going to be a super cool thing to watch because the community is growing and growing just like the way it should be.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see you guys next week.
Peace.
Take care, everybody. Get a big fat dab in now while you can.
Dab while you
And,
can.
yeah,
That should be a hashtag.
it should work.
I like that.
Let's see you guys next week. Peace out.
Thanks, Mike.
being played on every radio station in the United States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. The psychedelic jackets on the record albums have their own hidden messages.
This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing. We want you to smoke the natural herb. Some call it marijuana, some call it sensimedia, some call it lamb's bread, and some people call it